last less than a year. It's inspiring watching it all come together, and we are in for one of the days. I'm tempted to be like the chancellor, like say, by virtue of the power of mercy. Say no. So I say thank you to all of you for being here, and I welcome all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bogani. I'm the director of tax this place. We call it the council. Some of you may know this place, which was a guest house. Some years ago, it was called the Room with the View. I've met quite a number of people actually who spent their best evening after getting married here. And some of them want to come here. I say this is an academic institute now. And I've spent the past 2 days worrying about water not shedding. I even came here yesterday afternoon just to open the taps myself and make sure that there is water. We even though we have invested a lot of money just trying to get up the backup water tanks, backup generator, all of that. I mean, that is the stage I'm currently in. I hope all of you who are staying there are finding the place quite comforting. I become quite anxious. I tell people I'm the caretaker, but I didn't think it would be so literal. I have to come here from Victoria, which is why I live, just to check whether water is working or not. I should thank David. David, you and I started discussing this. Was it last year? It
was last year, yeah.
Yeah, that was last year. And part of the reason why we thought it was time just to reflect on the life and letters of Smuts, because there's been so much interest in Smuts over the past 10 years, especially for the past 10 years. I think one of the best-selling books in South Africa today, and I'm afraid of greatness in so. There are people who have been working on Smuts for quite a while. I see Sol over there, and David, which was sitting next to us here, who published, was it around March?
Last year, June.
No, last year, June. I mean, I attended one of the book launches, and Protea has been publishing quite a number of books. I mean, the latest, I think, came out a few weeks ago. The photobiography of Jan Smuts. I mean, so there is this extraordinary interest on Jan Smuts. So over 17 years after his death. So we thought maybe it is just opportunity just to have another look at Jan Smuts. Both critical, also I think a number of people also appreciate it. I mean, it may be also because of what South Africa is going through. And quite excited to have you around this table. Bias is an interesting space in many respects. Just last week, we had over 10 people who came from all over the world, I mean, as writing fellows. They spent 4 months. As it usually happens, they didn't want to leave at the end of the writing fellowship, and that is what they did. I suspect those who are African, because they didn't want to face no trade. Because when you are here, just it's become later. I also think it's because of the environment this place provides, that you can leave everything behind and just come here with the just to do nothing but write. Some of the people are writing things. I see what enjoy the space. I know we are going to have fruitful discussions. Quite keen and actually excited to see some of the foremost specialists on Smuts across this team. For a long time, I should confess, had an interest on young Smuts. I think I've read quite a number of books. I mean, I know that a lot of books about young Smuts. Say there's some one of those few South Africans who get interest on Smuts, and I read everything. Maybe if there's a book on young Smuts, you can be assured that I'm one of the first people to buy and read. Because it's such a fascinating field. And for me, who writes on the history and politics of African nationalism, the interaction between young Smuts and the nationalists is one interest that I've had for a long time. So I look forward to the discussion, to the presentations. I just have no doubt, I mean, just giving the people around this table that this is going to be up to you in a few days. Welcome. Just if you have any problems, please let me know. Please let me know. I've got the news to deal with both small and big problems that I think people will be sort of.
Thank you. Now I have the program in front of us, and you can see the first paper is Smuts' concept of segregated trusteeship. There's also works of Port Hare. Was at UJ when I first came to South Africa, along with Miller Boyce, now in Harvey, New York University of Harvey. So it's a pleasure to see you both again. Absolute start and tell us about this concept of trusteeship.
Nice.
The hope is that people are going to vote out of it. But if individuals wish to circulate their papers, I'm quite happy to do that. Some may not have completed them, you know, want them to be out in this form, but I'm very happy that they can buy.
Yeah, we sent us to Amelia.
Yes.
She's circulated.
Yeah,
Yes.
We also have a much longer.
Yeah, longer version.
Should I go out there?
Yeah, it's presentation.
Yeah.
So I told you, yes.
So Chris and I have a paper that will like divide and conquer.
So,
Here. Don't have a PowerPoint presentation. Getting old, just got reading glasses 2 days ago. All right. So thank you for the invitation. This is that okay?
yeah, it should be good.
Right.
Yeah, it should be good, sure. As long as.
All right, so thank you for the invitation, David, Morgani. It's nice to be back in South Africa. Haven't been back in 4 years, so it's good. I came from almost 50 degrees heat, humid. Yeah, now in it's a South African winter. Can't say I miss the South African winter, but it's a glorious day. Just on the first time I ever heard of Jan Smuts. I'm a historian of political thought. It's actually when I moved here 12 years ago, when I first came, and I was driving on Jan Smuts Avenue, and I looked at the sign and I was like, who's this dude? And that's how, I got to know about Jan Smuts, became interested in Smuts. Right, so Chris and I are working on Smuts' conception of trusteeship and the mandate system. This is a story of how power is legitimized, specifically power over foreign territories. To be exact, the story of trusteeship and how it's evolved and was adapted to suit different political contexts. Trusteeship legitimates rule of the capable on behalf of the incapable in a hierarchical relationship of tutelage based explicitly on a condition of inequality to secure their welfare and protect them from exploitation until they can freely exercise the responsibilities of mature human beings. In the story of trusteeship, historians of ideas usually begin with Burke's conceptualization where the notion of trusteeship is a key justification for explicit colonialism. But as Chris and I want to demonstrate here, it was also used later to legitimize the complex shift from territorial to commercial empire. With the South African statesman Jan Smuts' concept of trusteeship, we distinguished a significant shift in the practice as it developed in South Africa as an effect of white supremacism and the reification of national identity. We've termed this distinct formulation as a segregated trusteeship. Smuts' distinctly racist conception of trusteeship was formulated in the mandate system in Article 22 of the League of Nations Covenant, which was designed by Smuts to annex German and Ottoman territory after the First World War. The evolution of trusteeship from Burke to Smuts carried significant implications for liberal political theory, as liberals tried to accommodate nationalist decolonization without losing imperial control. Recent critics of liberal imperialism have shown how the rise of liberal universalism causally intersected with the rise of European empires and includes features of supportive of imperial domination. Where post-colonial critics frequently target universalistic rationalism of liberal norms and values, Smuts' concept of trusteeships goes to show how liberal imperialists accommodated a segregated, culturally particular view of national self-determination. Insistence on cultural particularism formed the basis of segregationist ideology in South Africa, born of liberals' criticism of Eurocentric assimilationist ideals of salvation and civilization that proved impractical in later industrialized South African contexts. It is Smuts' pluralist, cultural relativist conception of trusteeship, which determined South Africa's justification for apartheid, which envisaged a commonwealth of Bantustan homelands, each practicing discrete ethnic customs guided by the oversight of the more mature, civilized white South Africa. This cultural essentialist interpretation of trusteeship, influenced by liberal segregationist enlightened criticism of direct rule and assimilation, supported a broader post-imperial impetus towards the decolonization of indebted self-governing ethnic dependencies whose relations with Western democracies were to be mandated under conditions of tutelage. The mandate system was the first institutionalized and internationalized step in this direction. So we want to try and sort of our paper proceeds or progresses in three parts. So first, I give here sort of a brief account of trusteeship ideology and how it developed in South African context as justifying segregation. And then we aim to explain Smuts' concept of trusteeship. And then we demonstrate how Smuts brought to Versailles a conception of trusteeship which could accommodate decolonization for more efficient, less cumbersome imperial consolidation. Smuts' sort of name as the empire's handyman, and this is, I think, Jean Moorfields, what she names him as empire's handyman, proved remarkably fitting. So if we start from Burke's conception of trusteeship to a segregated concept of trusteeship, and here we're not interested in kind of looking at a sort of direct sort of lineage sort of genealogy of trusteeship from Burke to Smuts, but we just look at there are certain sort of distinctions in these different conceptualizations of trusteeship. So we don't have time to develop Burke's notion of trusteeship. Briefly stated, it was predicated at the outset on a critique of rationalist idealism. An emerging culture of rights shaped the ideas of moral duties that Europeans, as they saw it, owed to foreign subjects. The interpretation of rights as claims which are explicitly dependent upon historically developed communities, not inhering in nature, but emerging by convention, paved the way for the transformation of a language of natural rights to that of social rights. For Burke, the legitimacy of rule depended on the ability of the ruler to secure civil rights for the ruled. Burke's concept of trusteeship implied rights for all subject races of empire, social rights enjoyed by Indians dependent on their subjugation, the legitimacy of which in turn depended on rulers' accountable security of those rights. So the focus is on the governors and not the governed. Rejecting natural rights as metaphysical nonsense, Burke carved out a unique conception of social rights insofar as their justification depended on, first, an established custom, second, on the contribution made to the common good, and third, on the civility of the community in which they emerge. So rights are intelligible only in relation to civil society. Justification of social rights under trusteeship is predicated not only on the duty of the trustee to provide adequate security for the enjoyment of these rights, but also on the relative civility of the relevant community. In the later stages of European imperialism, trusteeship was widely prescribed as a normative framework for dealing with non-European races. It was institutionalized at the Berlin Conference, called to regulate European colonization and trade in Africa. The idea of trusteeship was chartered at Berlin, so between 1884 and 1885, established the principle later formulated by Lord Lugard that, I quote, Europe is in Africa for the mutual benefit of her own industrial classes and of the native races in their progress to a higher plane, that the benefit can be made reciprocal and that the aim and desire of civilized administration is to fulfill its dual mandate. This is what Lord Lucas famously stated. Like Burke, this understanding of trusteeship insisted on the obligation of right to rule, but also incorporated Victorian ideas about Britain's moral duty to promote prosperity and welfare to the furthest corners of empire. Lugard saw Britain as a trustee, not only for the welfare and development of native races, but for civilization itself. On the cover of the dual mandate, printed an epigraph from Joseph Chamberlain. It was printed, "We develop new territory as trustees for civilization, for the commerce of the world." Lugard believed the object of trusteeship was economic development for the mutual benefit of empire and its colonial subjects. In this, he discharged the more radical proposal of E.D. Morel, who saw trusteeship as guaranteeing a set of positive property rights for indigenous peoples and respect for their integrity of their cultures. In the wake of the catastrophic maladministration exposed under King Leopold, the Congo reform leader E.D. Morel was influential in articulating an imperialist agenda that bound together in the concept of trusteeship the twin ideas of the Berlin Act, the native welfare and free trade. The fathers of the mandate system, Jan Smuts and Woodrow Wilson, would soon seize on his ideas. Smuts would argue that international control of the Congo had failed due to the lack of a directly accountable enforcing authority, hence the need for a mandated sanctioning authority to look after foreign territories of fallen empires after the war. Prior to Versailles, South Africa's restructuring and unification was a relatively successful model of trusteeship, undergoing transition to self-governance in less than 10 years. South Africa adapted the ideology of trusteeship to devise a system of segregated African ethnic national homelands to be used as reservoirs of labor under the trusteeship of the more advanced white civilization. Smuts saw the white dominions as a role model for less developed dark nations, which may inspire their advance along their own respective cultural paths under the guardianship of the British Empire. It was through his experience after the war as a defeated war general, invited to help build the South African Union in 1905, that he gained his understanding of the role of trusteeship could play for the evolution of the Commonwealth. He envisaged a cosmopolitan federation of separate nations, each developing their own unique culture as they are gradually guided towards self-determination by a more advanced, powerful and enlightened civilization. Trusteeship ideology was adapted in South Africa to justify the assignment of separate national identities to ethnic groups who were thought to hold essentially discrete customs. Trusteeship justified outsourcing of the economic, political, and social costs of the reproduction of low-skilled labor to pseudo-independent homelands. The peripheral adaptation of the concept subverted the burden of responsibility, which in Burke's account, rulers owed to their subjects. The chief merit of trusteeship ideology over ideologies of natural law, for instance, for imperial legitimation, is that trusteeship sees the need to secure existing customary practices and rights and to adapt them to imperial interests. Natural law, in most of its early modern formulations, by contrast, seeks to impose a rational set of preconceived principles which fail to reckon with precedents or to draw on hard-won experience of past compromises in relations of power. As it grew influential in South Africa as a legitimating ideology for segregated race relations, so the historicist conception of social rights in Burke's idea of trusteeship was essentialized by these sort of well-meaning cultural pluralists deployed to justify segregation and to relinquish liability for African subordination. Anxious to preserve their cultural identity in Africa, threatened by encroaching barbarians, white South Africans cured trusteeship ideology with a peculiarly white supremacist understanding of cultural relativism. Customary distinctions were fixed with metaphysical racial identity in South African politics. Someone like Andrew Fitzmaurice has argued that jurists in the late 19th century international law, who is skeptical of empire, still claimed right to be universal, even if civilization is relative. They asserted the universal moral force of rights, while at the same time setting clear boundaries over who qualified for such rights. This philosophical distinction subtly encompasses in Smuts' segregated conception of trusteeship. Smuts reconciled cultural relativist pluralism with covering law universalism. It promised ultimate self-determination for all without subordination of distinct nationalities under the guidance of a benevolent world power and her able dominions. This devolved conception of trusteeship accorded with Smuts' vision for a segregated South Africa. That's a trip.
See.
Oopsie. Yeah.
Robert?
Oh, it's a
Necessary to be there. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thanks. So.
Okay. So, actually, I'm gonna hold it anyway, because it's a bit low. Carving a key figure in international relations between the two world wars, in a call for effective common authority, Smuts advocated trusteeship over annexed territories. So he was inspired by British idealists' understanding of trusteeship, rather than Burke's conception. Right, so it's a distinct conception of trusteeship, basically, went to here, which is the idealist's conception was one of an expansion of sustainable moral community. His ideas for a global commonwealth were intention not to negate local custom, right? Under the subsuming categories of abstract universal constitutional law. On the contrary, to reconcile discrete customs with a coherent, mutually enabling community. This liberal account of segregation, which he called parallelism, was expected to enhance the respective strengths of discrete cultural identities by encouraging self-determined national individuation, which became the Bantustan system. So the view appealed to white South Africans who were tired of offensive imperialist jingoism after the Second World War. And they despaired at naive Victorian ideas of cultural assimilation, everyone becoming British or English even, urging instead for practical common sense solutions to obvious cultural differences between different people in Southern Africa. So as Smuts stated, everyone in South Africa is agreed that European and African should live apart. Everyone, he says. And we should preserve our respective cultures. Smuts articulated a pluralist interpretation of liberalism. It was developed in contradistinction to the assimilationist integration, which was imposed by the interfering Cape liberals. Everyone hates the liberals now. Smuts was trying to find a different kind of acceptable version of liberalism. In fact, I think Saul de Boek was it Rand liberalism that emerged, industrialization. The Cape liberal assimilationist liberalism was imposed by missionaries and administrators who failed to respect customary distinctions. For instance, by teaching Boers in English and discriminating against Xhosa initiation and marriage rights, for example, just got everyone's back up. So interestingly, the National Party later forgot this lesson when it tried to force Black peoples to learn Afrikaans in the mid-1970s, sparking off the Soweto riots. Smuts argued against the devastating effect of Cape Colonial's imposition of European identity on native Africans, which was he called it the amalgamationist policies of the former colonial governors, Harry Smith, and Grey, which was practiced at the height of the Cape liberal humanitarian civilization in the mid-19th century. He recommended a policy which would not force African institutions into an alien European mold. So he's a sort of proto-decolonization guy. But which would preserve her unity with her own past, conserve what is precious in her past, and build what future progress in civilization on specifically African foundations. Very, very tolerant paternalism. This would, moreover, claim be in good keeping with the traditions of the British Empire as opposed to the French Empire, a mode of indirect rule, as Mandani later analyzes in considerable detail. So for Smuts, the development of peoples not yet able to stand by themselves, this is him speaking, or at least his quote, can only mean the progress and civilization of these backward peoples in accordance with their own institutions, customs, and ideas, insofar as these not incompatible with the ideals of civilization as a general evolutionary trajectory. So Smuts did not reject the idea of a universal baseline of civilization, especially in a technological way, and he did not reject the universal principle of natural equality between the races, natural equality, but not political equality. Justice is colorblind, he noted, and it recognizes no political differences on grounds of color or race. Justice is colorblind, but we need to acknowledge different customary practices. So, however, he was keen to emphasize the need to differentiate rights of natural equality from politically constituted rights, which depended on relative degrees of national self-determination. As you progress, you get more rights, like Maslow's hierarchy. The former Cape colonial practice of recognizing equal political rights between the different races, he believed, was misguided. And it arose at a time when the doctrine of native parallelism had not yet emerged, when native institutions were prescribed as barbarous, and the only place for civilized natives was in the white man's system and the white man institutions. So that's how we get to Boput at Swana. Smuts supported the Hilton Young Commission in recommending separate native institutions for local government purposes. The Commission's recommendation stopped short, however, of proposing parliamentary institutions' political rights. Smuts sought to overcome this dearth of native administration, and he summed up the core of his segregationist model of trusteeship, unlike Burke's direct rule. The new policy, he says, the new policy of segregation of political rights would seem to point to separate representation for the colors in the same parliament, so that whites and native voters would vote in separate constitutions for separate representatives. There would be equal political rights, and the roads ideal in that sense would not be affected, but they'd be exercised separately or communally. That's apartheid. Like earlier formulations of trusteeship, the proposals of Smuts advanced the ideas of duties to assist people beyond one's own moral community. So it's about helping the natives to develop in their own way. That was the basic idea. To recognize the capacity of the natives to formulate their own idea of the common good. However, he thought, traditional African communities were not sufficiently robust to sustain a fully functioning system of equal rights on the European model, and nor could they be. For Smuts, Africans' path of self-determination required the development of their own political systems and institutions under the guidance of a more advanced power. So under the guidance of a more advanced power, that's the trusteeship. Africans' universal rights of natural equality then were subverted and traded for the political rights that they could achieve under a segregated system of trusteeship. Or at least this was Smuts' ideological riposte against the failures of assimilationist Cape liberalism in favor of the separate development of the social rights and customs of discrete nationalities under trusteeship. But it's this discrete nationalities which he recognizes as social, with his idea of social rights, which is also essentialized, and that's the problem, essentially discrete, never to come together. So essentialism about customary identity, social rights, and cultural and political practices help to defer the obligations of trusteeship on a ruler, the obligations on the ruler, which Burke's conception of trusteeship had insisted on. And there's the difference between Burke and Smuts's conception. But it was Smuts's conception that was played up at Versailles. So what we have argued so far is that the concept of trusteeship took on a distinct conception of political significance in South Africa's settler colonial context as it came to justify segregation. This shift in the concept deferred the responsibilities of rule, which Burke had attributed to trusteeship, to nationalist tribal mediators, puppet rulers. As trusteeship evolved to justify indirect rule, so conversely, the duties it was set to espouse, the duties on the ruler, were likewise devolved, introducing a promise of self-determination, which suited overstretched imperial authority. Britain was getting a little too big. The empire was getting a bit big. We contend it was not Burke's conception, but Smuts's ideology of segregated trusteeship which shaped the ideas of ethnic principalities in the formation of the early South African state, and which also informed the mandate system, which Smuts encoded in Article 22 of the League of Nations Covenant. Smuts's seemingly enlightened and progressive cultural pluralist conception of trusteeship recognizes the dependence of political order on civil customs, not natural rights, but political rights, and the security of social rights. But custom is differentiated according to distinct nationalities engaged in plural self-determination. So it was thought that people with essentially different customs, and that's where the circle doesn't square, or they ought to develop separate political institutions to suit their respective needs. Liberal ideas of self-determination and practices of indirect rule evolved with the idea of trusteeship into a program for the re-tribalization of separate ethnic homelands to be ruled by board collaborators. And this changed the function of trusteeship from a justification for formal empire to a justification for informal empire. And that enabled a geopolitical turn from territorial empire to commercial and financial hegemony. Suited America just fine. Smuts's segregated conception of trusteeship enabled a compromise at Versailles on the sovereign status of annexed colonies. British policies of open door trade and indirect rule over satellite economies were aligned
by the sanctioning authority of trusteeship with the US objective of independence for mandated territories. That's how he brought together the British Empire and the American post-imperial empire. Smuts's segregationist adaptation of trusteeship, as opposed to Burke's argument for direct imperial dominion, thus determined the system for the administration of annexed German and Ottoman territories after the war. So the principle of trusteeship was used by Smuts to argue that international control of mandated trusteeship had failed without, could have succeeded with, enforcing authority. Hence, the international administration advocated by Wilson would have to be carried out by experienced mandated colonial powers such as France and Britain and her advanced dominions. Seeking administration of Southwest Africa to justify support for an imperial war to a critical domestic audience in South Africa, who were very skeptical of that war, Smuts sold his segregated conception of trusteeship at Versailles as a mediation between ill-advised conquest and ill-prepared colonial independence. He noted that the diversity of conditions in various territories meant the relative autonomy of each would have to be considered individually. So Southwest Africa would get a different status to, so for instance, colonies in the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East, which would be made independent more quickly, more rapidly. The ideas Smuts put together in haste for the proposal for a draft covenant proved highly influential, to the extent that his plan for mandates was immediately borrowed by Wilson. So along with the traditional liberal policies of open door trade, open seas, diplomacy, Wilson insisted on peace without victory. Peace without victory, or victory really, but a nice one. And on the right for different people to choose their own government. Ultimate self-determination of dependent trusts was not assumed in Berlin, only accepted at Versailles with US insistence. Smuts thought imminent independence would suit the advanced East European Balkan territories, but not the backward nations, such as Southwest Africa. That's going to take a lot longer. South Africa would take care of that. Britain was cautious about the implications for her colonies. Hence the eventual compromise of a system of trusteeship created by A, B, and C mandates. And Wilson's plan for the apportionment of former German territory, suggested in haste by Smuts and developed by Beer, to substitute mandates for annexation to avoid the impression that the war was fought for the purpose of imperial territorial aggrandizement, was cautiously ratified by Britain. Smuts drove home the argument that joint administration would be too chaotic and cumbersome, recommending the delegation of authority to trustees. Well, for Americans, since imperialism was no more, the League was to be the heir of empires, the League of Nations, the heir of empires. Well, for British sympathizers, it was not a substitute, but another empire, with the same broad purposes and principles as the British Empire, the tolerant empire. To the French and to foreign subjects, these mandates did not seem different from colonies, except that their administrations were now expected to fund themselves and contain rebellion without the support of the imperial armies. And that's that. Thank you.
Very much. Make questions after each paper. But before we have the questions, I sort of suggested that each of us introduce ourselves very briefly. Some of us know each other, many people. So my name is David Roger. I was joint appointment with Harvard University and the University of Johannesburg. And this is the fourth conference I've organized here. The other three have been on aspects of imperialism. And this conference I organized with the director. And in fact, it was his idea, so I don't want to tell him I read into this. But if it all goes wrong, I'm going to take it.
Thank you. Well, I'm Christopher Waterbrooke. I'm the director of the Centre, Research Centre at Fort Hare for leadership ethics. So we mostly work on African political theory, African philosophy, and political theory.
I'm Will Sweet. I'm from St. Francis Xavier University, Nova Scotia, Canada. For about the last, I'll say roughly 20 years, I've been picking away at some work on South African philosophy and politics.
This myself, I'm very. Here, Charles.
Part of medicine, politics and economic relations. I also specialize on the economic relations side, but we have some interest in domestic politics. Elaborating my.
David Katz, I'm a research fellow at Stanford University, and I'm involved with lecturing at our 3 colleges, military colleges, on basically full-time basis, and also taught at the South African Military Academy.
Hi, I'm Killa Boyce. I'm Denmark, in South Africa for some years now. I'm in Abu Dhabi at New York University. There I'm the senior lecturer in the writing program. I work mainly on sort of justifications of colonialism. Lately, I'm kind of taking more of an interest in looking at problem of genocide.
First of all, thank you very much for the generous welcomes. Very happy to be here. Smuts is, I realize, one another across the line there. I've been writing about Smuts on and off since I think my doctoral thesis. Trying to get away from it, but he's coming back. And it's great to be here with so many people with such very, very strong entities. I also wonder whether this is perhaps the first, certainly the first symposium that I'm aware of that's ever been held around Smuts, either here or if anybody, I'm sure I'm wrong, but if anyone can tell me why I'm wrong, you can introduce something.
My name is Christiaan. I was professor of history at Northwest University, Potchefstroom. Now retired, but still extraordinary professor there. And I was editor of a book on Smuts that was published by Protea book in 2017, the Afrikaans version, 2019, the English one.
I'm Christiaan Lombard. I have academic background in communication. We're at this university and it's your university. I'm in theology, you're at this university and at the university program where I now teach on theology. I complete amateur interest in Jan Smuts. If it were to my good friend given I would know very little about it, but he wanted me to reading. So that's why I'm here.
Dr. Southall has been, and I was an emeritus faculty to this, and so I'm just in the process of completing a manuscript on Smuts.
Hello everyone, I've met a few of you and I know most of your work, even if I haven't met you in person. At Remington, I have a research associate position at the University of York in the UK and also at Wits. And my work is largely on literary and intellectual history. I'm coming at Smuts via various networks. Most recently, I've done some work on Schreiner and her interactions with Smuts, and I work on a whole range, mostly of Black South African figures in the 19th and 20th centuries.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Makosi. I am a creative writer, published books of poetry, short stories, and I have been working towards a biography of Noni Jabal, which is how I came into Smuts. Published a few biographical fragments, and so my interest in the connection between Noni Jabal, the Jabal family, and Smuts came through well, I found out about it when I had found Norwegian Baumann's columns that she did for the date inspection. So that started my interest in looking at the connections, her as an individual and the rest of the family.
My name is Ivan Schiffer. I'm luckily retired from the University of South Africa, where I was lecturing in Old Testament. And as far as Jan Smuts is concerned, I think I was still at school when I read my first book about him. And there are so many references in my head which I can't link to where I got it. But I'm not from a Smuts party background. I'm from an Afrikaner nationalist party background. That's how I've been raised. But Smith, to a great extent, changed my mind. And yeah, and the more I learn about him, the more there is to be. Thank you.
We have people behind as well.
My name is Smuts. I'm a senior research analyzing the cultural and social mobility, migration, and aggregation. I'm just a fly, honestly.
I'm Joseph Makanga, I'm also researcher here at JS. I was only interested, what captured me was Smuts, like I was checking the history of South African peace building in DRC. And around 1961, I think when the Apartheid Republic tried to intervene in DRC, they captured one idea of Smuts, whereby they needed tall Afrikaner men to go and fight out to promote the smaller ones. So up to date, I saw that the military in DRC, like recruitment, still is based on that idea that they have to be tall military men. So that is what I'm interested in much, because I'm more a scholar in conflict and migration. Thank you very much.
You also have people joining us online. Of course, you can see their names here. Anton Joubert is the compiler of the book that was mentioned earlier of photographs of Smuts. It is launched at Smuts' house in Irene just on Saturday, and you recommend the quality of the pictures. He showed us the before and after. It's quite significant transformations. We also have Monica, who's on the committee of the Friends of Smuts House. So welcome to those and welcome to everyone else. Hopefully, if you want to ask a question, I'll be able to see a hand up. The little hand on press button. So if you want to join in the conversation with a question, please do so, and hopefully we will see the hand. But that's taking 5 minutes out of time. I'll take it up 5 times. We'll full that question time for Camilla and Chris. So any questions? Yes.
Well, I thank you very much for a great start to the symposium, and a provocative one too. I find this very much sympathy with what both of you are saying. With maybe one proviso, and there has to be one, and that is that I'm not sure that I can see the direct lineage, I can see a familiar resemblance between Smuts' ideas of trusteeship and apartheid, and we probably will talk about that more, but you would have to imagine the conversation, say, between Volkerkunde and cultural anthropologists, say, at Wits, who would violently object, even though they clearly are saying some of the things. But it's a question really of projecting forward. I think Smuts actually had a very limited, deliberately limited sense of African people, African politics, whereas I think Bhutto very, very clearly that. So that's the question. But the other point that I wanted to ask, it's very interesting in your paper that you seem to be pushing 2 lines. On the one hand, there's an intellectual history and an intellectual lineage, which is very compelling. On the other hand, and it came out more with Chris's part of the presentation, there's a very instrumental and transactional view of mandate. mandates, and I've been working on this myself recently. And it seems to me that, you know, if you look at Smuts's proposal for the League of Nations, mandates is barely there. He's accumulated by 1919 an enormous amount of international credit. He's done a lot of dirty work for Lloyd George and the British government. He's done a lot of work at Versailles, Wilson, and I think he thinks that Namibia is he's conquered Namibia on wanted. It's part of his expansionism. I think he's got this other, and we'll hear about it in another session. He's got this definitely deep expansionist white dominion through Africa. And then he's the lawyer, and they can't figure out how to distinguish between A, B, and C mandate. That's his solution, that's his loyalty solution. So I'm a little bit stuck, and I'd like to ask you whether you put the emphasis on this intellectual conception from Burke through to Wood, or whether you think the mandate thing is Smuts as the loyally Sunyani, figuring out a way to square problems and thinking we'll have Namibia and hopefully nobody will say something to us.
The question about kind of motivation for the legalist instrumentalization of, you know, as opposed to the conceptual, intellectual aspect.
Is he operating actually, is the mandate question, is it actually transactional and let's say the word I can't get the word, but you know, is he opportunist? Or is it part of a much deeper intellectual conception? Now, of course, it's not to be both, but I'm asking you where you put the emphasis.
And I've read over on the Christian, just and also it's not the mandate system, a last minute desperate thought on his part instead of annexation. He thought he went into expecting annexation. He came across Wilson, who was against it, and they came up with this plan. It was a last minute thing. I don't know if you consider it.
I mean, he was very, very clever. Australians who were much under New Zealanders, both white supremacists, both very committed to just taking the German territories and articulating this in highly acquisitive ways. And he managed to position himself between a Wilsonian view of internationalism and whatever, and this acquisitive dominion thing, and said, hey, hold on, here's another way of seeing it. And by the way, if we think of it A, B, and C, then I can snatch Namibia out of C. I mean, I don't know that this is the answer, but I think with Smuts, again, you've got two things going on.
Yeah.
Your purpose?
Yeah, okay, I think you're probably right. It was on the hook. It was quick, and he was probably thinking on his feet. Negotiations, I guess, legalistic approach. He's a lawyer, but he wasn't thinking from scratch. He had a background understanding of how rule had evolved in South Africa and what had worked in the past and what had not worked. And I think there was quite an explicit critique of the early assimilationist approach. And it was working, that Transkei Protectorate was working with devolving rule. You see a lot of his cultural anthropology, even after that period, of this appreciation for different customs and the history of different tribes. I don't think you get to vote from Smuts. Definitely a difference between his idea of trusteeship and apartheid, and I think that's precisely it's the full agenda. So you've got the cultural anthropologists at Wits, who are really very much in sync with, but there was this essential, what went wrong with it. I think that's how we try and emphasize what went wrong, which is pointing to the cultural essentialism that came out of full agenda, which doesn't really square. But if you've got an evolutionary idea of cultural practices, it doesn't square with the idea of culturally essentially distinct customs. Custom is something that mixes. And that's where the denial was, but that's the convenience, isn't it? because you want to just protect white wool at the end of the day, and you're inquisitive and you want Southwest Africa. But I think the justification, the background, philosophical assumptions helped them to justify and sell that thing. Also in America, where they had similar ideas about this kind of paternalism and helping the natives, and segregation was also a live thing in America. So it's not like he just made it, that was just made. And so he and Wilson made good bedfellows because of that kind of background of settler colonialism that don't both experience. Yeah.
Just like further question in a sense, following on Saul's question. It's a bit of a historical detail, especially around classification, because when you read Smuts, and I get a sense of at least the evolution of these views and about how one justifies trusteeship. If you read that speech that he gave in London in 1970, the justifications are completely different. I mean, it's we would call it racism, or at least they are racialist, which is different from the justifications for trusteeship that he makes, for instance, in the 1940s, which we are not probably racist. It's like we talk about in itself the common humanity, but maybe the issues are cultural. That people are not there yet, which is a completely different justification from saying that people are half human or subhuman, which you find in the speech of 1917 and 1929. The Oxford lectures. I really do think that this in your paper, you do need to make those distinctions, because I got a sense that you make arguments about Smuts' view on the basis, firstly, of his critique, which you find, of his critique, of the Cape Liberal tradition, which you find quite a lot in Elias Smuts. But I think the Smuts was prime minister from 1939 to 1948. Could say he reaches the same conclusion, but the justifications are completely different. I think it is just one minor historical detail that we may have to attend to in your paper, because if you make sense a generalization about Smuts across, then you get into trouble and about justification.
I think that that's a great point. I think what we want to try and do is coming into this question of trusteeship, you see this kind of idea, like, oh, trusteeship aside, and then usually people go to book. And then, being here, and this is also how I came to some of these ideas where, how these ideas of justification, legitimation for empire, how they take on a different kind of life and develop in particular ways, get reconstituted, repurposes in the colonial periphery. And so the content of some of those ideas, they change. And this is really what we were interested in, kind of pointing to these sort of distinctions, also without making this sort of, like I was trying to say, living sort of genealogy from Burke to Smuts. And I do think what's fascinating, and I think we take this as a great point, not turn Smuts into, that he had, into what we actually criticize how people have used trusteeship, right, and invoke trusteeship as if the concept doesn't change, because I do think Smuts is a bit of a, there is definitely a different iteration, I think, of trusteeship. Like in the later, I just pulled out his speech that he gave in 1946, in April 1946, I think, in relation to the election, where he says that the idea of practice guardianship also means that as those portions of the populations who are under our guardianship develop, one must to a certain extent grant them some political rights. So he does have this kind of, lays on this sort of readiness to there's some limited sort of improvement upon sort of native parliamentary representations. So I do think there are certain shifts, right? I think maybe also with Smuts, and that's worth exploring. We kind of stopped at, specifically at Versailles, And you can see, I mean, we need to do some more work on it, but looking at his early engagement with, I think he only came, I think in 1929, I think he says Rhodes introduced him to the concept of trusteeship, right? So, but of course, just because the term is not used specifically, doesn't mean that the idea is obviously there, and he is operating in this kind of what David you call the world of ideas, right? That he's also he's making sense of and navigating and utilizing and operating. But I think, well, I mean, it's a great point, and it's something, let's see where,
I think he's still based in cultural terms.
Yeah.
Right? There's some biological eugenicist thing. And it doesn't make it any less racist. It's very less racist for it. Because of the values he attributes to those different cultures and their relative degrees of what we call civilization progress. And in fact, I think the latter form is more insidious.
In fact, he was, go back to Miller's point, the world of ideas he was invoking in relation, especially 17th speech, was a familiar justification of imperialism and colonialism, which was to describe, firstly, the American Indians as childbound. Children don't have full rights. That's a justification for taking care of them, nurturing them, bringing them to higher levels of civilization, then rule, but with no time specification. So, endless, in other words, infinite deferral. Yes. Another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I read in Mandela's autobiography that he was a student at there, and then Smuts came there to deliver a speech, and he was very keen to listen to this world leader, and then he's disappointed later on to find out that Smuts actually in fact was also a racist.
Yeah.
So what you have said is actually very gracious towards me. I think in one's judgment today, if you white and you come from this white background, you will make a certain sympathetic evaluation of Smuts' prestige, in order to his view was to care for the black people. But he definitely, and I have a book of speeches where he said that black people are not advanced, developed as whites. They will in future, but we must guide in there. So it's very paternalistic. And then another thing is in the 1948 elections, which there was a growing nationalism against him because also memories of the Boer War and the tendency towards the public, that he had a right-hand man who's called Jan Hofmeyr. And Jan Hofmeyr directly said in 48 that blacks should be represented in parliament. And Smuts, in fear of losing the election, had to go after him and killing the fires, and so that's also a problem. The question, I think it's Samapoda today has the same problem of losing the elections if you do certain things. So they must always have the eye on the elections. And what Smuts maybe thought in his head privately, one won't know. But I think in the end, he phoned Dr. Malan, who he knew very well, even to Sunday school team. After the election, he said, "You've won, congratulations, but I tell you today, apartheid won't work." So he knew apartheid won't work. They couldn't afford to say what's the alternative. They can only be one alternative. You see. All right, I just wanted to say that in sympathy, but also it's very gracious. If you black, you judge it in a certain way. You know, it's the same thing what Helen Ziller said about colonialism, you know, which was very, yeah, let me stop here.
Another response. And also,
It's also,
yeah,
I see.
before, comments up here.
Let's see. Thanks.
Scroll them up. We have a comment there about Hitler and Southwest Africa. We've got some more. And we. Okay, Roger.
I think Camilla started to answer my question, but looking at Saul trying to trace the direct lineage from what you're talking about, which is fascinating, through to the apartheid section of homelands. And I was wondering how you would fit the 1942 speech, segregation is still on equal times, into your conception. I think you began to answer it with your comments upon the NRC, but I don't hear anything of a seeming something of a disruption, which is coming about with the growth of the urban African population.
So my answer would be short, I think Chris might have an ongoing issue. Work more on sort of the latest of the South African connection. I haven't gotten to that point yet in the 1940s, I must admit. I mean, a lot of the work I've done about Smuts and trusteeship is in the earlier period. And it's only actually recently this week I started reading some of his later speeches, running up to sort of also with the inception of the UN, Palestine, all of that. So that's my answer, but it's fascinating to kind of think about whether there are further, let's call them disruptions, which is also something that are going to be these distinctions that we all identify from looking at trusteeship sort of formulation and conceptualization with this sort of Cape liberalism, assimilationist type of ideas, part of the sort of civilizing humanitarian sort of mission in the mid 1800s, late 1800s, and then moving into thinking about Smuts. So for me, it's the 1940s is still elusive to me. So that's but it's important, and it's definitely something to begin to kind of identify more sort of disruptions. And you can even take it up today to the sort of neo-trusteeship, conversations that are going on today, the UN. So, but I haven't, it's certainly not, at least my intentions in the work to go that far, but it's a good, yeah, thank you for pointing us in that direction. That would be my sort of stuff.
I missed a little bit of questions, but basically trying to distinguish the scientific trusteeship from the apartheid system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it evolved. And I think it evolved with, for instance, the Transkei and Department of Native Affairs, the Native Affairs Department, I think he was in charge of that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Look, you had then Botswana and Lesotho and the British. It was different from what we ended up with in South Africa in the second half of the 20th century. And maybe you could say it was more benign, there was more independence. But look, I think it evolved in response. First of all, there was decolonization in the empire, and then South Africa wanted to hold onto control more directly. So no, they would change, but I think Smuts.
So I think the capabilities, you can't sort of overdo the lack of ethnic particulars for Zulu land, but Chuana land, Zulu land. It goes on and on in these
territories after the people who have it, they coexist with territories.
There was the Cape, right? And the Cape, they tried to swallow it. So that was quite different from when they started to say, okay, we're not going to swallow everyone. We're starting to allow separate territories, also because you just can't penetrate. I think that was, they only got so far, they got to the Clyde, and that's where the army petered out. So then they still wanted control over the other areas, but they couldn't occupy, there weren't enough white people basically to take over these areas, and so they had to adapt and evolve. But I think the hegemony was, they still wanted to maintain hegemony. And this segregated conception of trusteeship helps to maintain the hegemony and also devolve the responsibility.
And as well as one of this sort of shift in the legitimating rationale for empire colonialism, which is more sort of interested in.
Yeah, exactly. And how this ends up as the kind of empire that we have today. There's this idea actually that informed this piece, which was a Nietzsche's idea of the death of God, which Foucault takes up with the head of the sovereign, the king's head being chopped off. And we're still being controlled like in a panopticon, controlling ourselves as what, like bunch of stone dependencies, there's a very similar logic of governmentality in international relations that you see, which Foucault talks about at a very domestic, individuated level. So there were certain themes that we're trying to bring out about how this affects later post-imperial Germany. So accommodating nationalist decolonization, different types of liberalism, not the liberal, because everyone criticizes liberal universalism. They're not recognizing that that other kind of liberalism that accommodates pluralist liberalism. That there's a loss of accountability with that, what seems like a more progressive, enlightened, accommodative shift is also actually more insidious and more controlling because people don't see the head of the king, and they can't attack the ruler because there is no ruler, there is no direct sovereign, there is no directly accountable ruler, and so the emphasis there is that decolonization is not necessarily a loss of imperial hegemony, and in fact, in a way, we still have this image of a sovereign in our minds as the image of what power is, whereas power is much more relational and dispersed, and it's all very easy to try and find attack the 1% or whoever the hell is controlling our lives, right? But actually, we're the ones who are very much complicit in our own domination.
Just on the 1942 speech, and I do think it is a very important speech, and it is disruptive, but there is segregation stored upon evil days. What is left out in that quote is what, three words. He says, "I am afraid." And I'm never sure when he says, when he's afraid, is this just a verbal tick, something given, or is he saying, I'm afraid I have to tell you this, or I'm afraid because the other side of it is one of the reasons why 1942 gives the speech, it's the urban areas of Fagan and so forth. But it's also, as that comment that came up, it's about Singapore, it's about needing to, it's also the reason why he goes to court there. He needs to make sure that Africans, particularly Africans in the ANC, are going to support the war effort. So it's again, but that I'm afraid, it's always stuck with me. It's always left out in the quotes, but it's there.
Thank you very much for all the questions and for these papers. Letting you start. Afraid I will disappoint you with the follow-up. Well, this paper could easily have been called a day in the life of Smuts, or micro history, as it were. This day in the life is always quoted, always reiterated as an example of how persuasive he was and how popular he was in Britain. It is, however, a mythical story. It's repeated, but it's wrong. And it's been repeated by some people in this room. I won't embarrass you, but you'll recognize quotes on some of the things that you wrote. So basically, the key is that they use this as an example of his powers of persuasion, how much Lloyd George trusted him. However, the question is never asked, what was the problem to which Smuts was seen as the answer by sending him down to Tonopandi in Wales? It's interesting, the speeches that he gives in Wales and also in Scotland, where he identifies South Africa with these small nations. By a small nation, he meant the white people in South Africa. And he similarly, which wasn't the case in speeches in England, in the speeches in England he gave, he tended to emphasize his role in the Boer War and how everything was now reconciled. In speeches in Scotland and in Wales, he emphasized how he had been oppressed by the English, just as the Welsh and the Scottish. So he knew how to work the audience, no doubt about that. He was a great orator, and he knew how to persuade people. So in essence, the mythical story begins by pointing out Smuts's remarkable negotiating skills. In 1917, trouble was brewing in the South Wales coalfields, fomented by organized anti-war miners. This is the accounts that you get published. So there were troublemongers there and pacifist agitators. Smuts's son wrote that. The striking miners were in no mood for compromise and threatened to jeopardize the war effort. The strike would diminish even further the 1 week coal reserve of the Navy, endangering its capacity to keep the fleet at sea, preventing reinforcements from being shipped to France and putting food supplies at risk. David Lloyd George, Prime Minister, immediately dispatched Smuts to the valleys of South Wales to placate the miners. Smuts to the rescue as, and I quote, the only sure mediator. Before setting off from Cardiff to Tonopandi, where he was to address the striking miners, he received the keys to the city and an honorary degree from Cardiff University. The motorcade wound its way up the Rhondda Valley through the hostile, I quote, striking mob. H.C. Armstrong indulges in a good deal of imaginative detail when he describes the miners as a seething, angry mob wearing grey cloth caps, expecting a black South African, and instead finding themselves faced with a diminutive, white-faced general. Remembering that Lloyd George had told him the Welsh were a nation of singers, Smuts pleaded with his audience to demonstrate their vocal prowess. At first, rather surprised by the request, there was silence, then a lone voice, and I quote, a ruddy-faced miner in the crowd basically sang the Welsh national anthem. Then, with deep fervor, the rest of the throng joined in. Smuts had reduced them to an emotional, quivering wreck. Smuts had performed a miracle, and the striking miners were back at work the next day. Crawford and Smuts's son embellished this by suggesting that when Smuts attended the cabinet meeting the following day, his colleagues were amazed and asked him how he had done it, to which Smuts replied that it was news to him that the miners were back at work. And after pausing, added, the land of my fathers saved us. The land of my fathers is the Welsh national anthem. That's the story. It's reiterated in almost every account of Smuts. Some of the facts are true, most of them are not. The account sheds no light whatsoever on what Smuts was in South Wales to do, what the nature of the dispute was to which his intervention was thought to be the answer. Indeed, wasn't it a risk to send him to Tonopandi at all, the site only 7 years earlier of a red revolution, of rioting miners who sacked and looted the town? How can I get the slides up on the... We have some technical help here. Did give a slide presentation earlier, so it should appear somehow. The slide is in fact a photograph of Tonopandi, the central street there, filled with policemen and with the army, which Winston Churchill sent in. So there was a great deal of hostility towards Churchill, who was known to be a friend of Smuts, for example, and Smuts was known to be a strikebreaker. So why would you send him to Tonopandi? Thank you very much for that.
Oh, there.
I didn't design that, it's part of the program, you see. Right, here is the photograph that I was mentioning. There are the police. It was a particularly bloody battle. The miners were striking because of their working conditions. Basically, it was an impoverished area. So you can see, this is one of the reasons I'm giving this slide, how run down that area was. And this is where Smuts drove through. This is where he gave his talk. What it doesn't show is that the Baptist church where he gave his second speech held 2,000 people, and the main place where he gave his speech held 3,000 people. So 5,000 people in that area went to see this speech. So basically, the miners, the striking miners there, they were subdued by the police and the military at the behest of Winston Churchill, who had sent nearly 1,000 Metropolitan Police and several regiments of infantry in the winter of 1910 to Pontypridd, where Tom Jones comes from, Tonopandi and Aberdare. Smuts was already well known in Great Britain because of the way he had treated striking South African and Chinese gold miners in 1906 and 7, and gained an elevated national notoriety when his solution to the gold mine strikes and labor disputes of 1913 was to call out the army and deport to Great Britain 9 of the labor leaders who were British citizens. That's how they were able to be deported back to Britain. Even the more established press, which at first was uncritical but especially the more radical newspapers, such as the Pioneer in Merthyr, stronghold of Independent Labour Party, were extremely hostile to Smuts's methods, including the declaration of martial law. This is the London Illustrated News when news first broke of him deporting the striking leaders. And it's a very favourable report. You can't see it there, but it was before the full facts were known and before concern was expressed about his disregard for the rule of law, the essentially use of martial law illegal, and then trying to retrospectively indemnify the Parliament for the act. This is more how it became depicted. So he was already well known in Britain, notorious because of the act of deporting these 9 people. Even the friends of Smuts in England, including Margaret C. Gillett, Emily Hobhouse, and Professor J.H. Wolstenholme, his former tutor of law at Cambridge, questioned his political judgment, pointing out to him the bad press he had provoked in England. Gillett told Smuts that his actions made her feel that his political foundations were a little unstable, while Hobhouse reminded Smuts that he had considerably upset the Labour world. Wolstenholme predicted that the deportees would be received in Britain as heroes and martyrs, and that Smuts's use of force and the suspension of law may well provoke retaliation from the militants in South Africa. Wolstenholme was right about the British reception of the deportees and the reaction of the press. The Tory press initially accepted the accounts that came out of South Africa, but when the deportees arrived in London, the press began to reflect public sentiment. That was basically the public sentiment that was being reflected. The Manchester Daily Citizen, for example, reported the results of the Labour victory in the Transvaal provisional general election. It advised Smuts that if he wanted to hold back the Labour movement and take a further step down the road to tyranny, that he would have to disenfranchise as well as deport all of the workers. It was now up to the British government to censure Smuts and Botha and stop washing its hands of responsibility for the personal liberty of British citizens. So there was concern that 9 British citizens were being treated in this way by Smuts. The Clarion newspaper, founded by the British socialist Robert Blatchford in 1891, protested that Smuts and Botha had committed a crime that struck at the very heart of British liberties. When the 9 deportees arrived in Britain, they were feted as heroes of the working class and invited all over the country to address various affiliates of Labour at fundraising rallies in their support. On the 27th of February 1914, for example, they were welcomed with rapturous applause at the trade union gathering at the London Opera House, where both Ramsay MacDonald, leader of the Labour Party, and Keir Hardie, who had led the party in 1906 to 1908, condemned Smuts and Botha for their reaction to the legitimate grievances aired by Labour and for the inhumane treatment of the blacks in the gold mines. One of the deportees, Mr. T.J. Bain, vehemently denied the charge made in the Union Parliament by Smuts that he was part of a syndicalist conspiracy and a dynamitist. In addition, on Sunday, the 1st of March, a huge rally was organized in Hyde Park with 9 platforms, one for each of the deportees. This rally was bigger than the anti-Iraq war rally against Blair. was over 1 million people. And the people at the end didn't get to Hyde Park until the speeches had finished. In Wales, Smuts's actions provoked varying degrees of dismay and disbelief. 5 of the deportees spoke at special gatherings held in their honour in the heartlands of South Wales coalfield, in the industrial belt. One of the themes that recurred throughout the meetings was how Smuts and Botha profited from the Anglo-Boer War and how it was precipitated by international capitalism. At Aberdare, not far from Tonopandi, on March the 18th, a mass meeting was held at the Market Hall. Dr. H.J. Poutsma, is that how you pronounce his name? Poutsma? P-O-U-T-S-M-A, General Secretary of the Railway and Harbour Servants Association of South Africa, and a medic who tended the wounds of both the Boers and the British in the Second Anglo-Boer War, explained that the war was instigated by a small group of capitalists of the Rand who sought the support of the British government to further their ambitions for exploiting the gold mines. The government of South Africa had sold out to foreign capitalists on the Rand who had precipitated the Jameson Raid and the South African War. Those men, he claimed, were still manipulating the South African government. At the top of the Rhondda Valley, only 18 miles by road from Tonopandi, where Smuts spoke in 1917, was the heavily industrialized town of Merthyr Tydfil, the parliamentary seat of Keir Hardie, an opponent of the South African War. 2 of the South African deportees were invited to speak to a meeting of 3,000 people in Merthyr in April 1914. Poutsma once again raised the issue of the Boer War, accusing both Generals Smuts and Botha of profiting from it. While they opportunistically purchased lands and built grand houses on it, the poor Boer, returning from the concentration camps overseas, lost everything and were forced to work in the mines of the Rand in inhumane conditions. So that was Smuts's reputation in 1914, basically. So he wasn't very highly regarded then. That changed, of course, once he became seen as a war hero. So by the time Smuts actually visited South Wales, he had become a celebrated war hero because of his successful campaigns in West and East Africa. And Cobus and I talked last night about the East Africa campaign. It wasn't as successful as Smuts told everybody it was, but everyone believed it was greatly successful. This is 1915, and the illustrator there probably published about 1,500 cartoons over his lifetime, but he published in the Times, but also in the Western Mail, which is the daily national newspaper of Wales and the very establishment newspaper. In May 1917, when Smuts arrived in Britain, as you can see, he was described as the man of the moment. This is after what they believe to be the successful campaign. But his reputation had changed from being a strikebreaker to a great military leader. This was painted in May 1917, and this is the portrait in the one of the portraits in the National Portrait Gallery. And it was commissioned by Charles Masterman, CFG Masterman, who wrote The Condition of England, but he was also a Liberal cabinet minister. Not at this time, he was in charge of external propaganda at this time. As I mentioned to some people, my next door neighbor was Neville Masterman, who was the son of Charles Masterman. Neville died at 106. So I knew him from the age of 80 to 106. And Masterman was at Cambridge with Smuts. And I asked Neville, what did he think of Smuts? Neville said his father thought he was a bit of a racist, which must have been a difficult reputation to get in 1890. So by the time Smuts visited South Wales, however, he had become a celebrated war hero because of the success of his campaigns in West and East Africa, and because of his prominence in the British War Cabinet. The Welsh language press praised him for being one of the most skillful field marshal in the war, whose prestige had rapidly grown, especially in the minds of those west of Offa's Dyke. Offa's Dyke is a earth mound which runs on the border of England and Wales. To keep the English out. It wasn't successful. In syndicated articles, Smuts's visit to South Wales was widely reported. The Newcastle Journal and the Shields Daily News, for example, reported a week before the visit that he would receive a particularly warm welcome in South Wales as a representative of the great fighting leaders of the Boer War, which made him especially attractive to miners. Most of Wales opposed the Boer War, so they were seen as pro-Boer. Pro-Boer sentiment had been strong in the South Wales valleys. The report remarked that his tireless efforts for the success of the Allies over Germany was of particular significance, and the thousands of workers would keenly be interested in the general's fame, be able to hear his address. So what was the problem to which Smuts was the answer? Now, there was widespread belief that a concerted effort was being made by pacifists of the MacDonald, Snowden, and Fenner Brockway type, it's a quote, to gain the support of the masses of South Wales miners in an attempt to bring the war to a halt by paralysing the coal mining industry. The Independent Labour Party was blamed for much of the intrigue and held responsible for packing local miners' lodges with young, energetic men whose extreme views influenced policy far in excess of their numerical numbers in the South Wales Miners' Federation. Anti-war activity was greatest in places such as Merthyr and Britton Ferry, where ILP, that is the Independent Labour Party membership, was highest. South Wales, it was suggested, had been a storm centre of pacifist intrigues. It was reported that the extremists had, for the moment, gained the upper hand. The immediate problem that Smuts's visit was to address was the issue of combing out miners for military service, which had been rumbling on for 9 months. A conference of the South Wales Miners' Federation, the 1st and 2nd of August, overwhelmingly rejected by 236 votes to 25, the recommendation of the Miners' Federation of Great Britain to accept the government's combing out policy. It was then agreed to hold a ballot to determine whether miners would support strike action if the government imposed its policy. A further conference of South Wales miners' delegates rejected the decision to extend the combing out policy and resolved, and I quote, that we take no part in assisting in the recruitment of colliery workers to the army. The conference directed that a ballot vote would be taken asking were the miners in favour of, I quote, down tools, which was the word used for a strike. If the government proceeded with its comb out scheme, it was resolved a few days later to hold the ballot on the 1st and 2nd of November. The campaign was acrimonious, with the pro-government press portraying the contest has come between unpatriotic German-loving pacifist shirkers who were physical and moral cowards on the one side, and principled patriotic supporters of the war on the other. Concern about pacifist and anti-war sentiment in South Wales was sufficiently strong to bring it to the attention of the War Cabinet. At its meeting of the 18th of October 1917, the War Cabinet was informed that some patriotic leaders in South Wales were doing their best to resist syndicalist and pacifist influences, had requested that General Smuts address a War Aims meeting. It wasn't Lloyd George who suggested it, it was a request from the local branch of the War Aims Committee that Smuts come and address the miners and other people in South Wales at that time. Smuts was willing to address the meeting. The meeting was initially scheduled for Mountain Ash, which is near to Tonopandi. And he wanted it at the earliest possible date. I don't know why it was changed from Mountain Ash to Tonopandi. Maybe the venue in Tonopandi was more suitable insofar as it held more people. The War Aims Committee was established as a parliamentary cross-party propaganda organization in July of 1917 at the instigation of the Prime Minister Lloyd George. So just shortly, in fact, after Smuts had arrived in Britain, the government, in its view, had a role to play in, I quote, steadying and stiffening, if necessary, the morale of the workers at home. For the remainder of the war, the National War Aims Committee held thousands of meetings, distributed over 100 million publications, of which Smuts's speech at Tonopandi is an expanded version. One of the 4 speeches that he gave is actually published in that pamphlet. Smuts was extensively used in 1917 as a key speaker for the National War Aims Committee, at whose invitation he spoke at numerous events around the country. An immense amount of groundwork was laid to ensure the success of General Smuts's visit to South Wales, and to gloss over the enduring image in South Wales valleys of his South African anti-Labour policies and his use of troops against the miners. To reinforce the propaganda of Smuts as the man of the moment, following his conquest of East Africa in 1917, 250,000, that is 250,000 General Smuts's speeches were distributed in this local area. So about 1 per 4 people. Placards were placed in windows and also on lampposts, and articles were placed in the press. Very favorable articles, and also in the national pictorial newspapers. So this was a concerted, well-organized, systematic campaign. It wasn't Lloyd George simply saying, right, nip down to South Wales and sort the miners out. This was a well-oiled machine that was going to ensure the reception of General Smuts would be a generous one, not an angry, seething mob. He had a tight schedule, arriving in Cardiff at 12:30 to be greeted by the Lord Mayor and transported to City Hall, where a meeting of the council would present Smuts with the keys to the city, followed by a civic luncheon. In receiving the freedom of the city, he emphasized the parallels between Wales and South Africa, both small nations at one time oppressed by the English. At the luncheon, Smuts gave a short speech of thanks, emphasizing that the threat to Italy was only the latest autumn downturn, following from the crushing of Serbia in 1915 and Romania in 1916. He urged them not to be downhearted, adding that we are all doing our bit in what is probably the greatest drama in human history. 3:15, Smuts was to be taken on a tour of Cardiff docks, followed by a visit to the Mansion House, which was the official residence of the Lord Mayor. At 5:15, Smuts would travel by motorcar through Whitchurch, Pontypridd, Porth, before arriving at Tonopandi. From Pennycraig to Tonopandi, the motorcade was to be led by 2 silver brass bands and the voluntary training corps as a guard of honour. He was to speak at the Empire with a capacity of 3,000 people on the subject of the war aims, and later address an overflow meeting at Ebenezer Baptist Chapel. In all, he gave 4 formal speeches, 2 in Cardiff and 2 in Tonopandi, and a number of impromptu addresses as the motorcade stopped from time to time. After the meeting, Smuts was taken to the Garth, which is a mountain near Taft's Wells, the home of Mr. and Mrs. W.P. Nicholas, who chaired the meeting in the Empire, who were local organisers of the War Aims Committee. He had supper there before returning to Cardiff to catch the mail train at 10:42. So he arrived in Paddington quite early in the morning, probably about 3 o'clock, and was up early for the cabinet meeting that day. So it's certainly the case. These are some cartoons of Smuts in relation to him being sent to Wales, speak to the miners, etc. And this is after a famous painting. You can see here, what you can't see, but it's references to Smuts, his role, and to imperialism, etc., etc. It's the same cartoonist that I mentioned earlier. So this is the roll of honour of the Freemen of Cardiff. It has a very distinguished list of people. But as you can see, Smuts is down there as having his honorary Freeman of the City on the 27th of October, 2 days before he actually got it, which was the prime time, because it coincided with his speeches. Also, what's interesting is that Mandela is also a free man, and he comes a little later in 1998. Just stopped. There's Smuts with the Lord Mayor Cardiff. This relates to the actual content of the speeches, which we'll come on to now. So it's certainly the case that the crowds lined the streets of the Rondas from Pennycraig to Tonopandi, but they were not hostile. They were not there only for General Smuts, but also for Dr. T.J. McNamara, the Secretary to the Admiralty, and the Right Honourable William Brace, Under Secretary to the Home Office. At Pennycraig, the motorcade was met by Major Sir John Curtis, Lord Bute, Mr. W.P. Nicholas, thousands of spectators. The procession to Tonopandi was headed by the Tonopandi Hibernian Band as it wound its way through packed streets to the cheering of vociferous crowds and the singing of patriotic songs. So it wasn't that Smuts asked them to sing, they were singing along the route. The Ronda leader described the greeting as a rousing reception and reported Smuts as saying that it has been one of the greatest demonstrations he had seen in his life. Quite a different story from the often repeated claim that the streets were lined with angry, seething mob militant miners. It's true that General Smuts requested to hear the Welsh sing, despite hearing them singing all along the procession. But it was a Welsh hymn for which he asked, and not land of my fathers. The Welsh hymn was from Salon Hills. In the overflow meeting, without request, 2 hymns were sung, which Smuts exclaimed that he was reminded of Carlyle's description of the Marseillaise sounding like a battle cry. When Smuts got up to speak at the first of the 2 Tonopandi meetings, he was given, and I quote, a most thrilling, rousing, magnificent ovation. The 3 speakers, Brace, McNamara, and Smuts, were again enthusiastically received when they spoke at the overflow meeting at Ebenezer Chapel immediately after. The speeches essentially, and I won't go into any detail here, were patriotic speeches. They emphasized that the war was not about empire, but the war was about ideals and about civilization. It's about Britain fighting for small nations, not for its empire. And he likened the Welsh, as I said, to the South Africans. He felt deeply honored in being given the freedom of the city by one small people to the leader of, or the representative of another small peoples. In fact, he described South Africa as the smallest peoples in the empire. So this was all about a struggle for freedom. It was about getting rid of the Nazi threat and returning the map of Europe back to its pre-war state. So you can see Germany regurgitating the map out of its mouth there. And this quotation here is from one of Smuts's speeches. I'll circulate the longer paper to you so that you can see the extent of the rhetoric that he gave and the degree of his oratory, and it's punctuated because the accounts in the papers have in brackets, of course, applause and loud cheering and such like. So he was certainly greeted with enthusiasm. The ballot was held 2 consecutive days after Smuts left. It was a huge turnout. The miners weren't on strike, but they weren't at work either. That's because the firemen and safety officers were on strike, and the miners weren't allowed to go down the pits because of the fear of the danger. They had to be inspected, in other words. Therefore, the miners weren't at work and they could vote. It was a huge vote. So there's no question of Smuts sending the miners back to work because they simply weren't on strike. So the issue was the ballot to go on strike. This is the speech essentially that Smuts gave at Tonopandi. It was widely available and widely circulated. As the results of the ballot was overwhelmingly in favor of not going out on strike. There was never any question of them voting to go on strike. It was a small group of pacifists who had forced an issue in relation to the South Wales Miners' Federation. That federation decided to call the bluff of the pacifists and syndicalists. And in fact, that worked. And what in fact then happened in the press was that the national newspapers were being blamed for maligning the character of the South Wales people, because proportionately, the South Wales miners had sent more troops, sent more miners to become troops than anywhere else in the country. 50,000 of the South Wales miners enlisted. Then they had to stop enlistment because there would be no one out in the mines. When the results were announced, there was hardly any reference to Smuts in the accounts. Smuts himself, in the second of the speeches, actually acknowledged that London had got it wrong, that he realized that there was no large groundswell against the war. He realized that there were relatively few pacifists. But in essence, what he was there for was boosting morale, exactly what the War Aims Committee wanted. He wasn't really there to stop a strike. There was never any possibility of a strike happening. The South Wales Miners' Federation recommended to its members to vote against strike action. And only about 20% of miners voted for it. That was often not because of anti-war sentiment, because of the grievances that they had against the mine owners. Mines were, although now in the control of the government, actually private enterprises. So it was recognized that the popularity of the influence of pacifism may have been exaggerated, and that in holding the ballot, the South Wales Miners' Federation had called their bluff and revealed the weakness of their support. Much of the criticism of the miners before the ballot had wrongly equated the general unrest with anti-war and pacifist sympathies, whereas it was really indicative of the more widespread industrial unrest in South Wales coalfields and dissatisfaction with the owners. It may be concluded that Smuts was a useful instrument for the promoting of the propaganda of the National War Aims Committee, but to suggest that he had more than a marginal influence on the vote would be a considerable exaggeration. He and his fellow speakers at Tonopandi were pushing against an open door. Smuts then was part of a well-orchestrated campaign that may have bolstered morale by extolling the virtues of patriotism, but there is no question that the vote would have gone the other way. That's it. Thank you. Questions?
Maybe broader question. I've never understood what was Smuts' motivation in getting involved. And I can understand from the British side why they sent it to it. What I've never understood is what is this major motivation? Not just only in the Welsh case, but also in 1921, he goes to Ireland. So it's some interest in the Irish. And later on, he's also interested in Palestine. It's never been clear to me whether it was an attempt on his part, perhaps to, I don't know, enhance the prestige of South Africa, because he was quite aware that South Africa was a small country in a sense. I mean, so when you read some of his speeches and analyze what he was trying to do, it was partly to position South Africa because he thought it was a small country. But I will just listening to your presentation, I understand the British motivation for inviting Smuts to go to Jackson, but it's not clear to me what was his major motivation, what was he trying to achieve?
Well, I would say that he had a certain false modesty, because when he was fated, he was, oh, I don't deserve this sort of stuff. And actually, he was an incredibly vain man. And although I have no written evidence for it, doesn't appear to be any coincidence. Wherever he gave these speeches for the War Aims Committee, he also seemed to get the free man of the city. Lots and lots of them.
Degrees.
Yes, a lot of honorary degrees. And I think it's a bit like Mandela. In essence, he was fated around the world, things were difficult here, it was much easier to be this international statesman and be seen as, you know, a great political figure, a great representative of Africa. And I think he enjoyed all these banquets, and there were tons of banquets given in his honor. You know, that Savoy speech that you're talking about was a banquet which he was speaking to South Africans. That's how he was more frank, I think, when he was speaking to the non-South African audience. Also, there's a long-standing history of South Africa of identifying itself as small nations, because even in the 1880s, you had people like Tom Ellis coming over and basically, you know, identifying with Rhodes, etc. They were just seen as fellow countries that were being oppressed in the English. Rhodes gave £10,000 to the Irish National Party in the British Parliament. He wanted to promote the relative autonomy of the countries in the empire, but to remain in the empire. So I think part of his motivation was to get support for greater autonomy. You know, an imperial parliament, such fun. So I just think that he enjoyed much more the non-confrontation that he got on the international stage than the confrontation that he got. So,
Two questions. First of all, Lord George, I mean, he's not this acknowledgement, he's kind of displacing all this. I mean, that was sort of, you know, do we know anything about his views on Smuts going to Wales and maybe the latest sort of narrative of him as a strikebreaker? And then on that, can you pinpoint when that narrative kind of started rising, more specifically, like him as a strikebreaker, you know, what was that, you know, him as a sort of a, yeah, you know, he's 70
well, the newspaper reports in 1967 had already seen as a pernicious sort of figure in relation to Labour. So his reputation from then didn't change up until he became a war hero, essentially. And the change of reputation, of course, was an orchestrated change. You know, as you saw, the man of the moment, a thick-page spread with generals around him and such like.
But I suppose the perpetuation there among historians is it laziness? Because they don't really pay attention to that particular, or what does that?
Oh, no, as I said, this is a day in the life of Smuts.
Yeah, yes.
And you know, you don't usually go into the micro stuff, you might go into debate, as it were. But this is always used, along with a couple of others. He resolved the police strike in London, it says, and he resolved the Coventry workers' strike too. Then went on to South Wales and resolved that strike. So he was remarkable, according to the accounts, in his powers of persuasion. No one mentions this huge machine that was behind him. 250,000 of your pamphlets being distributed in South Wales before you get there. You know, people had to think, well, this must be an important man. Placards everywhere. The press, you know, stories planted and such like. And, you know, the vilification of the pacifists, the vilification of the independent Labour Party who wanted a negotiated end to the war. Smuts in these speeches says, I don't need a negotiated end to the war. I don't mind negotiating, he says, as long as Germany gives up everything first. So he wanted complete defeat. And this went down well, you know, when you had patriotism, such like. So anyway, as I say, why it gets repeated is it's not laziness, it's just something, well, if you spend a chapter on that, then you know, you have a 30-volume.
Yeah. So, Lloyd George.
Lloyd George, yes. For Lloyd George, he's used in a number of these speeches because he says, for example, You Welsh have been fighting for 1,000 years for your liberty against the English. Now the English have subdued you, a Welshman is running the country. And Lloyd George admired Smuts, and there is, and Lloyd George in his biography talks about Smuts. Certain that he supported Smuts going to South Wales. He may have told him that the Welsh were great singers. But it wasn't the fact that Smuts asked them to sing, they just sang. And yeah. Lloyd George, I think Smuts also, of course, admired Lloyd George. He thought he was a great war leader. But it's Lloyd George who is remembered rather than Smuts. But at the time, there were lots of illustrations with the Prime Minister of Canada, Australia, and South Africa, etc., all seemed to be part of a war effort. So it was the Empire's war rather than the British war.
And David, I noticed that in the list of the individual who received freedom of the city was the Prime Minister of Canada.
Yeah.
Like in the next year.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, like, was this just like one small element of a larger propaganda campaign? I mean, this is the story of the times.
Yeah.
But I mean, how many of these things were going on? You know, where were they going? It sort of sounds as if there might have been a big propaganda machine. This is just one story. But I mean, I suppose Robert Ward, maybe he had a story there too, and he was representing whatever the government was doing, and there'd be lots of other people.
He was like Smuts. He had a reputation like Smuts. They spoke on the same platform in many places. The War Aims Committee organised thousands and thousands of meetings, so that was fun.
Yeah.
And it was to boost morale. But this seems to be the consequence of a misconception of what the feeling was in South Wales, because local militancy was interpreted as anti-war. It was anti the owners of the mines, essentially, who were paying next to nothing. It was a great deal of poverty. Saw the state of Tonopant there. It was already a dilapidated town even then. So yes, Smuts was used. He gave a lot of speeches under the auspices of the War Aims Committee. They used him because he was a great orator. He said exactly what people want to know. It was all vacuous and there's no substance in it. It was, the universe is at our back in this war and we will win.
As part of a larger propaganda campaign that was going on to shore up support and things like that, especially with this stories are coming off of the front side. Right. It's really bad and yeah.
Well, if you think, just in this case, we printed 250,000 Smuts' pamphlets. They printed millions and millions and millions of pamphlets of other speeches too, distributed them because it was felt, people were suffering. There were strikes all around Britain. We forget about the industrial unrest, the poverty, etc. During the war, people still had to eat, they still had to work, and they still wanted better wages. The inflation was eroding their pay, etc. So there was a great deal of industrial unrest. So this War Aims Committee, propaganda machine, internal, Masterman headed the external propaganda machine. Well, I think we'll have to call it a morning then.
How, in some ways, in the propaganda machines, part of it, but how did the actual myth arrive? I mean, was Armstrong the key figure in this? Because I think he was probably the first part of the exit plan. So where did it come from? Was it from the South African press?
I think it came from Smuts himself. Because the account of the next day, as it were, when they say, how did he do it? He didn't deny that he had done it. He just said, I didn't realize they'd gone back and work. Of course, they weren't out. And he is the one who said, oh, land of my fathers saved it. So he would have given rise to the fact that, well, he had asked them to sing the Welsh national anthem. I mean, the Welsh national anthem now is much better known, we look at rugby, etc. It had only just begun to be part. It was the British national anthem, it was the national anthem. There wasn't an official Welsh national anthem as such. Cardiff wasn't even a proper city, it was a small town in essence.
But to Roger's question, what about the role of his son? Like you alluded to in the early part of
Oh, the son did the biography. Yeah, his son.
he perpetuated the
Yeah, so presumably he spoke to his father about it.
Just asking
Yeah.
on this day in the life of Smuts, how it played out in South Africa, or how he used it to further his own agenda, how it played into the war effort in South Africa and the mining industry.
I don't really know how widely it's reported here, because I haven't looked at the newspapers in South Africa in relation to that. It's the biographies and the histories written subsequent events, which always point to his remarkable negotiating skills. This is evidence of them. My point in relation to this, at least, is he didn't negotiate anything in relation to this. He was used as a propaganda instrument. No doubt about it, he was a great orator. He knew how to work a crowd. Wherever he went, if you read the accounts, makes the local references, and he identifies, first of all, that he was a great Boer war leader, that he fought against the English, because the English were oppressing the Afrikaans. But we are now reconciled, and the English has realized the importance of small nations. And this is what the war is about. Small nations, not about the empire. And ideals. So it wasn't about territory, it wasn't about victory or dominations. So that's why it's very high abstract concepts, freedom, liberty, etc. Justice. For everyone, universal. Except for those who didn't regard as universal.
Of course, he had used every opportunity to insert himself into a problem, to elevate his standing. And South Africa is standing in the world because South Africa punches way above its weight. I mean, we're starting to realize now, because it's not punching above our weight.
Yeah,
we're going to be relegated. And he's certainly elevated the position of South Africa. So he may have been used, but he knowingly entered into these situations.
It didn't mean that he was an unwilling dupe in the game.
Yeah.
He was certainly
a willing dupe.
Well, I think he believed in what he was doing. And the War Aims Committee, when I say used him, I don't mean exploited him. And I think he was a great asset to the War Aims Committee. He was used and he enjoyed it. It appears that, well, I suspect he may have suggested, how about the freedom of the city if I go to Newcastle?
But our political also brings international attentions, and I suppose that is the reason why the issue of motivations comes. Because the more time he spent in international affairs and he was losing political support locally. That is the reason why, for me, I've always wondered. I'm pretty sure, there was some prestige, involved, but I've wondered whether it wasn't much more than his own personal prestige at stake. That perhaps one of the primary considerations was the position of South Africa, because we believed that it would be much larger, and yet it was a peripheral country in many ways. It still is, and that's by getting involved in all manner of issues that were beyond South Africa. Perhaps they thought it would elevate its status. It's one possible explanation, perhaps not me.
Yes, I think that's possibly true, but I mean, it's just an example of where when you have leaders who are failing to resolve disputes, they turn to international affairs. Yeah, all the American presidents, in fact, and you see the same with Mandela. What was it? It wasn't particularly solving any great problems here, but my God, every student union in the country is called Mandela House before that. And he got all of the. I bet he has fewer honorary degrees as a proportion of universities than Smuts.
That's true.
So, just on a quick point, also, there was another little war going on behind the scenes, if I'm not mistaken, between the Imperial Federalists, Milner and his kindergarten, as opposed to what Smuts wanted.
Yes.
So it was important for Smuts in those days to elevate his positions so that he could take on Milner and his kindergarten, because they were looking for some type of imperial superstructure with these nations underneath them. South Africa would have just become one of these.
I think you're right. I mean, basically, Smuts emphasized the small nations, but with the autonomy of the small nations within the empire.
Yes.
Milner, of course, described himself as an English white supremacist, by which he meant the English are more superior to any.
They were going to be the head of the infrastructure.
That's right. So
Superstructure.
So basically, Smuts definitely would have opposed Milner's vision of the empire.
Yes. So there's an intention behind this, maybe that there's a bit of a nuanced intention.
Yeah.
Smuts asserted himself in all these different situations.
Yeah.
David, thank you. You've done some great service, and I think we should, I'm one of these people who may have repeated that myth about and of course seeing that. So, but this is an important question. There's a lot of Smuts and Mandela scholarship which repeats the same stories. And that's something that maybe is in the nature of biography, I don't know, biography, but it's something we need to think about. But I think that, the other point that comes across is the wider strategy that he's involved in. I think Bongani is right. He is, it's a question of personal prestige and so forth, but he's involved in, he's a troubleshooter at this time. I mean, he's also goes on a crazy mission to meet with Bela Cunha on the Hungarian border. Does quite a lot of important work with the Irish, again, playing the small country anti-imperialist card. I think he's quite well aware of it, but I think Miller's on something. That relationship with, he's on the Imperial War Council, which is an extraordinarily powerful position here. And he's with Lloyd George's secretary is, of course, Philip Carr, who was one of the key kindergarten people. A lot of networks there. But I wonder whether sometimes I think, particularly when you get around to the side treaty, whether actually Lloyd George, who's every bit as tricky as Smuts, is playing Smuts. They kind of really Smuts because they think he can be quite useful, and he's willing to be part of this role.
Yeah,
Then, he gets serious conflict with Lloyd George after the signing of Versailles. So I think it's a kind of real brotherly competition over there, and they're both pretty tricky characters. So it is a very interesting moment, this 1917 to 1919 period.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to have to call it morning. This first session. We'll take 10 minutes break then for coffee, etc. We can get back here by 5 to. Then we'll run over by 5 minutes or so into the lunch break, if that's all right. So that the next 8 minutes will run. But thank you very much for listening to a day in the life of
on the historiography side, I'm going to be able to cover. Those of you who come here looking for me doing things with Mac or whatever, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to go to military on this one.
Excellent strategy.
No.
Oh.
Okay, another one. But it's getting there. Any idea why this is from? There we go. I think it's unfrozen. Good.
When the paper's over, there are lanyards. I think everyone, if you want to let. I'm not quite sure why they would be able to do
Good one, let's introduce ourselves. Rather than.
Okay, should we just wait for all that, gent? Or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What I aim to do today is examine the military Smuts and his military legacy. If there is such a thing as his military legacy. I'm going to cover his exploits in the Boer War, and my book takes us up to the First World War, but I will touch on his exploits after the First World War regarding his military legacy. When I came here, I said to David, I said, listen, I'm a military historian. I don't know how well this is going to go down amongst all of you. He assured me that that I will get a hearing. So I thank you for that. I've had a great reception this morning already. I've been on a bit of a book signing effort, which is great. Also reminds me about a situation when I was in the National Archives, and one of the Cape Town professors asked us to be, there were 3 of us from the Military Academy, rather boisterous in the back at the National Archives, and she said, would you please quieten down? So we calmed down, and after she said, where are you guys from? I said, no, we're from Stellenbosch University, Salvador Military Academy, and we're doing military history. She said, oh, okay, now I understand. You're proper historians. Yeah. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at a brief background to the military Smuts. I'm going to examine his strategic essence. I'm going to look, and that's the centerpiece of what I'm going to do today, the historiography surrounding the military Smuts and why we have such difficulty with his legacy because of that historiography. And finally, without going to the maps and looking at little things moving across the map, I'm going to look briefly at his military legacy and conclude on that. Okay, let's look at a brief background to the military Smuts. Okay, so Smuts has been denigrated as a military person by most historians in the past and the current ones. And a lot of it lies with contemporary British and a lot of South African and modern South African historians. So they put it across that he comes across as a grandiose and impractical strategic thinker. Nasser often says his grasp exceeded his speech. Through what I've researched, we see some of his strategic excellence. Thinking right back to the Boer War, where it may have been grandiose, but it was an idea that maybe couldn't have been executed. But he was behind the plan to invest Durban, and right at the outset of the war, when the Boers had the numerical advantage, invest Durban and send the troops into the Cape to try and invoke the Cape Rebellion. So that was some type of idea of his strategic thinking at that time, which other modern day historians will look at and see as grandiose and not practical. He's also been portrayed as gifted or non-gifted amateur. He's never attended a formal staff course. The British had no understanding or sympathy for his way of war, the Boer way of war, which is a very specific way of war. Smuts led from the front when he was on campaign, which a lot of these historians see as he was too involved with the tactical aspects of the war and lost sight of the great operational aspects. And they didn't understand his way of war doctrine, where he avoided direct frontal assaults, unlike the British, and preferred to use double and single envelopments and invade that sort of one-on-one confrontation with the enemy, and rather just try and beat him psychologically without wasting too much human resource on him. This was a way of war that the British didn't come to grips with, and to this day still don't come to grips with, don't understand very much. So he led a daring expedition. So he was trained in the Boer way of maneuver warfare under Louis Botha and de la Rey in 1901 and 1902. So he did receive comprehensive training, although it was out in the field, and it wasn't a codified doctrine, but he was under two Boer leaders that certainly had a big influence on his life at that stage. He possessed the gift of seeing at a glance the tactical and operational and strategic possibilities offered by the terrain and the enemy dispositions. In other words, he had coup d'etat, gift from God and not learned. So he certainly had a military gift as far as I'm concerned. He's been accused of being inexperienced at commanding large formations before the German East Africa campaign. Smuts was a small-time raider, as far as a lot of people are concerned. But this flies in the face of actually what happened. Where before the German East African campaign, he had a lot of experience in leading men. What's discounted by a lot of historians is his time during the South African War, thereafter in suppressing the rebellion, his role that he played in the German South African campaign, not only in planning the actual campaign, an intricate seaborne operation, but thereafter actually being deployed with the troops in south of German Southwest Africa, and playing a large role in unlocking the way forward for Louis Botha up north to conquer the rest of German Southwest Africa. So that's all been underrated at the end of the day. By the time he got to German East Africa, he had far more experience than a lot of the British generals that were actually deployed at that time, either on the Western Front or elsewhere in Africa. So once again, we come across this idea of him being grandiose and impractical, and we could see from another point of view that he had a daring plan for the invasion of German Southwest Africa, which is not appreciated amongst modern historians. Smuts' role in planning and execution of the suppression of the Afrikaner rebellion has been completely ignored. So in fact, it's the suppression of the Afrikaner rebellion was quite a thing. He centralized command, he did a lot of staff duties behind the scenes, he set up Louis Botha to be able to go out and do the actual fighting. But a lot of the staff work behind the Afrikaner rebellion was quite intricate, and he learned quite a lot, and that has been discounted also. He played an insignificant role in the German Southwest African campaign, overshadowed by Louis Botha, certainly overshadowed by Louis Botha to a certain extent, but as I've alluded to before, he had a major role in the south of German Southwest Africa when Louis Botha was actually stuck in the north for many months, not able to move. Smuts came along and commanded the southern force, which distracted the Germans from what Botha was doing and freed up Botha to move on. So I would put it to you that his role in the German Southwest African campaign has been underrated by a lot of people. He's been accused of being unmoved by the suffering of men and animals to disease in German East Africa. He was outclassed and outwitted by the wily and able Paul van Lettenvorbeck, and his territorial ambitions He had territorial ambitions rather than military, which I won't dispute. Certainly, a lot of what he was about was territorial ambitions. Finally, accused of being haughty, arrogant, amateur, inept, aloof, detached, and ruthless. On the other hand, we see many examples of him being an able commander at the strategic and operational levels of war, who led from the front, suffered the same privations as his men, and conducted a Boer maneuver type doctrine that often confounded the enemy and still confounds historians today. They're not quite sure what Smuts was all about. So in conclusion, I'd say to you, I put forward that contrary to the narrative of contemporary British and South African historians, that Smuts was inexperienced, unqualified, amateur, and inept. He practiced a very little understood form of Boer Republican-inspired maneuver warfare. The British had little understanding or patience for the operational maneuver doctrine that Smuts practiced, and we see this coming out in certain personal accounts of his conduct in Burma and Africa. He had far more war experience than many British generals of the period, having behind himself the South African War, German Southwest Africa, Afrikaner Rebellion, German East African campaigns, mostly discounted. By the time we got to German East Africa, all those previous experiences are mostly discounted. He conquered German Southwest Africa with Botha, and then liberated over 90% of German East Africa by the mid-1916. So there's an incongruency between imperial and sub-imperial war aims in German East Africa. So David, you alluded to say, you were saying that was he successful in German East Africa? Certainly at that time in London, he was fated as being very successful. But there were two different objectives. You had the imperial objectives and the sub-imperial objectives. Perhaps the imperial objectives was to rid German East Africa of Letter Vorbeck immediately, attack him directly and eliminate him as a problem. Smuts had a territorial ambition. His ambition was to grab as much of German East Africa as quickly as possible before any type of peace negotiation. So therefore, he was happy to conquer territory instead of, his priority was to conquer territory instead of trying to eliminate Letter Vorbeck. So he was certainly successful in liberating 90% of German East Africa by the time that he had left. If there was to be a peace negotiation, he would have been in control of the majority of the territory. Lloyd George offered Smuts the command in Egypt. He would not have offered him the command in Egypt if he had not thought that he was an able general. So at least he thought that he was talking to somebody of great ability. He was an able and gifted general at the strategic and operational level of war, and he ticks boxes for what a good general. And I had to use this term, good general, bad general. But J.F.C. Fuller described a general as a good general, the makings of a good general: young, energetic, decisive, intelligent, quick mind, ability to grasp complex situations, leading from the front, inspiration to the men that he led, and most were brave. And he ticks all those boxes. Okay, let's have a look at his strategic essence, which I think lies at the core of some of the problems that we have in understanding Smuts and his military legacy. So I would say that a lot of historians have misidentified, underplayed or ignored Smuts' driving force, which goes a long way to explaining what he was about militarily. There's a common theme that runs like a golden thread through his 50-year political career. The misidentification and the main core value has led many historians to incorrectly identify his essence. It has left them confused. So if we have a look at Smuts, you can see he's made up of a lot of different things, and some of them have already been discussed around the table, and we're going to discuss it a hell of a lot more by the time we finished. And besides being, he's a lot of different things to different people. But what comes out as being the course from the military, it explains, first of all, it explains his political capriciousness, or is that as an arch imperialist, as an expansionist, he was prepared to use different political vehicles to achieve his aims. So in other words, it explains why he started off his life as being a Rhodesman, and then became a strong supporter of the Republican cause with no problem whatsoever. And as soon as that had ceased to be a useful vehicle, he then once again jumped onto the imperial bandwagon. And if we look at Smuts and we look at his essence of being an expansionist, being central to him and the core which he operated on, it starts to make sense. Such as Germany, East Africa also, it starts to make sense about what he was all about and what his objectives were in that campaign. Explains his political nature, capricious nature, also, etc., etc. So I'd put it to you that combination of his quest to go out and civilize, according to the Christian way, his holism, which we'll hear a little bit about more, which I don't quite understand exactly what his philosophy is all about, his quest for a united South Africa, punching above its weight, elevated position, and his expansionism, wanting to create a greater South Africa. These are his core values that explains a hell of a lot about what he tried to achieve militarily and politically. Here's a map of his found in the archives. This is actually his map. The arrows are not his, those are mine. But his A, B, and C is in his handwriting. And this was something that he put out in the early 1910s, 1910, 1911, if I'm not mistaken. And this is his dream of a greater South Africa. So initially in 1910, and written into the Constitution also, and written into the agreement of union, was the incorporation, I've used the modern day terms if you don't mind, was the incorporation of the High Commission territories, the Supu, Swaziland, Botswana, and Southern Rhodesia as part of it, and that you can see as his strip's line over there. He also wanted badly, besides the HCP, so initially written into our Constitution was a provision to incorporate these territories into a greater South Africa, and he never stopped the quest to try and get those territories. During the war, he had his eye on the High Commission territories once again. He made various representations to the British government to try and get them under his control during that war. He certainly wanted German Southwest Africa to annex it, and he was looking to his reason for fighting German East Africa, his sub-imperialist reason, was to exchange the portions of the territory in German East Africa with the Portuguese for Delagoa Bay. And certainly after the war, he made representations to the Portuguese, and those agreed to try and get hold of Delagoa Bay, and he was singularly unsuccessful at doing that. His ultimate aim was to have these borders way to the north, southern Angola, northern Rhodesia, and the entire Mozambique. So those were his territorial ambitions, and he never really lost them through the passage of time. So I would say that his drive for territory was central to the political and military. Smuts shaped the way he conducted his political and military campaigns. Historians have tended to underestimate or ignore his deep-seated desire for territory when assessing his conduct as a general, imperial aims versus sub-imperial aims. I'm not saying that there aren't people that have gone out there and examined his quest for territorial expansion, but certainly when assessing his campaigns, the idea that his quest for territory, rather than defeating an enemy, we start to understand where he was going, certainly with the German East African campaign. His capricious political nature imperialists, then Afrikaner nationalists, then imperialists once again, can best be explained as a mere vehicle to achieve his aim of territorial expansion. His territorial ambitions never ceased and were always central to his relationship with the British. His first demand, which was interesting, on entering the Second World War, I think a day after he entered the Second World War, was for the incorporation of Swaziland into the Union. And he planned, right at the outset, he planned the invasion of Mozambique in 1939, which actually went ahead, but was stopped at the borders of Mozambique when a couple of the trucks overturned and they were recalled. But other than that, we would have crossed the borders in 1939 and taken over Galagala Bay. And then once again, on the recall of our troops from Northern Africa in 1943, he put on the table again the invasion of Mozambique. So at his core, he was an expansionist who sought a greater South Africa with its borders far to the north of those that defined the Union of South Africa in 1910. Okay, interesting. Let's have a look at the historiography surrounding the military smuts. So it's not easy, and the reason why this is historiographically based is because it's not easy to look at his legacy or to make a contribution in that area in a very hotly contested space. A lot of gatekeepers here also, unfortunately. I've had personal experience of that when I did a paper on Salata Hill and reviewer number 2, famous reviewer number 2, came back to me and said, with a whole lot of other problems that he or she encountered, came back and said to me that I must acknowledge that there is new unpublished research in the pipeline that will significantly alter the findings of my paper. Kid you not. Obviously, I ignored it. But there are certain challenges to surrounding the historiography, gatekeeping, and a way of thinking amongst modern historians that needs to be unraveled. You can even look at these. You can even have a looking at some type of legacy. Okay, so I've alluded to some of the challenges that I've faced. Also, the South African political atmosphere during the reign of the nationalists between 1948 and 1993, and once again, unfortunately, with the advent of democracy in 1994, were not and are not conducive to exploring Smuts. The nationalists the Afrikaner nationalists went out of their way to ignore Smuts totally and write out of the history books. So there's an arrested historiographical development during those years, and with the advent of democracy over here, Smuts is not the most popular figure around, and he's basically irrelevant to our modern democracy. So we come into that type of a problem. Then, of course, we've got some of the postmodern concepts that have overtaken pure hard military history. So-called new history or tendency towards social history are not conducive to biography or hard military history. We will see, and I'm going to take you through that concerning World War II, Smuts' history in World War II, there's been an arrested development in developing the historiography beyond the official history stages. Concerning World War I, there's been an overwhelming bias against Smuts due to an over-reliance on 2 secondary sources, one of them was mentioned today, and a more modern tendency towards cross-citation rather than re-examining primary issues, which was a question raised also at our meeting today about why do we seem to be stuck with certain viewpoints, as a lot of people, without doing the proper research, have gone through and cited incorrectly his time in Wales. So therefore, to extract a meaningful idea of Smuts' military legacy, one must resort to primary documents to unravel the web of misinformation portrayed in the secondary sources, which is unfortunate, but this is the journey that I've had to go on, is by first looking at all the secondary sources, coming to a realization that seems to be a lot of cross-citation, and then turning around saying, right, let's go to the primary, let's go and re-examine or look at those primary documents and have a look at the true situation. Okay, so this is, in this diagram here, I've got the progression. This is the Second World War situation. I've spoken about the nationalist government being involved from 1948 to 1993. You have a suppression of the Smuts. 1994, you've got the current government seeing Smuts being reasonably irrelevant. So how does the historiography start? It starts with your newspaper reporters, your embedded journalists, junior, and then shortly after that, you'll start getting your regimental histories coming out, and they're very important. And a lot of historians don't go to it, but very important are the official histories. Why are the official histories important? Because an official history is the first time that they have, and they are the first ones that are allowed to access the primary documentation that now sits in archives. I mean, these things are locked away for 100 years, 50 years, or 60 years. But the official historians are the first ones that can access it. Yes, they select what they want to select at the end of the day, but you're not, in the absence of having primary documentation available to you, the official histories are very, very important. As the building block, they are the first step in constructing a history. Sometimes they've landed up as the last step, but they are the first step, and we build from the official histories, and then reclassification comes along, and the participants start to die off or become irrelevant, because we can only start writing decent history when people are not around anymore, and we're not worried about our careers or whatever the situation is. So diminishing, but as political sensitivities diminish, and you get death of personalities, and the declassifications come through, you get some people start publishing autobiographies, and then the biographies come out, the secondary sources start coming out, and then eventually the campaign history will full access now to the primary documentation. Campaign history start coming out, and then finally we get all the revisionists coming in, re-looking at the primary documentation, re-looking at the secondary sources, and you start getting closer and closer to true triangulation, you start getting closer and closer to what the truth is all about. So I would say to you in South Africa, when we look at Smuts in World War II, when we look at our World War II history, we are stuck between autobiographies and the official histories, because the nationalists put a stop to us examining our World War II history. There's been a total hiatus, and we haven't gone through those real steps of some decent campaign histories coming out from decent regional histories. So we are stuck at the official, when it comes to the World War II situation, we're stuck with the official histories. As being the last word instead of the first word. When we look at for the World War I, it's a similar situation. You've got your embedded journalists who are political and they are rightful, home control, it's propaganda. You've got your official histories that come out soon there, and you'll see they've got access to primary documentation. They build and protect reputations. Official histories we have to be cautious when looking at them, because they're there to build reputations, protect reputations, and they are interesting because they are didactic. They have utility for military people that people don't realize. They are instructive on how to conduct yourself within the military, and they speak about doctrine and was something very important for the military action, which is missed on some historians looking at it, who will just write them as being irrelevant. Then you've got all the personal accounts coming out, your autobiographies and biographies, also there to protect reputations. You've seen a lot of stuff now coming out on the border war. Why are South African Defence Force veterans writing so much about these experiences? because they want to explain their role in the war to their family and colleagues. Simple as that. They want to explain why they took part and give some meaning to what they did. Legacy, give meaning to their participation. And as you see, while veterans start to fade into the background and detoxification starts coming through, you will see there's a whole lot of secondary sources that come out. They don't have real access to the primary documentation. They make sense of the secondary sources thus far. Their perspective is less affected by politics and reputations. They are revisions. Some of them are hagiographies, others are iconoclastic, but not really going to the primary sources. And then finally, we've got the final tranche of historians who have got access to the primary documentations. They go through the whole process. They examine nation using depth and breadth of available sources. They analyze all the secondary sources, and they've got that enhanced perspective due to the lapse of time. Totally, not totally, largely missing from our assessment as Smuts as a military man, because we've got this cross-citation type of situation where people are using a lot of the old secondary sources that have come through, and everybody's citing each other, not really getting back into the archives to make any sense of it all. This is some of the problems that I've encountered. So we get, as a final result, we get an unbalanced portrayal of Jan Smuts' military legacy, over-reliance or unreliable biased personal accounts and iconoclastic biography. The two biggest culprits are Grace Steele, H.C. Armstrong, and a gentleman that served the Smuts in German East Africa called Richard Meinertzhagen, who wrote a diary. I will discuss him a little bit briefly about his reputation and what's happened with his stuff. But we can see there's been reliance on these two secondary sources from a military point of view, rather than researchers going in and unlocking what's available in the primary documents. A lot of the problem is there's so many primary documents. There's tons of the stuff. I mean, the Jan Smuts files alone are 350 boxes. I mean, you can spend the next 50 years there trying to work out what's going on there. So it's a barrier to entry, too much information. Okay, so Brian Garfield exposed Meinertzhagen as a colossal fraud, by the way. So a lot of when you go and look at Smuts and some of the history about him, you'll see that Meinertzhagen has been quoted extensively. And Brian Garfield, I think, has quite successfully exposed Meinertzhagen for exactly what he was. And there's some doubt that these so-called diaries of German East Africa were even written at the time. They may have been written decades afterwards. So it casts a shadow. You shouldn't be using Meinertzhagen exclusively, using a hell of a lot of other sources also when you're going to quote him, take it into consideration. So we will see there that with the official histories, you had the Union War, you had the Leopold, you had Collier, and all those different official histories. The challenges of using those are deliberately omitted. Some of them deliberately omitted phase one of the German Southwest African campaign. So that's been lost to history. There was a phase one that Smuts was heavily involved in the planning of it. But to protect his reputation, because it didn't go well in the phase one, it was interrupted by the rebellion. So to protect his reputation, phase one has disappeared from history. We don't hear about phase one anymore. So when you start reading about these histories, it picks up on phase two. The South Africans have already landed there. It doesn't tell you how they got there and what went wrong and what the situation was. In fact, the landings at Walvis Bay have totally disappeared. There was a group D that was meant to land at Walvis Bay, and that has been totally left out of the picture because they were landed further south to bolster a problematic area. So once again, you can see the cross citation. So by not going back to the primary sources, we see people just quoting about phase 2, as if that's where the German Southwest African campaign started, and it's patently not. So by doing that, it's obscured the operational concepts behind the defeat at Sandfontein. There was a battle at Sandfontein, and this was the first battle that the Union Defence Force had. And by not, I won't go into the details, but by not paying cognizance to what the phase 1 was all about, we can't unravel why there was even a battle at Sandfontein. So that has also been lost to history. Certainly official histories have underplayed Smuts' role in planning of the German Southwest African campaign, missed the transition, and this is very important, they missed the transition of the UDF towards a war way of war. When Smuts created the Union Defence Force initially in 1912, he wanted this mini British army, but this is not the way it turned out. After the rebellion, after phase 1 of the German Southwest African campaign, he made a decision now to use the Boer Republican forces that were part of the reserve to complete the German Southwest African campaign. And this forever has changed our military doctrine. Away from the British way of war towards more Boer Republican orientated type of war. Also totally missed our current crop of historians. So as a result, we get a distorted view of Smuts in World War I. The Smuts plan for the invasion of German South Africa is lost to history. In many ways, the official histories now become the last word instead of the first word. And also, Smuts in Africa in World War I are mere sideshow against the greater efforts in Europe. So we have that challenge also to face. Regimental history is very, very important also. These go towards doctrine, individual unit doctrine, and there's a lot of interesting information about what goes on with the campaign in them. Totally ignored. I haven't come across one reasonable academic paper or book on some of this campaign history that quotes the regimental histories. I think I'm one of the first to go there. So that has been ignored. Personal accounts, like I said, there are many, many personal accounts, but the reliance has been placed on the discredited Meinertsagen. And that gives us a distorted view. So the discredited Meinertsagen demolishes Smuts' generalship. The likes of Brigadier General C.P. Fendel, he had a positive thing to say about Smuts, but that had been ignored. So we have gone to Meinertsagen instead of looking at other sources. When we look at the secondary sources, many of them are uncritical. They're uncritical. There's every reliance placed on an extremely flawed book. I've used the word scenography. I don't even know if there's such a word. It is the opposite of hagiography. I may have invented it. H.E. Armstrong is the culprit there. And there's a skewing towards close to hero worship. Lots of people in the United States academies, military academies, look to Leto Forberg as a hero, somebody who defied the odds. And his way of war has been taught in many, many American academies right up to this day. So in the light of Leto Forberg being overblown, we have Smuts at the end of the day who has to struggle for a place in history against the exploits of Leto Forberg. Contemporary British historians, Storm and Anderson, are vociferous in their criticism of Smuts, but unfortunately I've found in one of their cases that the primary sources to a certain extent have been misquoted, which I found to be problematic. So it's also worthwhile if we're doing these things, actually if somebody quotes the primary source, it's often quite worthwhile to go back and actually pull up their primary source for yourself and not to rely on somebody else's word for it, and go and examine that document, because I found in a few instances, I found that the document portrayed something different to me. Okay, I've spoken about the USA's long infatuation with the German way of war, Leto Forberg, etc., and this goes to diminishing Smuts' legacy also. Primary documents, just too damn many of them. I just spoke about the young Smuts, but sitting there also the South African National Defence Force archive, there are boxes and boxes, must be 300, 400, 500 pertaining to German Southwest Africa, German East Africa, and Jan Smuts' exploits in there. So you're going to spend a hell of a lot of time trying to sit through and find something relevant. It takes many, many hours in the archives to do that. But I believe there's no substitute for the long, cold hours. Those of you who have done it, smelly archives. Nothing glorious about it. So, yeah, failure to do that has led to a distortion. Okay, let's conclude on the historiography. First World War in Africa is a mere, we've got a battle against the fact that it's a mere sideshow, sparsely covered in general history of the era. It was true back then, and it's certainly true now. It's still a sideshow. World War I historiography concentrates on Smuts' contribution to the British War Cabinet and the peace process, and Smuts at the grand strategic level, rather than looking at the strategic and operational level. Professor Kubis de Bassani, please correct me if my figures are wrong, that came out of this, notably 85% of the biographical material in the First World War predates 1968. So although we see there's a lot of interest coming through now, we're starting to see publications. There are not a lot of publications. I must tell you, I haven't come across too many about Smuts. Most of it was written pre-1968. And is now only starting to receive scant, intermittent attention. The crafters of new military history have a natural aversion to drum and trumpet, which is what I am, a military historian, and they don't like regimental and official histories. Postmodernism and the woke movement don't like biography, don't like military, etc., etc. New military history is a movement that avoids politics, great men, and even over-reliance on primary documentation. It emphasizes society, a narrative where the little people or the underdogs have a voice. So if you're going to write a biography about a big man like Smuts and you're going to review it and look at it, you're not going to gain much traction in the modern world, I believe. Okay, spoken of official histories being the first word in many cases, rather than the final word. They should be the first word rather than the final word. Personal accounts have been most ignored, an over-reliance on Meinungssagen. Modern historians placed an oversense of grey steel, very damaging, by the way. This Armstrong fellow, interesting guy also, where he comes from, whatever. He offers an adverse opinion on Smuts' generalship. So the importance of these books lies not in the depth of research, which I believe there is none, but for the fact that many historians, including renowned ones, have come to rely on Armstrong and his views on Smuts as a general. So writing a biography on Smuts, especially a military one, amounts to a kiss of death for aspiring historians seeking a career in a good percentage of history faculties. I believe that's a fact.
Even with Chad.
And it's a good point, because I don't have to worry. I started my career very, very late in life. I don't have a career path. So I don't really have anything to worry about at the end of the day. But for a young, aspiring historian who's going to go out there and write a biography of Smuts, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend it. In fact, when doctorates in military science were not, it's just a new thing that's happened at Stellenbosch University. It wasn't around when I wanted to do my doctorate. I went to Wits University. And I said, please, I'd like to write a doctorate on Smuts. And they turned around and said, what? No, we can't accommodate you here. And so, yeah. Okay, let's finally take a look at, having got the historiography out of the way and told you about all our battles with the National Archive. We think that military historians amounted to anything. Speaking about the historiography, that's a battle that needs to be unraveled. Let's have a final look, a quick look at Smuts' military legacy, if there is one. Right, so what was Smuts in? Where was he involved? He was the founding father of the Union Defence Force in 1912. And he did a lot of the work behind the formation of the Union Defence Force. Fact. That's a fact. Smuts initially chose to mimic the British doctrinal system, but used Boer Republican mountain veterans to subdue the Afrikaner Rebellion in 1914, and then used Boer mounted infantry in phase 2 of the German Southwest Africa campaign in 1915. This set the UDF on an irreversible trajectory of aligning to Boer maneuver doctrine in German East Africa in 1916 and East Africa in World War II. So not many historians have picked up that swing, that after the Afrikaner Rebellion, this little mini-me British army that Smuts wanted to construct, once again turned to the Boer way of war, once again adopted the Boer mounted infantry as doctrine. And the reason why I even put the point here, because what is his legacy? We can trace that legacy of the Boer way of war and Boer maneuver doctrine right through to the South African Defence Force, the border wars, and we can trace it right through to the South African National Defence Force as we know it today. So there sits his legacy, but he hasn't been named as the father of it. Smuts and Bertha's maneuver doctrine was cemented and became the cornerstone of the UDF in German Southwest Africa, 1915, and again under Smuts in East Africa in 1916. The Union Defence Force practiced maneuver warfare against the Italians in East Africa in World War II, and it's its own set. Many armies practice maneuver warfare, but we have our own specific set of doctrine, codified doctrine when it comes to maneuver warfare. The UDF set the foundation, traditions, and doctrine for the SADF and the SANDF, controversial statement to make, but we can trace the current South African National Defence Force doctrine all the way back to the Union Defence Force. Not many people have done it or wanted to do that. South Africa's unique brand of maneuver warfare and reliance on high mobility persists in the modern day SANDF. Avoidance of unnecessary casualties in the pursuit of victory. That's a very South African way of war trait. Single or double development rather than pursue constant frontal assaults. We've seen it time and again with the way the South Africans fight. We prefer to unhinge the enemy psychologically through maneuver and superior mobility. We want to force the enemy to fight on ground, not of his choosing. Directive, we use a directive rather than a detailed command style. And a lot of us believe in leading from the front. And these are all things that we can trace back to Smuts and the Boer way of war and his doctrine that he learned during the South African War. Much of the SANDF staff officers' operational manual codifies a quest maneuver doctrine and style, directive command, and runs like a golden thread back through the SADF and the UDF without them really realizing it. So the UDF, SADF, SNDF owes much to Smuts for UDF's formation and its embracing of a Boer Republican style of maneuver doctrine. This legacy is largely unknown and is deliberately, stroke unwittingly unacknowledged, except, and here goes the except, which is quite an astounding fact. The South African National Defence Force Army Reserve name review process. I don't know how many of us have heard about that. So, back in 2015, the Defence Force undertook an exercise to render more representative names to the various regiments that exist in our reserve force. The exercise included the names of prominent chiefs, military leaders, and important military battles and events. This was the bottom-up exercise whereby the regiments put forward the name change with reference to the list provided. So in other words, the higher-ups provided a list whereby the regiments now could choose from this list what their new name was going to be. Units wanting to be named after a prominent person have to ensure that such person played a significant role in the military history of South Africa. Important. Final result of the process would be a balance of military heroes and heroes from different cultural backgrounds. Allowed for the acknowledgements of past military heroes and created a space to accommodate a part of SA military history not yet reflected in the structure of the SANDF. Right, one of the surprising regiment name change was Regiment Westelike Provincie to the General Jan Smuts Regiment. So now sitting in the South African National Defence Force of late, we have the General Jan Smuts Regiment. So at least in some quarters of the South African National Defence Force, it is recognized that General Jan Smuts had a significant part to play in our military history, which is quite surprising where it's come from. And it's a pretty recent development. It's also interesting, it's not the Field Marshal Jan Smuts Regiment, it is the General Jan Smuts Regiment. So not 100% sure why it went through. I've got a couple of ideas that come to mind of why he wasn't recognized as Field Marshal. I think his Field Marshal rank was a pretty rank anyway, it wasn't a South African rank. An apocryphal comment attributed to the senior officer in SNF was that Smuts Delaray deserved recognition in waging war against the British colonizers. That's a recent comment by one of the seniors in the South African National Defence Force. In conclusion, Smuts' biographer faced several challenges surrounding historiography, successful hostile political environments, and the new social postmodern movement. Smuts' military legacy has evolved from hagiography to vilification to irrelevance without passing through the rigorous research called for in applying a historical method. I call this the arrested development. So at the strategic level of war, I want to conclude that Smuts was a major role player in defining the modern borders that describe present-day South Africa through his role in forming the Union of South Africa in 1910. At the operational level, Smuts' military legacy, the formation of the UDF in 1912, lives with us today as its latest incarnation, the SANDF. Smuts' almost complete adoption of the Boer Republic doctrine of maneuver coupled with mobility, afforded first by the mounted infantry in the UDF, later by motorized and mechanized infantry in the UDF, SANDF can be found in the written and unwritten doctrines of the modern day South African Defence Force. Boer maneuver doctrine runs like a golden thread from the Boer Republics, from the Boer Republican armies through to the UDF, SADF, and SANDF. Thank you so much.
Incidentally, I came across something on Thursday which referred to the Field Marshal. And it was British. King wrote to him saying, sorry, I can't confer it on you personally because Smuts wouldn't go back to England to have it conferred. Anyway, we have a few minutes. Go to about 10:05 as we have an hour for lunch. So it's fascinating. Anyone have any questions? Yeah,
Just a footnote. You asked the opposite of geography. And you made it with scenography. Is that quite an accurate translation of something called amatography, which means a sin writing, literally, or the writing of events. So you created the term yourself, but you are a very good company. So it's a good term, it's really sad.
How do you affect Smuts' use of the army for internal infraction uses?
Are you talking legacy-wise?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Well, the first time around in 1913, he didn't use the Union Defence Force. He used the Imperial troops there, actually down the.
1922.
Let me just. I want to talk about 1914 first, because 1914 was actually pivotal. Because in 1913, he used the Imperial Force. In 1914, he decided he's going to use the Union Defence Force for the first time. Who did he call up to suppress the 1914 strikes? He called them nothing less than the old Republican commandos. That's exactly what he called up. Through doing that, he reinvigorated, he made a huge mistake because he reinvigorated the whole commando system that he was so adamant to get rid of. He wanted to go the British way of war. He wanted to have a British army. Once the commandos were called up, they had now re-established all the links that they had before. They re-established their whole network. Very, very interesting. And who dealt with that? I think maybe Annette Sierkes dealt with that or suggested it. I might be wrong in saying that she's the one. But yeah, it was fundamental in allowing, fundamental first of all in the rebellion, because it kindled the whole commander system and the leadership of the commander system. And a lot of those commanders went out on rebellion, but not only from a point of view, it also allowed Smuts during the rebellion to call up the commanders again to put down the Afrikaner forces, because he wanted it to be an Afrikaner on Afrikaner terms. So that's very, very interesting. That is standing in good stead. I mean, 1922, I mean, he was a ruthless guy. I mean, when you put down the model swords, etc., the army used air power and everything like that. He was pretty ruthless in using the military to suppress internal suppression. But we must also understand something about the Union Defence Force. The Union Defence Force wasn't formed to conquer German Southwest Africa. It was formed in order to suppress internal unrest. That will, and often it's people served a dual purpose. They belong to the police, plus they belong to the Union Defence Force at the end of the day. On their threat perceptions, they never foresaw that they're going to be fighting against the Germans. Their threat perceptions were an internal one, an external enemy using the internal situation to create an uprising. And that's what the threat was. They had no state believed that they're going to be subject to some type of external invasion by a foreign power. So there was no need to build an army beyond that of a paramilitary police force.
Yes. Oh, yes. You mentioned about East Africa, that he's not been recognized for his advances in East Africa. In fact, he got a lot of territory.
Yes.
And then you said also that the Americans have this infatuation with Letter Fallback.
Absolutely.
So I didn't really understand what's the method of Letter Fallback that the Americans are so keen on, and is it misplaced, do you think?
No, I'll tell you something about the Americans. The Americans have been on a 100-year quest to become mini Germans. I'll talk about military. Why? So their doctrine, their current military doctrine was written by Germans after the Second World War. They've got a whole bunch of prisoners, high-ups, to come in. These guys spent 3 years writing the American military doctrine. Americans have an infatuation with the German way of war right back to their Civil War, where they had a German advising them on how to fight wherever he was.
So what's that way of war?
Well, it's called Auftragstaktik, it's mission command. The German word is Auftragstaktik, which means mission command, which is the opposite of what the British use, which is detail command, which means it allows the subordinates to exercise full control over the battle at the lower levels. You devolve all the initiative down to them, as long as they're working in the overall strategic objective called operational objective. So in other words, you hand down an objective to them and you expect them to perform the duties as they see fit, because they're the best men on the ground. At the end of the day, they're there, they're doing the fighting, they make the decisions, which is the opposite of the British, who believe that all commands should be issued from higher up and passed down, and you must follow the letter of the law.
What's misplaced about that American method?
Well, Auftragstaktik is a very cultural thing. It's you need the culture. You can't just take on somebody else's way of war. If your culture doesn't matter, the Germans have a particular predilection to allow for initiative in their subordinates. That's their culture. They've always had that culture. A lot of they've been portrayed as total automatons that just follow orders blindly, and that's not what the German way of war is about. The German way of war is exercising and expected to exercise initiative down to the lowest levels, right down to your corporal. So if the captain gets shot, you expect the corporal to jump in and make decisions down at that level. As long as he works within the objective of what the higher command issues down to them. Very attractive, because the Germans are superb soldiers, absolutely superb.
It didn't work for them in East Africa.
Well, to a certain extent, look at Letterford's been misidentified as a guerrilla leader. He wasn't a guerrilla. He didn't fight a guerrilla war. He fought a German way. He fought according to what the Germans fought, and they gave him the initiative. The higher command gave him the initiative to do what he had to do at the lower level. So he could do what he had to do within Auftragstaktik to do it here, and it's very attractive. It works very, very well if your culture conducive to that type of thing. So now what the Americans have tried to do, so the Americans like to always intervene and tell their subordinates what to do and take control of the battle. So now you've got them trying to import a German way of war where it says you're not allowed to interfere with your subordinates. Now you're importing it into a system that says you must interfere with your subordinates. It's never going to work. It's never going to work. So they try and push this German way of war in all their colleges, initiative devolved down to the lowest levels, etc. Be like the Germans, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work for them, and it hasn't worked for any other nation. A lot of nations now have tried to adopt the German way of war. With little success, by the way. One of the proponents who have, to a certain extent, is the Israeli army. The Israeli army works according to the German way of war system and have had some success. Some success. Yeah.
Just as a question about Smuts' territory. There's a paradox there. None of the territories that he wanted to incorporate into South Africa, he got.
Yes.
I mean, even though.
He's a failure.
Yeah, he's a failure.
He's a failure.
Yeah, to territorial relations. I mean, Asia, Botswana, all of them, including later on, I mean, Southwest Africa, which is Namibia people. I mean, I would be interested to hear your comment. And secondly, the Bonder Smuts incident there, I mean, in Southwest Africa, where he sent, I mean, basically aeroplanes there, I mean, to take the Bonder Smuts. I mean, I do not know how do you explain that, I mean, because it also follows one on Bulwark. I mean, when you read those incidents, you get a sense of Smuts. I mean, I suppose, as you have said, I mean, there's a fairly ruthless guy. I mean, he was pretty quick to use force, I mean, to suppress, I suppose, rebellion. And just lastly, on Black people fighting, I mean, especially, and I suppose they were auxiliaries, I mean, in a sense, I mean, during the First World War. I mean, when you read South Africa's military history, it's quite interesting that their role, and especially how Smuts felt about them, doesn't come through. I wonder whether in your own research you have come across whether Smuts' view about their participation.
Okay, quickly on the High Commission territories. Why does Smuts never manage to get the High Commission territories? Quite simply because the British wouldn't allow him to, unless he adopted. First of all, I think the first thing that they put forward was the Cape franchise to be adopted amongst the whole union. Thereafter, they were sensitive to the idea that Black political aspirations would have to be taken care of by the Smuts government before they allowed the incorporation. And he failed to convince the British at every turn that Lesotho, Botswana, and Swaziland were going to have their political aspirations taken care of. Not only that, but there was absolutely vociferous anti from the people themselves in these territories that didn't want to join because they were worried about it. Rhodesia is another one where the English minority in Rhodesia. At that stage, I think they worried about Herzog coming in. They certainly didn't want to fall underneath the Herzog government. So that fell by the way. So you could say that Smuts' failure to take care of Black political aspirations in some way, even via the Cape franchise, was the death of his territorial ambitions as far as the High Commission territories are concerned. Bonder Smuts, I can't say much more, is that he was a ruthless man, and he was prepared to use whatever force was necessary for internal stability. He did it not only against Blacks, he did it against white miners. He did it whoever tackled his vision or was a threat to his government at the end of the day was going to see the full might of force against him. Your last
about the participation of Black people in the war.
Okay, that's very, very important. Did Blacks participate in the war? Yeah. Well, certainly the South African War, the last figure I heard from somebody was that there were 100,000 armed Blacks in the British side, on the British side. Certainly we don't know 100% the role that black achterrijers played.
Yeah.
Were they just achterrijers, or did they bear weapons on certain occasions? I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Certainly in the First World War, you had the coloureds who fought up in Egypt. They were auxiliaries in the Union Defence Force to a large extent, important auxiliaries. Did it affect South Africa's fighting power? Obviously it did, because there's always manpower shortages in South Africa. So his political decision not to include blacks, armed blacks, because they were worried about the internal situation, cost him dearly up in German East Africa. And who did he fight against? He fought against the Black Army, he fought against the Scories, which were 16,000 blacks, 4,000 Germans, and 100,000 bearers, what do you call them? So at the Second World War again, it cost him dearly, but the blacks were recruited as auxiliaries in the Second World War. On many occasions, they ended up being armed. They stole Italian weapons, German weapons, they armed themselves, and people turned a blind eye to them being armed. There was a coloured contingent that was earmarked to go to Italy, and that was overturned by Smuts because he didn't believe that the political situation at home would allow for that. So from a pure military point of view, it didn't make much sense, and it affected South Africa's fighting power quite adversely, not to bring in the whole population.
Last question from Camilla.
Fascinating. I suppose one narrative around Smuts we haven't mentioned is Smuts as the pariah, as the traitor. And I was thinking through a sort of a military history lens when you said that, you know, Smuts he kind of became sort of, his legacy is the Boer way of war. I'm just like, I don't know if there's something about that, you know, you also mentioned Afrikaners, one Afrikaner, that kind of, you know, type of strategy, where does his legacy as a traitor to some of the Afrikaners come in here, or how does that feature in this kind of in military history? I don't know if this is a question.
I think the defining moment as a traitor was a certain gentleman called Yopi Fourie that was executed during the rebellion. During the rebellion, Yopi Fourie went out on rebellion. I'm not going to go into the details of it. He was executed. Smuts had an opportunity to waiver the execution or whatever the situation. He didn't take that opportunity. And he deservedly or undeservedly Yopi Fourie.
Was that?
But I'm thinking about rugby life.
Yes.
Is there one example? He's not. I mean, he doesn't.
Sometimes they
run, and he could have said, "Well, simply taken."
I think it depended on the political situation at the moment. I mean, he was an opportunist for the political eye, etc. So that's come to define him, and I'll tell you, it runs right through to today. I had the opportunity to present my book at the Voortrekker Monument. Stichting Erfenis, whatever. Yes.
Heritage Foundation.
Heritage Foundation. I was very courteously received, over courteous, and they listened to my story, not with much enthusiasm, I must tell you at the end of the day. The social media that went behind it, you should have seen, I should have brought you some of that social media that went behind it, the names of they claim Jurkie and this and that. I mean, they went to town, absolutely went to town and behind the scenes. And the first question I got was, what about Yopi Fourie? What about Yopi Fourie? So he's known in certain sectors of the Afrikaans community today as the ultimate traitor. And that's why I think Professor Kubasani is swimming against the tide and trying to rehabilitate Smuts for the Afrikaner people. I don't know whether we're going to be successful in doing that at the end of the day, because there's a groundswell of resistance amongst Afrikaners towards him. And I think it's a strong one at the end of the day. I can't put numbers to it.
Also, the guy who's played a big role was the cartoonist of the Burger, Burnside.
Yeah.
But his cartoons over a long period of time.
Yeah.
Because Smuts wrote that anti-imperial booklet, Jan Eeuw van Onder, published under raised his name, but it was actually Smuts. And Jimmy Lewis is wrote the book.
Yeah.
And then Smuts at the peace negotiations with that meeting where that commission met Mulder and Kitchener, where Kitchener said to Smuts, you can expect that the next British government, when the Liberals come in, that they will soon, in 2 years' time, he said, grant self-government. So that was the turning point where Smuts realized he actually wrote letters to his wife before the time, said, we don't know what to expect, what the future of the Boers will be, but at the moment, I think that was the turning point for Smuts when he realized he actually made a note in his diary, self-government like the Cape Colony in 2 years' time. That was where he made that switch to say, okay, still got my same ideals of the unified South Africa, but it won't be under Boer government, so we have to work in collaboration with the British. So his fellow Bittereiners couldn't understand that he didn't feel like them because they said we'll hate the English forever because they destroyed our farms, they killed our women and children in the concentration camps. So and Wernshire then played on this. If you look at the cartoons he made, sometimes Smuts is carrying this in you on one hand, the one side of the picture, and on the other side of the picture he's in a British uniform. So he's depicted as a turncoat, a traitor. So and that made a big impression on the nationalist supporters over a long period of time. I don't think we must underestimate the power of political cartoons in newspapers. Yeah. So that idea of him being a traitor, because he now seemingly was a big supporter of the empire, which he fought, but he never lost those ideals which he shared with Rhodes before the break with Rhodes with James Graves. So, in terms of his ideal, he didn't change route, but in terms of his tactics, he had to because the situation changed after the Second Anglo-Boer War.
Just a last one about the removal. Why has he survived in the face of this? It's because I think he was written out of the history books, as I said, from 1948 to 1944. Nobody's going to turn around and tell you that the way we fight today in the South African National Defence Force is a Boer Republican sort of a way of doctrine, and that Smuts was the founder. You're not going to find, on the first one to say it, like I said, I don't have a career to protect it. So it's not a problem for me to say it, but it is the truth. That is the truth, is that because of the reason that he has been taken away from that and written out of the history books, I think it's survived. I think that it's survived.
It's been purged of Smuts.
So, say again?
It's been purged of Smuts.
Yeah, it's been purged of Smuts. Exactly, yeah.
Okay, then food is ready. Just a final word of Smuts himself described himself as callous. Necessarily having to be so in a position of leadership. And at the end of his career, he said, I'm glad I'm not anymore. Essentially, being more compassionate. He saw himself as callous. Anyway, food is ready and we have a long lunch. 2:45 of the and
Yes, the next item in our program is Basil Blende. Blende is the head of politics here. And joining us today, is not international relations, as he said, and he has a deeply historical paper on first ministers in the early union, which is Smuts. So welcome.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Happy birthday, by the way. So, colleagues, as Chris has intimated, I'm not a historian. Condolences to me, unfortunately, but I've learned so much, and that's why I'm here. I'm essentially viewing you, colleagues, as more of a focus group. I'm not here to give answers. I'm really here to pose questions and to tap on your knowledge and your wisdom. So the paper I'm giving today is part of a bigger book. I sort of have a transactional relationship with Smuts and Botha. And it comes from a book that I'm working on. So this is a draft of a draft. So it's got a solid structure. I think it's got a solid argument, but with certain lacuna, certain gaps that I'm hoping we can fill. So the book is a contemporary book. It's called Super President: Why South Africa's heads of cabinet need to be their own leading ministers again. So it's my attempt at writing the bestseller, if you will. Also the library academic books only by access, but this is what I'm hoping to see in the bookstores, and maybe like my friend Bongani, I might give an Ellen Payton. So I've revised the title a bit, and I'm calling it Multiple Portfolios and Government Effectiveness in the Early Union under Prime Ministers Botha and Smuts. And the book comes from present concerns. So international relations theorists, I'm concerned about power relations among states and the sources of power domestically within countries. And that inevitably gets us to the question of leadership and government effectiveness domestically. And so our presidents since 1994 have been called a lot of things due to their lack of effectiveness. There have been questions about competence. There have been questions about whether they have vision. There have been questions about their character. There have been questions about special big government, about decisiveness. Ron, across the political spectrum, will say he is indecisive. And also the question of experience. Now, you can make all these arguments, but I think you'll be missing an important thing, and that is this. So up until 1994, all the prime ministers of South Africa had ministerial experience, and many had multiple portfolios that they ran, sometimes concurrently, simultaneously. And importantly, on the first, second, third, fourth column, so this column, these are portfolios that these prime ministers and later state presidents held, and being the head of the cabinet at the very same time. So we also studied this important trend along with the Smuts. So in the first cabinet, they were permitted to have 10 up to 10 ministers. That's what the 1909 South Africa Act allotted. But essentially there were 8 ministers. There was one without portfolio, and then Smuts and Botha kept all the important ones between themselves. Agriculture for Botha, and I'll talk about that, and 3 for eventually 3 for Smuts, and the 4th one at some point. So mines, interior for Smuts, defense in 1912, and finance along the way. It's just now. For Botha, it was first agriculture, and then later on, after he handed over from Bertin and then to Herzog, he eventually accumulated, took it over himself, acquired it himself. It's an important trend where between essentially 19, which it's just now, But up until 1929, all prime ministers were simultaneously prime minister and minister of native affairs. And that is very important in the vision they were trying to achieve, the vision that they did achieve. And the reason I think they achieved that vision, the creating the kind of society that they did, was because they led from the front, something that has been lacking since 1994. The lack of experience, which in fairness Botha also had. You'll see, he was questioning why him. I mean, he's a nice guy and all, but he doesn't have any experience and not that well educated. But he compensated for that by quickly acquiring administrative experience by making himself a minister in his own government. So the question in 1994, when I was part of this argument with the ANC officials, they say, how are we going to get this experience? Well, you get it by taking over something directly. And it's really not that complicated. That's the essence of my argument. And so we see from Botha, culture and later, sorry, that should say native affairs. Oh, sorry, this is not extended affairs. It's agriculture, native affairs. Then for Smuts, once he was prime minister in his first cabinet, he was minister of native affairs, prime minister. And then when he returned, he was minister of defense and of external affairs. And that speaks to the context of the times. The important issue was the war and global position. Herzog would be the first minister of justice and then concurrently became also minister of native affairs. This is around the time of the Native Land Act. Okay, the minister of native affairs, and then they took up external affairs because the policy really been accomplished in terms of the native affairs. And the important thing after the Westminster Statute was now running South Africa's foreign policy, thinking of foreign policy apparatus. And so he felt important to drive that himself. Then during the apartheid, the first three apartheid ministers did not have concurrent ministerial portfolios, but they had quite considerable experience beforehand. Malan had been minister of three portfolios, public health and education mines at the very same time throughout. Slaydom had land and irrigation, and then of course the wood, native affairs, and then Forster, police, and then PW Botha defense. De Klerk had 6 portfolios, social welfare, posts, and sports, 2 separate portfolios at the same time. Then mines and energy, and then later on home affairs and education, again at the same time. And this shapes the kind of policy, I argue, the kind of effectiveness, the kind of legacy impact that they're able to leave behind, because their experience, I argue, makes them more effective chief executive, and also it sets the priorities of the government. It drives policy in a particular direction. And so if you look at what they've accomplished for Botha, it was about conciliation, land acquisition, evicting Black people to consolidate more land in the hands of whites, and of course, agricultural development. This is a man who was prime minister and minister of agriculture. For young Smuts, it was stability, crafting the rebellions, building up South Africa's defense force, and of course the global role for South Africa, and eventually industrialization. And then, oh sorry, that is yeah, that's Smuts. And then Herzog for the native reserves. He had a different idea compared to Smuts and Botha about land. He wanted a bit more land in the hands of Black people. And if you look at the figures, he, in his first year in office, distributed more land to Black people than basically Smuts and Botha, almost combined. And then, of course, for Smuts, it was what, once again, and of course, the policy of civilized labor, very important to Herzog. And he could do that very effectively, cut through the red tape. It sets there's no need for communication. he is directly in charge of native affairs, so he could institute the policy of civilized labor. And then as well as, of course, global role for South Africa during the Second World War, something which I blinded him to domestic issues. We had that said also a bit earlier, there's also the housing crisis and food shortages, actually. So he was so extroverted, he was so outward looking, and this shows in the portfolios he chose to assume that he neglected the domestic scene, which ultimately cost him in the 48 election. And then the first apartheid prime minister, D.F. Malan, he had ideas about education and of course about job reserves for whites. And so that fed right into his vision or ideal of apartheid. J.J. Sladom's major accomplishment was the Group Areas Development Act, for who had exclusive experience in native affairs, and in fact was quite young and inexperienced compared to the two other candidates that he was facing. But he was a sort of one-trick pony. His expertise was in native affairs, and so that really led to the most successful prime minister when it comes to apartheid and line in terms of the Bantustans and the removals that took place. The foundations of the Bantustan, starting with the Transkei. And then Forster, his experience as a Minister of Police or Justice, later renamed, he stayed on for 2 more years after becoming Prime Minister, after the assassination of Verwoerd. He stayed on for 2 years as Police Minister. And that shows in the type of legislation that passed. That's when it becomes difficult to leave South Africa. Even that South Africa became a police state, and it said that he would sometimes greet world leaders by saying, "Welcome to the happiest police state in the world." And then Peter Botha, Minister of Defense, stayed on also for a couple of years as Minister of Defense, and that shows in his policy priority, which was the border wars in the region. And then de Klerk, who was heavily experienced, and actually I discovered recently was effectively Minister of State Security from '89 when the security sector reform took place, all the way to 1994. And I argue that his experience in government in various portfolios allowed him to be the ideal person to institute reform of the South African state. And then we get to the democratic presidents. No ministerial experience, no concurrent portfolios. And I argue that the South African Constitution actually does not bar this from happening. You wouldn't need to change a word in the South African Constitution to allow a president right now, if he or she so wished, to become minister of something. There's not an explicit unconstitutional sanction. There's no section in the Constitution that would make that ultimately unconstitutional. It just hasn't been tried. It just hasn't been tried before. And what we get to, I argue, since '94, are presidents whose major accomplishments are in the things they say, rather than in the things they do. Endless paperwork of this policy, this vision 2030, RDP here, and so on and so on. But they don't lead from the front, they lead with their words. And so, unlike these fellows who did not, in fact, need to write endless policy documents, they just did, because they led from the front, they were their own leading ministers. That's why I call them first ministers. They were, in a sense, in their own cabinet, their own first minister. All were informed by their ministerial experience, and so could drive certain legislation. So we can say Mandela generously accomplished reconciliation, although that's a legacy increasingly under some question. Thabo Mbeki, we can say the economic growth, but again, these are flimsy. This cannot be confidently accepted as permanent or semi-permanent accomplishments, as these gentlemen were able to do. during their time. Then the further we get down, the more really mysterious it is. What do these presidents actually accomplish? So for Jacob Zuma, we hear a lot among his supporters, people favorable to him, talk about RET discourse, radical economic transformation, but no tangible accomplishment in terms of policy. And really, this is a belated legacy that he really had picked up in his later years, and to some degree was imposed on him by some of his admirers. Non-Western foreign policy, to some degree, people will count the BRICS, the capital, but if you compare to these are great. What these leaders were able to do was semi-permanent, were solid accomplishments that were actually activated. Land was taken, a defense force was built, wars were perpetrated, and so on. These were solid, undebatable accomplishments. You may disagree with them morally, ethically, but they were effective. So my argument is that these gentlemen have been bad at their job because they've been too restrained in their exercise of executive power. They are no less intelligent and to run an organizational structure as complicated as the African National Congress, which you have to be to become a president since '94, is quite a monumental task. So they are able to gain legions of followers. They are able to win over at least some people and to run a complex machinery. So they're not in a sense incapable of complicated organizational administrative work, but they've just been relaxed in their interpretation of the Constitution. They've in a sense been textualist and have not gone over what is the typical interpretation of the Constitution. I was supposed to show an article I did on this, but that's okay. So that is one of the articles I did that are now developing into a book. So this is where the Constitution specifies the conditions to become a minister in the Union, and the limit, the 10 number imposed. And then here I just break down the first ministers, the first prime ministers. So Botha, Prime Minister and Minister of Agriculture, 1910 to 12, and then 13 to 15. Later also Native Affairs from 13 onwards. And from this date, 1913, up to 1929, so that's what 16 years, all the prime ministers were also ministers of Native Affairs. And that reflects in the kind of accomplishment that they achieved when it comes to administering Black people in a particular exclusive, because we had today informed by certain philosophical ideas about culture, about civilization, and so on. Smuts, as I've said, Minister of Interior, Mines, and Defense and Finance for a bit, and then also Native Affairs, 1919 right through. So this is just a statement of the 4 policy priority areas for the Botha Smuts government. To reconcile Boer and English would just come from a war with each other, so that would be in the fold of conciliation. And of course, there was a lot of resistance to conciliation, and Smuts converted the nascent power that was accumulating from first the Imperial Army and then the UDF to always, what did Roosevelt say, speak softly and carry a big stick. The Boers were going to be conciliatory even if they didn't want to be, and he would ensure that would be the case. Also to combine the administration of 4 provinces. So this was a complicated time. It's not easy founding a union. Combining the 4 previously distinct states really into one amalgamation. So this was not a holiday time where you could, because you have so much extra time as it were, be prime minister and minister of something else. You became prime minister and minister of something because it was important to do that, to tie this loose union and really bring it together. To keep a balance between Boer agriculturalists, very important, and the grain industries of the land. So you can see here they've decided that, okay, I will take agriculture as both, and I will look after the mines as Smuts, with their competing demands. So that's what we competing demands for cheap labor. Suddenly, you all become very intimidating. And then fourthly, to maintain control over a black population 3 times as numerous as the white. So you can see why the interior also is important, and you can see why defense is important, and you can see why agriculture is important, because that flows over into land. So I've worked on the borrowed from this book quite a lot, and this is where Stein is talking about the somewhat surprising selection of Louis Botha as the first prime minister. And he says, in a more mature society, the Transvaal premiums, lack of education, the brevity of his administrative experience, and his indifferent health would probably have disqualified him from the highest political office. And this was a contemporaneous source, which says that General Botha is a man with elements of greatness in his character, but without the tech and training required to carry country through the troubles of managing a difficult party. We might even say managing a difficult and young union. There's little doubt that he would be happier on his farm or as minister of agriculture without any further responsibilities. And this was backed by the man himself, who says that they may call me a politician or a statesman, but in reality, I'm a farmer and nothing else. And there are lots of stories in this book about when he was on diplomatic trips, he'd always ensure to purchase some livestock. This was something that was really close to his heart.
Did anyone examine his sofa?
Is what?
His sofa. Just to check.
Good one. So, good one. So maybe a serial person could become minister of agriculture. It's right in his domain. So, yeah, this is the man himself saying that his first love, really, his last love, is agriculture, and that informs, in part, the decision to take over agriculture directly. Now, I've gone through a bit of agricultural history, agricultural economics for myself, and you can see the growth now. But interestingly, it declines for a bit after Botha dies, and the peak accomplished. This is in terms of exports, agricultural exports. So, by the way, I want to credit this is from a very interesting PhD thesis at the University of Victoria. But you can see what I lead to his departure, basically, the decline in agricultural output, because he had always led from the front. Of course, it's not God, agriculture is complicated, and there might be other factors impacting output, but I think it was quite interesting that his demise in 1919 also coincides with declining agricultural output in terms of exports measured in current prices. But also Smuts had opinions about agriculture, of course, and he was of the view, he was very supportive of the idea of the land bank under the domain of the Department of Agriculture. And so he argued that because the key here was trying to keep white people on the land, as it were, and not to rapidly urbanize. And so Smuts argued that $1 million sterling now judiciously spent on small irrigation works all over the country will not only solve some of our most present problems, but lead to a new era in agricultural development and production in future. So that was his argument for the idea of the land bank. And he also, as I've said, along with Botha, believed in trying as much as possible to sustain and maintain white people working on the land. And during his time as Minister of Agriculture, Botha was responsible for overseeing the development and implementation of agricultural policies in the Union, and was a strong advocate for the expansion of the country's agricultural sector and worked to promote development of new agricultural technologies and techniques, and worked also to establish agricultural research institutions to support the growth of the sector. And the results were these basically, that he set the standards where there was not, in terms of agricultural output, not matched until 1930, thereabouts, so 11 years updated, although agriculture picks up quite a bit thereafter, but declines because as a proportion of the economy as a whole. And that was one side of Walter's premiership and heading of the agricultural portfolio. The other side, of course, for the majority of the country's population was this, the Land Act, which comes into effect in 1913, which is also the year that he then took over, I think in September, took over that particular portfolio himself and stayed right on. So on the one hand, it was about supporting white farmers. On the other, it was about, of course, possessing the Black majority. And this is, of course, written about quite extensively in the Sol Plaatje book, which was published about 3 years later. And here he also highlights the relationship that the Porter had with farmers as Minister of Agriculture. The fact that he had this easy access to farmers and he could, in a sense, propagate to them because of that ready access. And then, of course, young Smuts, we've heard quite a lot about his ruthless side when it came down to breaking strikes. And you can see how his experience as Minister of Defense in having to negotiate with and ultimately sign an agreement he was not particularly happy with in 1913. And at the end of that, he vows that he will never find himself in a similar situation, and later said it was the hardest thing, one of the hardest things he's ever had to do, and he said it will never happen again. And he did. By 1914, he was a few months later, he was quite ready, as David alluded to, in terms of the deportations, which I think it comes in quite handy when you are both Minister of the Interior and of Defense. You don't need to have inter-ministerial coordination because you are all three ministries in one. When there are labor issues, you use your army and also you make use of your levers there. People. Then during the coalition government, so skip ahead to the Second World War period, here it seems the accumulation of portfolios was in part because of just the lack of talent at his disposal. Because he ultimately took 3 portfolios, this time Defense and External Affairs, and of course Prime Minister. And then on his long-suffering, but this time not too long-suffering deputy, Jan Hendrik Mayer, he lumbered the very complicated portfolios of finance and of education. And whenever someone was unable to, whenever ministers were out of capacity for some reason, he would point those portfolios on Jan Hendrik Mayer, which may have led to his end. So this also blinded Smuts to domestic issues, of course, because even Jan Hendrik Meyer's budgets were very war-focused, were very supporting the war effort. And so this, on the one hand, it led to some efficiency on the priority area, which was the war, recruitment, growing the munitions and so on. But on the other hand, it meant you were neglecting the bread and butter issues quite literally, and so led to food scarcity, price hikes, and even a housing crisis. There was a shortage of, I think, some 36,000 houses towards the end of the war. But as Liebenberg demonstrates or argues that really the only outstanding minister other than the PM himself was Jan Hendrik Mayer. And so this, as I've shown, this way of governing carried on right to the end of apartheid in some form or another. So right to the end of the pre-apartheid union and right through the apartheid era. Hertzog himself assumed the duties of Prime Minister and also Native Affairs. And after the Westminster Act, he became also Minister of External Affairs. His own deputy, Tilman Roos, became Minister of Justice and also Deputy Prime Minister. Interestingly, he also went on to be a judge of appeal, Tilman Roos. And then Malan had 3 portfolios under his belt, which made him a more effective manager of his cabinet. Yeah, this is the end point. So, a secretary, but not by level.
Say hi, Ray.
I'll call it. So, what did this way of governing allow them to do? Well, firstly, signal priority areas for their administrations. But more important than signaling is actually doing. And it's not only signal the priorities, but it actually actuated prioritization, instantiated prioritization, because you would lead from the front, there wouldn't be ambiguity. And I would actually argue that this would be a more democratic way of governing, because, presidents come in, there's all these big promises. 5 years later, they want to vote again. But they have nothing to show for it. But if you are, and that's why I argue it's more democratic, it's more transparent. If you come in and say you want to be president, become president, and you say these are the priority issues, and you accumulate a ministerial portfolio or portfolios related to those issues, we have a much more explicit record on which to judge you as a citizenry. And it doesn't give the president any more powers than he already has in the Constitution. We have an incredibly empowered president as far as constitutions go in democracies. So yeah, you could also look at your ministers much more empirically. What we currently have, yes, are performance contracts, but those are really written by the ministers themselves, because they've been there longer than the president. You find many times half the cabinet was there, had been cabinet ministers before the president who's now going to lead them ever even became a member of parliament. So they sort of, it's not him leading. And I use that because only he been male presidents. There was one woman for one day, during the transition from, yes, a couple of hours. But it basically means that he's led instead of leading. These are ministers who've been before him and who were there after him. So it skews the relationship and it skews policy making, I think. But these administrations before 1994 were able to list accomplishments, both actual accomplishments, because they were able to acquire and manage and distribute land. The first 3, they were able to develop industries. After 2, they were able to fast track legislation, the apartheid legislation, the really mountains and mountains of legislation were passed by experienced ministers in now their new capacities as prime minister. And in the case of this one, still staying on as a minister. And of course, exert control over the population. In your capacity as the minister of police and prime minister if you are author, and defense if you are author, and ultimately institute reform if you are declared. So why was this? Ending here with questions, as I said, I come with really very questions more than anything. I don't have any new cover material. I'm sorry, I don't have anything new to share in that regard. But what I have is an argument, a framework with some gaps that I can help with. So what were the precedents? Because they were not the first to do this. In fact, in Britain, there had been quite a number of prime ministers who had also been chancellor of the exchequer simultaneously. Famously, William Pitt the Younger and Gladstone. These are 2 notable cases. I'm just listing everyone up to the foundation of the Union, South Africa. So these are people who could have been examples. And during the time of the South African War, of course, the person in charge was also, the person who was Prime Minister, was also Foreign Secretary, Salisbury. Having been in that role, every time he was Prime Minister, initial terms, he had also been a Foreign Secretary. And so this would, of course, have been known to these two war leaders at the time. And then also maybe more Republican roots to this, because Martinus Pretorius had been president of both the Transvaal and the Free State in the elected in 1859, assumed office in 1860 in the Free State, but stayed on really for a few months. This was not very well received. So was that maybe an earlier example, the idea of amalgamating and accumulating portfolios for the sake of accomplishing a particular objective? Were there also political motivations? Was there a level of talent that people, especially trustworthy talent, in terms of the people who could be members of cabinet, they come from parliament, and of course the union in the early days was still quite fractured, and so they may have accumulated these portfolios to themselves because there was no one else they trusted enough with these important portfolios. They felt it was better to run them themselves. They may also have been arrogant, right? They may have thought they can do this job better than anyone, and therefore ran them directly. Or also they may have had a penchant for an ability for control and oversight, which I think is linked to the previous point about the precarious nature of the early union. And so therefore it was important to be in the driver's seat as much as possible. Is it maybe holism? I don't know much about holism, but I think the idea of integration, popularity almost, might be a worthwhile possibility. And then of course, most importantly, the constitution did not explicitly prevent someone from becoming prime minister and having a ministerial portfolio. I think that's the most important point. As I've said, the same can be said of the 1996 South African Constitution. So thank you very much. I will end there.
Thanks, Basil. Any questions? Comments, Mr. Duncan?
This is just a kind of an informational. So since democracy won, since the prime ministers have not served in a ministerial portfolio, I mean, this would be in Canada, it would be unheard of.
Yes.
And I can say almost unheard of that you could have a prime minister who hadn't at least been a minister at some point, who knows how it works. Is something about politics or
and Canada is quite interesting because Justin Trudeau was prime minister, minister of youth, and a minister of intergovernmental relations. Because what was important to him were youth issues when he came in, and also relations with the First Nations. Right?
Yeah.
Although he had really dropped those two portfolios. And even in the UK, I think Dominic Raab, the deputy PM, is also Minister of Justice, Secretary of Justice. Yes. Excellent. I can't keep up. So why have our post-1994 presidents not had ministerial experience? I would say it's the way in which you become president in South Africa is to be head of the party. Exactly. And that's really all that's required. And I think partly to become head of the party, it actually helps that you're not in government. But if you want to be successful, and you can be able to have grassroots linkages and be able to campaign effectively. Of course, I'm excited now about Paul Mashatile because he's the first deputy president of the party and of the country who actually has ministerial experience. And if history is anything to go, odds are he will be the next president if the ANC wins. Of course, there's that caveat. So it's basically that to become, we have a very solid party. That's what has become solid. The party's as a vehicle for election. So it becomes much more all office there. Automatically makes you the state.
Because presumably you could serve as a minister, you could lead the ministerial portfolio, you could represent the party, and then, so you're not burdened by maybe a bad government or a bad period. And sometimes in Canada, people will resign as a minister because they want to be prime minister, but they realize that being in the ministry is not a good place to be immediately before, so you get out, so you can get back in. I think in the UK sometimes it happens as well, people get out so they can get back in.
Yeah, right. If you look at the UK system now, if the Labour Party wins next time, you will have no ministerial experience. This time previously as well. I think Keir Starmer was the director of the prosecution. He ran something which he advertised and telling. But effectively, that has happened before with Labour on there, is they're in long periods in opposition. So they have shadow responsibilities. They wouldn't have the detail or access to the detailed policy that those here that we're talking about. Good point.
I'm a little bit confused by the need to compare previous ministerial portfolios before you become president. If you're comparing people who were never in government, were never allowed to be anywhere close. So you need to help me understand the logic. That's number one, your logic. But number two, I was wondering about the extent to which the nationalist parties worked with government, because maybe in my head, at least, that would be a more comparing apples to apples kind of situation. Because this one is I need to understand it.
Thanks for that question. It's a very important one. So I will bring the case of Louis Botha. He hadn't been the minister of anything in the union because they hadn't been a union before. And so he took it upon himself to assume the role of prime minister when he was invited to, and then also assume for himself the role of agriculture. And so I'm not saying there should be qualification to be president. I like the criteria as it is. Anyone who can vote and can be voted into parliament should be able to become president. Once there, you should be able to, insofar as you have actual ambitions of accomplishing something, simultaneously assume the headship of the executive and also a ministerial portfolio. And so my answer is, I agree. The people who are now eligible, majority who are populate this country and eligible to be president, shouldn't be required to have ministerial experience. But once in office, there's nothing stopping them from taking up that role. I think it is actually imperative. If you look at organizational theory and how institutions are run, because I mean, just like me right now, I would go and be the head of a restaurant. I've never run a restaurant, but suddenly I'm a restaurant manager, and I don't know what it's like to be a waiter or to be a chef or whatever. And so it makes me a very weak, ineffective leader insofar as I do not know the goings on of a particular job. And this is the ultimate job, head of basically, head of the country, head of a very complicated governmental structure. But then there's this opportunity to close that experience gap. And I think you make a good point, but that's precisely why they should take advantage of the loophole, which is in the constitution. That does not prevent them from taking up a ministerial role. And then you were also referring to the relationship between the party and the government. The relationship between
Under their party government. I was just curious about how that operated.
Yeah.
Good question.
Because, of course, of the thing that comes later about how the current government operates in terms of who gets to be president in my particular country. So I'm curious about how things operated then.
I'm not an expert in this, but I have followed Nationalist Party internal elections, and they would more or less like the ANC, they would go to caucus. I remember after the assassination of Hood, caucus was arranged quite quickly, and a new leader was elected. But perhaps the people who thought to even avail themselves for those positions were folks who already had ministerial experience. Maybe that's also a connection I need to make, because why do people who can elect party leaders in today's South Africa choose to elect people without ministerial experience? Is it just maybe coincidence also? It also happens that the people who avail themselves and have ministerial experience also have a lot of garbage of baggage behind them, right? Lady Solo, Zuma. These are people who happen, just the cabinets of recent examples. These are people who have a lot of baggage and been ultimately unelected or unelected by their party membership. Whereas in the olden days, as it were, the people who tended to avail themselves were people with ministerial experience, almost always. I don't think there's even one exception when I look at especially from 1948. In fact, throughout, actually, there were always people with ministerial experience. So I don't quite understand why that is the case, why there were no outsiders, as it were, or mavericks, or people from the political outside who thought that they could. There may have been, I think there was a split in the Nationalist Party, and there were a lot of media flare-ups, the Bill, the newspaper, and other newspapers, sort of ideological split, I think under Straydon, where there were some backbencher MPs essentially, who tried to avail themselves to take the party in a rightward direction. But those folks were never elected and were actually kicked out of the party for rebellion. I don't remember quite the names, but there was a split of the direction. I think it was over things like sports. Should we allow New Zealand, the All Blacks, with their Maori and members? I think that was one of the divisive issues of the day. And there were these hardliners, one of avail himself, didn't have ministerial experience. But you see there also, he failed to get elected, not because he didn't have ministerial experience, but because his ideological stance was out of touch with the. So it may just be coincidence, frankly. I think there is something to be said about the tendency then of people with ministerial experience almost exclusively availing themselves for these positions. I don't know, maybe with the advent of democracy also, anyone and everyone feels that they can, if they can whip up enough of a crowd, that they can be elected to the highest position.
We've got a corner your name, but
this is very much. When we think about current politics, in opposition politics, the idea of shadow ministers may not common. Having such positions in opposition party is always possible. That would solve the current problem. We call it continuation skills, that skills, something, that kind of thing would work. It's shadow effect, really.
Yeah, but it's not.
Opposition politics.
Yeah, because it's not executive, not accountable for a decision. I think one of the most important aspects of my argument is the idea of accountability. You are head of something, you're not just a critic, as it were, because that's the role of a shadow, is to makes you really a very good analyst, and I don't think much else. Being a shadow minister. Now, what's interesting is in the run-up to the 48 election, where there was, or in fact 24, right, the election of Herzog, that's the opposition taking power, as it were. But they were also the product of a split within the early party, African party. And so I think perhaps it's a coincidence that worked out quite well But even then, I'm content. Someone would have still had, or had he not had ministerial experience, would have still assumed for himself a ministerial role. That was just something that was normalized by these two presidents, which is the point. I think is quite important. They set the tone, they set the precedent, and I think we need to reclaim it. Actually, that tradition.
So, now I'm also, it's a very elegant, pieces that you're outlining. I feel a little bit where Rana is pointing at as well when we talk about government led by Partech. It's the secretary of the department that's crucial. I mean, in a bad dream, I could name every secretary of naval affairs, and I couldn't from 1910, and I don't think I could do the ministers.
They were the great guests.
I mean, even during the book, he lied, not just lied, in many ways, it was Eisenhower who did the thinking and the doing. And that relationship between the minister and the head of the civil service was very jealously regarded by the Public Service Commission, which, you know, operated in quite a professional way. It began to break down, it was still quite powerful. So I would like to see you extend the role to also put the secretaries at the head of the bureaucracy. So sometimes they work very closely together, sometimes they do. The Smuts one, I think, is quite interesting, and it's a conference on Smuts, so let's just say something about that. I mean, Smuts has had a reputation, aside from Hoffman, and one or two others, of actually choosing very poor and very weak people in government around him. Many people at the time said it was one of the reasons why he took everything on himself, and there were a lot of weak people, and actually mediocre party people very often. But he did also respect technocrats. And the greatest of the technocrats, in fact, the person who is responsible for designing ESCOM was Hendrik van der Bijl, one of the least remembered people, the great industrialist. He was, you know, an engineer. And he was head of created the IBC, and almost anything that involves infrastructure from ESCOM to, sorry?
I'm saying
ISCO, Safarine, and the railways, and the whole war effort was actually Van der Bijl's creation. Smuts did give Van der Bijl complete back. And I mean, there were one or two others included, you know, also technocrats, the person who created the CSIR, for example. So Smuts has this kind of strange mixture of being overly dominant, leaving huge holes in his government and weaknesses there. But he did give autonomy to the few people that he trusted. So we don't seem to have too many technocrats, and I'm not sure who the equivalent of the secretaries of the civil service are.
Director General, maybe?
Yeah, I guess director generals. Yeah. Could you factor that into?
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. I would say the secretary, as you said, appointed in a professionalized, depoliticized manner to some extent. Very, very cruel. They, I would say, are the foot soldiers of the policy priorities set by the minister responsible for that ministry, for that department, which is in turn driven by the ultimate person accountable, the head of the executive. So I would say it's a very important job, a very important role player, but they serve the directives, the circulars, I mean, they don't write, they don't propose legislation, as far as I know, which is ultimately the leisure of a member of parliament and a minister. So I would say very important, but they are mandarins in a very technical sense. They do the work that is given to them. Maybe they may do it well as technocrats, but they still, as far as I know, do not set policy. They execute policy.
That's true.
Thank you very much for.
So, guys, wants to ask a question?
Yeah,
we only have 3 minutes left.
Yeah,
so-
I just want to ask you. I don't know whether you can put back the slide. maybe why I'm not doing it, just to say, if I'm not mistaken, Nelson Mandela held to the intelligence before him between 1994 and 1989. I believe in though he was not called Minister of Intelligence. There was no Minister of Intelligence from what you say in 1994, 1999, and Mandela was the Minister of Intelligence. Fine. Just now, when the ministers, the list, it is the very first. This one. And I see this portfolio because I think what happened is that in the beginning, a lot of these prime ministers held multiple positions, but as government became more complex, you saw fewer of them doing it, even though there are some names. And it seems we also are making two different arguments, and they need to be separated. When there's an argument about somebody with ministerial experience, I think it is different from a minister or a president holding several positions. I'm more convinced by the first argument that it does have to have ministerial experience than the argument about holding several portfolios. In fact, I can see arguments against that. So I think we have a strong argument in the first instance. And so that would be the first point. Minister White is not going on so often now.
Well, Ramaphosa has centralized everything under the presidency.
Yeah, that is true. But there are quite a number of ministers in the presidency too. I think there's quite a number. I must confess. Yes. So my opinions might be colored. I think one of the problems is that presidents in South Africa seems to be members of parliament as soon as elected.
But they can appoint up to 2 people.
No. Not true, but I'll tell you why that matters. Because there are issues of accounting to parliament and appearing before portfolio committees, which take quite a lot of time for ministers. They have to appear before the ANC study group. I mean, from there you go to a portfolio committee, from there you go to the National Assembly, from there you go to the National Council of Provinces. It takes an extraordinary amount of time for somebody to become minister and to run a department. And I mean, if in addition to what presidents do, if you were to add ministerial responsibilities, it would be a complex nightmare. I mean, what was the case before? I mean, all of these people were prime ministers, they were members of parliament too, at the same time, which I suspect is similar to the United Kingdom. It's also similar to Canada, that you are dealing with people who are members of parliament, and so things are slightly different. And in our case, we have an executive government, where I believe, for instance, that the presidents to have a portfolio committee so that somebody will account for it goes only the presidents. But I think the job of being president is complex as it is. And perhaps the incompetence that you see perhaps will be 10 times more. I mean, if the president will become the Minister of Basic Education, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and this and that. So, I mean, I understand your first argument, not so sure about the portfolios. I do not know whether these explanations, I mean, the key accomplishments, had anything to do with the fact that they had more than one portfolio. So you may have to think through the argument a bit. I mean, interestingly, just if you check Zuma, Maposa, and perhaps Kalimantan, whom we have not included here because he was there for only 4 months. It's interesting about those because they have been deputy presidents before. I mean, you could say deputy president, you are not responsible for the ministry or anything. But it seems to me that you have some experience in in government. It's an interesting argument, but I just think perhaps you need to think it through a bit. If there's something to be said about the ministerial. And just last, I wonder whether those ministers who have been there for a long time, whether they run better departments.
Yeah.
My sense of them actually is that the longer experience some of these people have, the more incompetent and terrible they are.
Yeah.
I don't know what it says for your first part of your argument about being, for instance, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, who has been there for almost 30 years, except for the 4 years when she was in the EU. I don't know whether she a minister. You can come up with one example after that.
That's not my argument.
So you can.
But I don't argue that being a minister makes you a better administrator. But my argument is that if you're president and minister, you have fewer excuses for poor delivery of your priorities. Just structurally, there's that direct line of accountability between you and the electorate and parliament. But the complexity, rejoinder? I'm not completely swayed by it as well, because I think they accumulated these portfolios because things were so complicated. And I can't imagine a more complicated thing than trying to tie together a union on the southern tip of a continent in which you are a minority. It takes a lot of it's a crisis. It's a complicated situation in which to find yourself. And I think maybe what's changed is that there's just a lack of statesmanship, because all the problems you mentioned about the schedule essentially of a president and a minister, I think that are not stone. And anyone who wants to get things done can essentially cut through the bureaucracy. And one thing I can say is about the membership in parliament is that a sort of loophole that I see in the constitution, I wish I would quote the precise section, but I think it's section 91, is basically that the president can appoint up to 2 people who are not members of parliament. And my argument is simply that he can make himself or herself those 2 people. And I think that takes care of the problem, quite frankly. Yeah, I really appreciate all your points. It gave me a lot to think. I think we're out of time.
Yeah, so thank you very much.
Let's tell them first of establishing 1927.
I know, I apologize.
Yeah. Let's tell
Next up, we have Phil Street. It's not Phil and not William. His mom calls him William.
But angry.
So Will Street, professor of philosophy, authority on British idealism and the analytic tradition of philosophy, and he'll be talking about Smuts holism and political philosophy.
Great, well, thanks very much. There have been a couple of references to holism, and I guess I'm the guy to talk about it, at least first. Let me just say a little bit about my interest in Smuts. Over the last number of years, close to probably 2 decades, I've been interested in how ideas migrate from one place to another. And so when I look at the movement of British idealism, philosophical movement in Britain between roughly the 1860s to about the 1920s, 1930, perhaps 1920, a lot of the people who were the students of the idealists needed jobs. Some went into the public service in the UK, some went into the ministry, some, if they wanted to be university professors, had to leave the country. And so they went to places like Canada, Australia, India, South Africa, and so on, and other places beyond. And so sometimes I ask myself, how are those ideas, which let's say took root or had their basis in Britain at that particular time, how did they migrate to another place? How did they take root? How did they flourish? And how would those ideas, once they flourished, maybe reflect things about those original ideas that wouldn't have been visible? That is, if you sort of see how British idealism comes to Canada, what's interesting is that it actually led to movements of religious unification of religious denominations. In other places, it's more political. In other places, maybe more metaphysical. So anyway, so I got interested in the South African phenomenon, and I noted, and I mentioned this at the beginning of the paper, that actually there were quite a number of philosophers who came from the UK to South Africa, but there are also South African philosophers who went to the UK for study. And then there's this unusual element of Smuts. So what I want to do is talk about Smuts' political philosophy. It's not the majority of this paper, but I want to talk about Smuts' political philosophy as it appears in his 1926 book, Holism and Evolution. I want to argue that it may be an illustration of the influence of idealist philosophy in South Africa, that it shows the relation of idealism to politics, at least to the extent that idealism has often had or has often offered a political philosophy. Now, the possibility of such a relation, I think, is not unusual, as a number of South African philosophers in the late 19th and early 20th century took an interest in and were sometimes involved in politics. One name I think that maybe many of you are familiar with, besides Smuts, is R.F.A. Hernley. So this is someone who was involved in politics, not as a politician, but in sort of political discussion and movements. So many of these South African philosophers were influenced by the idealist movement in philosophy, which itself either saw a connection or exhibited a connection between philosophy and politics. Now, that being said, Smuts is an unusual case. He never taught philosophy. For most of his life, he was engaged in the public sphere as a lawyer, as a military leader, as a political leader, but still he did study philosophy as an undergraduate. And throughout his life, he consistently read philosophy. He wrote philosophical work, though little of it was published in his lifetime. He was read by philosophers and was involved in exchanges with them. And he's well known for coining the term holism, a term which is still used in philosophy today. So the aim of my paper is to focus on holism and evolution, and to a lesser extent, a very short lecture presented in the mid-1930s. What I want to do is to address, first of all, what kind of philosophical views represented in Smuts' work. Second, what kind of political philosophy one can discern from Smuts' writings, and to maybe ask a little bit about his foundations. If I had longer, which I think fortunately for you and for me, I don't have longer, I'll talk a little bit about the kind of idealism I think that Smuts represents, and we could maybe even discuss that in the question period. So, some philosophical background. Smuts' interest in philosophy is connected with his interest in literature, natural science, and later law. When he graduated from Victoria College in 1891, he was unique among the students in the BA examination for at least 2 decades, who have received honors in both literature and philosophy and mathematics and natural science, though he only ranked second in each of those areas. I can say this as a sign of humility. You don't have to always be perfect. But I think this perhaps presages a little bit of his own interest in trying to sort of bring together the literary, the philosophical, and the scientific. Now, his professor in philosophy and literature was Thomas Walker. Walker had studied at the University of Edinburgh. He graduated in 1870, before a brief period of study on the European continent, and then emigrating to South Africa in 1876. Now, Walker himself was influenced by, let's call it, the early stages of British idealism. His teachers were the personal idealist Alexander Campbell Fraser and the somewhat anti-Hegelian Henry Calderwood, and some of his approximate contemporaries were other idealists like David Ritchie and Seth Pringle Pattison. So there's little doubt that through Walker, Smuts would have had a familiarity, at least with the kind of early Edinburgh version, personalist version of idealism. Now, when he left Victoria College to study law at Cambridge, although he was dedicated to his legal studies, he spent a lot of time maintaining a connection with this interest in philosophy. Now, at the time, Cambridge was the home to a number of young idealist philosophers, like J.M.E. McTaggart and John Stuart Mackenzie, and Smuts petitioned to attend the lectures of James Ward, personal idealist, and Ward apparently turned him down, said he didn't want basically this dilettante showing up to his classes. But whatever disappointments Smuts might have experienced with this rejection, it didn't stop future contact with Ward. He later corresponded with Ward. Ward sent him some books and offered to give him a little bit of an update on what was going on in Britain. And although he was critical of Ward's idealism in holism and evolution, it was nevertheless a philosophical view that Smuts thought that he had to address in that book, Holism and Evolution. Now, again, on graduating in law, you all know the story that he has the distinction of having passed brilliantly his tripos, both tripos in the same year. He spent the summer of 1894 in Strasbourg, which was then in Germany, studying philosophy. Now, I don't know exactly what German philosophy he was studying of whom, but it's an interesting thought that that's the next thing he wants to do. And Smuts had by that time also become interested in German Romanticism and American Transcendentalism. When he returned to England to study for admission to the bar, he received a grant to write on a topic of his choice. What he chose to do was write a book on the American poet Walt Whitman. Now, Walt Whitman was a little bit of a transcendentalist poet and so on. He had interests in notions of personality and the whole. Whitman had been influenced by Hegel, and we find in this book on Whitman references to Hegel as well as to Plato and Aristotle, several to Goethe. He tried to get the book published, it was turned down, but nevertheless it was published long after his death. But it's sort of interesting that he actually wanted to hold on to this manuscript. He thought there was something important there. When he returned to South Africa at the end of 1895, he was interested in establishing his career in law and politics. He was engaged in the Anglo-Boer War, and as I think many of you know, it is reputed that he carried a copy of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason in his pocket during the war. I can't imagine any other general carrying a copy of Kant's Critique during. And then the years leading up to the Union of South Africa, and shortly thereafterwards, he wrote a 13-chapter essay entitled An Inquiry into the Whole. He showed it to some friends. In the end, it was not published either. Still isn't published. So throughout his career in politics and international affairs, he remained in correspondence with philosophers throughout this time. And after his defeat in the parliamentary elections in 1924, he briefly retired to his home in Irene, where in an 8-month period, he produced a 350-page philosophical text, Holism and Evolution. Now, archives reveal subsequent correspondence with some philosophers about this book and about the idea of holism in general. He was asked to write the entry on holism for the 1929 Encyclopedia Britannica. But he revised Holism and Evolution in 1927, a little revision again in 1936, but he never carried out a proposed second volume or contemplated entirely rewritten volume. Perhaps the only other text that he had produced of a philosophical character was a short rectoral address in 1934 when he was rector of the University of St. Andrews. Talk about Smuts' political philosophy, I think one needs to have a little bit of an awareness of his background, but also some sense of his philosophy in general. So I want to spend a bit of time just trying to outline some of the key concepts of this idea of holism. So although the focus of the remarks that I'm going to make are to holism and evolution, it's useful to keep in mind that really he'd been thinking about this issue of holism for some 30 years. From the time of that book on Whitman in 1894-95, through this essay on the inquiry into the whole, up until this period in 1926. Smuts says that Holism and Evolution is a book neither of science nor of philosophy, but of some points of contact between the two. So what's it about? Well, first, what is holism? Now, by holism, I think Smuts has in mind two different concepts. The first is simply to describe a theory which makes the existence of wholes, W-H-O-L-E-S, a fundamental feature of the world. It regards natural objects, both inanimate and animate, as wholes, and not merely as assemblages of elements or parts. It looks upon nature as consisting of discrete concrete bodies and things, and these bodies and things are not easily resolvable into parts. The whole is more than so parts. These wholes and parts mutually and reciprocally influence each other, and they modify each other. Now, there's a second sense in which he uses this term holism, and that is to describe a process. What he says lies behind the evolutionary process. So he writes that holism is the inner driving force behind evolution. So what is a whole then? In holism and evolution, he writes that wholes are the real units of nature. Wholes are not merely artificial constructions of thought, they point to something real in the universe. And so he's not then concerned about metaphysical wholes, something very abstract that way. He's interested in things like life and organisms. So for example, in holism and evolution, he writes that every organism, every plant or animal is a whole with a certain internal organization and a measure of self-direction and an individual's specific character of its own. But he continues, what is not generally recognized is that the conception of wholes covers a much wider field than that of life. Its beginnings are traceable already in the inorganic nature. Indeed, he writes, in a certain limited sense, the natural collocations of matter in the universe are wholes. Atoms, molecules, chemical compounds are limited wholes. So when we sort of think in the 20th century, 21st century about moving from the material to the living, which is always a big issue in the study of science, he thinks that there's actually a continuity that goes through that. There's not a gap between the inorganic and the organic. So wholes have a certain dynamism. Smuts writes that insofar as a whole is considered as consisting of parts or elements, these parts cannot be fixed, constant, or unalterable. Their adjustment, that is, these parts in a whole, implies their flexibility and adjustability. Moreover, insofar as the elements or parts cohere and coalesce into the structure or pattern of a whole, that whole itself must be an active factor or influence among them. So as I said, wholes and parts mutually and reciprocally influence each other. Now, how do wholes come to exist? Now, Smuts writes that the creation of wholes and ever more highly organized wholes, and of wholeness generally as characteristic of existence, is an inherent character of the universe. And the progressive development of the resulting wholes at all stages, the most inchoate, imperfect inorganic wholes, the most highly developed and organized, is what we call evolution. So in a way, this sounds, he's got the biologist behind him, so he's sort of thinking of organisms, he's thinking of matter, but there's also this sort of level of abstraction, again, that's going on here. And he doesn't seem to think that there's a discontinuity between them. So what does he say about evolution? Now, he's obviously influenced by Darwin's account of evolution. But Smuts sees evolution in terms of the evolution of wholes, not species by natural selection. And so he writes, evolution is a progressive development of wholes at all stages. And its task is whole making as distinct from soul making. Now, why would he say something like that? Well, because in the 19th century, Keats had talked about this world as a veil of soul making. We sort of have to make ourselves to be fully human in some way, that we struggle with the difficulty of life and we try to overcome that. And his view is that, well, it's not a place of soul making, that's not what it's about, it's becoming a whole. Now for Smuts, he says the motive force behind evolution is holism. We have not a mere vague or indefinable creative impulse or élan vital, but something quite definitive. And so he says evolution is not mechanistic, but it's creative. So if you think of earlier authors like Darwin, in a way, evolution is mechanistic. That is, it's simply the unfolding of what's already there. If you have a kind of materialist view of the universe, no new stuff is coming into existence. So what we have now is sort of, latent, or rather, is sort of latent in earlier forms of evolution. And so in that sense, it's mechanistic. You're not expecting anything new. Whereas what he says is that the kind of evolution he's talking about is something that is creative. So he says this creative evolution is not just a matter of development of the physical organism, but it has an inward, spiritual, holistic character. And he says that you can see this holistic evolutionary development in 4 stages: matter, life, mind, and personality. So matter in the sense of pure inorganic matter. Life comes at a stage. Life is, the elementary organisms. Mind. So think about animals, sentient beings, and so on. And then personality. By personality, he means human personality. So mind is crucial in evolution. It exists in animals, and it indicates a marked central control, which is still mostly implicit and unconscious. But he says mind is also the basis of the reason, and reason becomes the basis of the new order of the universe. It's not only the principle of order in the self, but also the link which binds the self and the non-self into a whole. In the reason, mind, instead of pursuing its individualistic purpose of activity, resumes the primeval mark of holism towards more regulation, a higher coordination, and a greater order. That sounds a bit ominous, but he's going to sort of play around a little bit with that. So mind is something that has to exist. This is extremely important. And reason is going to be an element that develops within mind. Now, beyond mind, there is, he says, the most evolved whole, the highest whole, which he calls personality. And personality often appears in holism and evolution with a capital P. Sometimes it's a small p. When you're in philosophy, sometimes when you see capital letters, you get worried because it's sort of saying something that's more than something that's ordinary. So he talks about this. This personality is certainly distinctively human personality. In holism and evolution, he doesn't talk about a divine personality. In fact, he sort of thinks that that's just beyond the remit of this particular volume. And so it is this 4th and final stage, or 4th and final series of evolutionary development that constitutes personality. He doesn't give us, I think, a clear definition of what that is. Maybe because I suppose he figures out all of his readers are persons, and so they can have that information themselves. But it's identified with the will or the self, and he says it's fundamentally an organ of self-realization. Like mind and the other series, life and matter, there are more or less complete wholes, and so more and less complete personality. What personality is, and the value of personality, he writes, have become more apparent over time, and it's associated with the sacredness of human life and the inalienable rights of human beings. And he says this is something that Christianity has actually added in the development of the wholes, is the connection of wholes with this idea of the value of life. The understanding or the science of personality, as Smuts says, the synthetic science of human nature. And he argues that this science of personality will become the basis for a new ethic, a new metaphysic, because it presents the most complete sense of whole. So really all he's doing in holism and evolution is he's not supposed to be giving us an ethic, he's not supposed to be giving us a metaphysic. He's really just sort of trying to tell us something that lies at the frontier between, on the one hand, science, on the other hand, philosophy. Now, interestingly, to understand personality, one must engage in biography. Personality, Smuts writes, is uniquely individual, and this special individual character should not be ignored. Thus, to understand this whole personality, we need to look not at a generic description, but to specific individuals. And so Smuts writes that one should study the biography of noted personalities as expressions of the developing personality. And we can sort of think about it, this is why he's writing about Walt Whitman in 1894. He thinks that Walt Whitman, in some sense, represents a kind of model of personality. Now, not all personalities are suitable for understanding personality, however. Smuts focuses on one's inner life and its growth. And thus he says, and I enjoyed this paragraph, he says, many distinguished persons appear to be full grown in early manhood, and thereafter to undergo no further growth. Another class of persons consists of those who do not seem to have an inner self at all. And who are these persons? Public men, men of affairs, administrators, businessmen, others whose whole mind seems to be absorbed by the practical interest of their work. These are not the models of personality. He says, the fact is the real indefinable quality of true personality is inward and is not reflected in the life of the unrelieved externality which such people live. And so who are the models that we should turn to? On the whole, he says, the lives of poets, artists, writers, thinkers, religious and social innovators will be found most suitable for the purposes of holistic study. So I was rather surprised by that. He didn't say generals. So environment and background, the relation of personality to other personalities is important. But Smuts does not suggest that it's a matter of religion, ethnicity, or race. And when he speaks of race in holism and evolution, it's all as a synonym for human species. That's what he means by it. Now, Smuts does suggest there are things beyond nature which might seem to be greater wholes and personalities. So, for example, in his earlier book, An Inquiry into the Whole, Smuts refers to the whole with the W capitalized. And in the singular, it's the whole, not wholes. And in holism and evolution, he does once or twice refer to the great whole with a capital W, or a supreme whole. But he then goes on to explain that he's really not interested in these things. He mentions human associations like the state. He mentions the creations of the human spirit in all its greatest and most significant activities. He refers to works of art and the great ideals of the higher life. And so you might think that these must be super personality wholes. And yet, as I'll explain in a moment, he thinks that to read him this way, to think that there are wholes higher than human personality is a mistake. So let me just talk a little bit about these wholes. So he says, for example, in the first case, when he does sometimes capitalize the word whole and does mention terms such as the great whole, he explicitly distinguishes himself from the kind of absolutist view, which says that there's a cosmic absolute with a capital A, and he holds there is no supreme whole as such. In a second case, when he refers to works of art as a whole, he seems to regard them not as organisms or as living things, but what he calls fields. Wholes, Smuts writes, are connected to one another through their fields. And it is in this way that they are interlocked and embrace and influence each other through the interpenetration of their two fields. This notion of a field is a phenomenon, he says, which is quite universal in the realms of thought and reality alike. Everything, every concept, every whole has its field. Smuts says it's in these fields, so sort of think of like the field of energy that's around an object, so this is what he has in mind. In these fields, and these fields only, that things really happen. Things, ideas, animals, plants, persons, all of these, he says, have their fields, like physical forces. And but for their fields, they would be unintelligible. Their activities would be impossible. Their relations barren and sterile. Finally, he does write that it may be that the universe is a whole in the making. This has been suggested as a possible view, but he says, as such, no such whole has been discerned or inferred. And therefore, there is nothing beyond, or at least he cannot say there's anything beyond this holistic evolutionary development. So in this account of holistic creative evolution, we see some characteristics of wholes that are key. These wholes exhibit or lead to purposiveness, and most importantly, individuality and personality. So holism exhibits purposiveness as a special form of that unified organic action. It means, he writes, a correlation and unification of actions towards an end, got a direction, whether this is consciously conceived or apprehended or not. Next, he says, holism is the principle which works up the raw material or unorganized energy of the world, utilizes and assimilates it, and endows them with specific structure and character and individuality. So the direction is the formation of individuality, and finally with personality, and creates beauty and truth and value from them. And third, he says the whole is free. And to realize wholeness or freedom in the smaller whole of individual life represents not only the highest of which the individual is capable, but also express what is at the same time the deepest and highest universal movement of holism. So freedom is going to be a fundamental character of all this. So this development or evolution occurs both externally and internally. We see a little bit of this from that comment about who do you turn to find examples of personality. And so I think with this kind of conceptual background, I can now start to tease out the political philosophy. So So as I say, Smuts says concerning political philosophy and holism and evolution, in fact, you could say virtually nothing. But arguably, this is because he says he sees holism and evolution not as a book of philosophy, but as something lying at the frontier or the borderland between science and philosophy. Yet, given that his account is to be at the very least descriptive of reality, it is no surprise that he introduces theories and concepts which bear on the political. And the two that I want to start off with are individuality and personality, as political concepts. But I also want to mention a third concept, which you would expect one to talk about, and that is the state. And it's something he only mentions a couple of times in that 350 pages, but I think there's some interesting elements to it. So wholes, as I've just mentioned, are connected with individuality. Individuality is inherent in the holistic process. So things tend, in other words, to develop individuality. It's what the process does, both externally and internally. Only wholes are individuals. He says individuality is distinctive of wholes. And thus an individual is that which first has a real character or unique identity. Second is unified, it's a system of cooperation. And third, given the free and not mechanistic character of, given the creative and not mechanistic character of evolution, individuals are free. But just as there are different kinds of wholes, there are different kinds of individuality. And the more wholeness, more individuality. So Smuts writes, the more wholeness not only means a deeper, more intensive individuality in the self, but also a more perfect order in the structure of reality. And so humans are not merely individuals, but are unique selves. It's not just that we're different from one another. There's something that's our uniqueness. And there's no contradiction between individuality and wholeness. So this character of individuality, he says, rises with the rise of wholes in the scale of evolution and acquires decisive importance at the ultimate level of human personality. But this is not individualism. While individuality is fundamental and is characteristic of a whole, Smuts says, for example, that our individualistic will has to be harmonized and through effort and struggle to be adjusted to higher ethical and spiritual ends and needs. So first, while an individual is unique, it has to be related to others. Second, he says, this individuality is something that we draw on as an inheritance from our parents and ancestors. The individual becomes conscious of him or herself only in society, but the individual also must contribute to others. He writes, this new, deeper self becomes the center for a fresh ordering and harmony of the universal. And thus, therefore, pure individualism is a misleading abstraction. So the individualist movements who see individualism in Smuts get worried. It's not the individualism you think it is. What about freedom? Individuality is connected with freedom. In fact, Smuts makes freedom an inherent character of the universe, although in a robust sense, freedom exists only at the level of mind and beyond. So evolution, recall, is created, and at the beginning, where wholes are in matter, even as inorganic structures, there's a kind of freedom. So what's the freedom in material universe separate from consciousness? Contingency, things just happen. It's not necessary. From matter through life to mind, what one finds is external determination transformed by the whole into self-determination or freedom. So self-determination. So at the human stage, freedom takes conscious control of the process and begins to create the ethical world, the spirit. As evolution proceeds on the level of human personality, there is a new ideal world of spiritual freedom. But Smuts writes, this freedom is ordered, it's not random. For first, the new always arrives in the bosom of the pre-existing structure. Second, it is rational and ordered because mind is part of a universal order. Third, this freedom is not voluntarist, that is, it doesn't do whatever it wants to do, it's got a certain kind of direction. And holism is inhibitive. It shows ethical restraint. So holism, he writes, is not merely creative of variations, it holds in check certain features while it releases and pushes forward to others. Thus, the balanced whole of the type is achieved, he writes. This repressive aspect of progress is neglected by Darwinists. So Darwinism is all sort of pushing ahead in some way. He says that holism actually can be sort of a way of restraint. So now all wholes, all individuals have this freedom. There is no clear restriction that he's given here. And so when it comes to personality, what is relevant is not external characteristics, such as status, but the internal life. And hence, Smuts referenced early on in holism and evolution to these figures like Shakespeare or Goethe or Whitman as it's not about what they have done so much, but as kind of person they are. Now, this emphasis on individuality and freedom suggests a basic pluralism, Smuts' view. And Chris actually alluded to that this morning with pluralism in Smuts' view. But a few things are to be noted here. It's a pluralism that seeks to protect individuality, but it's not reducible to individualism. And second, it's a plurality that is consistent with this holism. Well, what is the place of the state in all this? Let me just jump ahead a little bit. Now, as I say, Smuts makes only 2 or 3 references to the term state in all of holism and evolution. Now, the state is a human association, an association of persons or personalities, not of individuals. And it's at the level of, a level that is higher than personality. And in the state, he writes, central control becomes super individual. The state has for its higher purpose the fostering and spiritual development of the whole of personality. He refers to the state as being a whole in a sense. That's what carries the weight here. But Smuts also says that even though it's a structure on the analogy with many properties of real wholes, it itself is not a whole. It is a group field, I mentioned before. So while wholes, namely persons, may be mutually exclusive, their fields overlap and penetrate and reinforce each other, and thus create an entirely new situation. He writes, there's a multiplication of force in the society or group owing to this mutual penetration of the conjoined fields. Hence, we speak of social or group or national organisms. But as a matter of fact, there is no new organism. The society or group is organic without being an organism, holistic without being a whole. We have in such cases, he writes, an organic situation, but not an organism. Groups, families, churches, societies, nations are organic, but not organisms. So while the state is the result of a whole-making power of human individuality, we are all members of one another. This is what he writes, we are all members of one another. And as a result, such a state has appropriate control over the individual, but since it itself is not a whole, the state must and ought leave room for individual creativity. He certainly does not see the state as ultimate. So it would seem that the relation of the individual to the state then is a relation of a whole and wholes within something larger. So here the individual whole can be creative, emergent, and free. The individual is in a way undetermined, but in a way not. Smuts recognizes that structures can and should inhibit, and as we have seen, there's a vast plan of extensive coordination. But as well, there is a need for structure. To foster, he writes, little centers of intensive wholeness in individuals, which reflect the individualistic nature of mind. And so individuation is part of the holistic advance. So to complete, I think, this account of Smuts' political philosophy, recall that reason has a role. He writes that reason is the organ of universality. He says it's largely creative of new structures of reality and truth. And he also says that there are higher values. And it seems that these values also have a role for and beyond the state. These are values like truth, beauty, and goodness. Now, you are all saying this is still pretty vague. And Smuts explicitly says he can't develop these ideas in this book. So it's written out, wait for volume 2. It doesn't occur. But I do think that there's actually an interesting sort of practical connection. So I just want to say a little bit about this. So he takes up this issue of freedom in his rectoral address that he gives at the University of St. Andrews in 1934. So this is roughly about 8 years later. As you know, at that time in the UK, maybe it's still the case, the rector of certain universities in the UK are elected by students. They can choose whoever they want as a rector. And so Smuts is absent for a while, but in 1934, he finds a way to come to St. Andrews. And he wants to talk about this issue of freedom. Now, Smuts is aware of the increasing militarization of Europe, and although he writes in this essay, he has a somewhat positive view that war will be averted. Obviously, he can't predict the future. He's nevertheless rigorous in his argument for freedom. And so even though he doesn't mention holism and evolution, he says that really the focus of freedom is going to be creative freedom, which, as you know, he describes in holism and evolution as the essence of personality. So here's what he writes in summary in this rectoral address. He says, the individual is basic to any world order that is worthwhile, and that the will to freedom should be our real mode of power. Thus, creative freedom is the watchword of the new order. And this creative freedom is something that involves inner freedom, social freedom and equality before the law as the foundation of the state, and international freedom. So inner freedom, social freedom, and international freedom. It specifically includes political freedom, by which he includes intellectual freedom, freedom of conscience, speech, thought, and teaching. He says this is liberty in its full meaning. Smuts sees this freedom as being opposed to, quote, the absorption of the individual by the state. He writes that freedom is the most ineradicable character of human nature, and that without it, peace, contentment, and happiness are not possible. Freedom is what is deepest in our spiritual nature. And what one might call unfreedom is that of a materialist mechanist civilization. Now, in this, perhaps the only text in which Smuts articulates a political philosophy explicitly, we see how Smuts regards the state to be in the service of freedom. That is, so far as freedom lies at the foundation of the state, he situates freedom against authoritarianism or totalitarian regimes, what he sometimes refers to as Prussianism. Can such a view of freedom stand? Well, as an alternative from within the South African philosophical milieu, consider R.F.A. Hernley. So Hernley knew Smuts reasonably well. Early in Hernley's career, 1905 to 1908, he taught in Cape Town, and after 1921 until his death, he taught at Johannesburg. Hernley did not see Holism and Evolution as being a particularly novel book. So Hernley's review of holism and evolution, well, there's a certain measure of originality, but not much here. But Hernley also responded to this rectoral address that Smuts gave at St. Andrews. This title of the lecture given at St. Andrews was Freedom in the Present Day World. Hernley's response is on the meaning of freedom. So Hernley presents some cautions. First, he notes that individuality is value only if it is grounded in the service of supra-individual values. Second, he states that Smuts' emphasis on creative freedom needs to be clearer about what is being created. What exactly is this freedom? And what are the practical limits on freedom? Hernley notes that creative activity in itself is not supportive of freedom. He emphasizes that freedom is not an unconditioned value, and there's a need for learning, discipline, truth, unity, coherence, and perhaps within a context of common convictions. So given these general conceptual concerns, Hernley then raises the question of the nature of political freedom. So Hernley's writing this in 1935. It was delivered to the Philosophical Society at Wits, but it's published in the British Philosophical Journal of Philosophy. So it's got this kind of worldwide circulation. So Hernley suggests first that Smuts is inconsistent by, on the one hand, favoring democracy for all, and yet not finding a solution to the problem of relations of white and black in South Africa. Hernley also notes the importance of reason, persuasion, and consent in democracy, and that in order to promote toleration, there need to be existing common civic loyalties. And so one can see this emphasis on common convictions and common civic loyalties in the idealist tradition and other authors. It seems clear that Hernley does not regard Smuts as providing an idealist philosophy, and especially not a kind of political philosophy that one would want to adopt. And he makes other criticisms about Smuts' views and his inability to try to find some way of addressing the problem of white and black in South Africa. So that just gives you a little quick response at the time by another philosopher to Smuts' philosophy. So let me just quickly give you a quick sum up. So, Smuts' holism, I would call it his philosophy of nature, offers an explanation of the existence, value, and a defense of freedom, individuality, and democracy. So it gives a kind of philosophical justification of these things. Wholes have value, and the more complete, the less inconsistent, the more integrated a whole, the higher value will have. Second, there is no greater whole than persons or personalities. And this has a kind of normative force, but it's not an individualism. Third, dignity and rights come to be ascribed to some of these wholes and persons. Fourth, the state and other ethical and social institutions have an essential role, but they don't have a value above the person, and there's no defense of any kind of status. Higher values also have an essential role, but again, they don't have a place above the person. And finally, democracy is something that is natural, and it is needed for the development of personality. Of course, it remains to ask whether and how this political philosophy actually had a resonance in Smuts' political life. I'll stop there.
As you spoke about time, I was wondering if you write any video.
Yeah, so I'm sure he would have, and the one of the questions that I also will deal with at some point soon is what kind of idealism does Smuts offer? So I'll just say commonly people talk about a kind of absolute idealism. So if you think of someone like F.H. Bradley or Bernard Bosanquet or maybe T.H. Green, there's a kind of sense in which there's a whole and human beings are part of that, but there's some debate about whether they have much independence or significance. There's a kind of personal idealism, which I think is the kind of thing that would have come from his teachers in Edinburgh and then a little bit farther through, blocking space here. And I think he's probably more inclined to do that. So did he read Hegel? I'm sure that was sort of it was also in the air, so he would have read that. He says he wants to avoid doing metaphysics. You know, this is why this is a book that lies sort of between philosophy and science. I don't think you can quite do that. You heard a lot of language like that word on, you know, that term reason and so on, that obviously have a kind of resonance there. But he doesn't think of it as a kind of like reason working its way through history. That's not, you know, it's not a role of reason. Reason comes late with mind. But, you know, he figures if you want to give a full account of what exists, you have to go back to the very beginning. And he says, this is why he says he's not an idealist. He says, because idealists are talking about mind. There was no mind at the beginning. It was matter, just stuff. Is this consistent? I think if you look at some of the other things that Smuts wrote, some of the earlier work, I think he's trying to avoid certain problems. And let's face it, 1926 idealism is not looking good. You know, it's lost its popularity. Some people are starting to distance themselves from it. You know, I could imagine someone wanting to say, don't put me there. And I think also his understanding of what idealism is a bit of Hegel. So you mentioned Hegel, which he thinks is too narrow. So he doesn't want to adopt that. But I think there's an idealistic process behind this holism. And that's part of the reason why I got interested in reading Smuts.
Hold on, there was a question from David. Yeah, to some extent you addressed it. Take Hegel, for example. You take another philosopher who is more closely associated with Darwinism, Ritchie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he takes Hegel to be an evolutionist.
Yep.
You know, he uses the term emendation, which is evolution of the spirit rather than just matter.
Right.
So I think there's probably more in Hegel that Smuts likes than not in that respect.
Mm-hmm.
But we mustn't forget that he had the Bible in one pocket and canon in the other.
Yeah.
But the Kant book is in his library, I read, it's annotated. So, you know, there's evidence that he read it, not only carried it around. And if you take Kant, what Hegel criticized Kant for is maintaining a dualism, a different dualism from a Descartes dualism. But he's saying essentially that there are things in themselves you can't know, you can only know through, through mind. So there's materialism there then. Kant says you can't come to know it. What Smuts seems to be saying is that there is a materialism there, but you can't come to know it. It's a series of holes inorganic matter and then organic mind, such like. So if he is a personal idealist, there should be some evidence of him reading Seth, Hegelianism of personality, and Sturt.
So, no, I agree. So one of the reasons for coming to South Africa, besides the kind invitation of my hosts here, is to look at the library, because I have a copy of the catalog of the library in his house in Irene. So just to see what books are there. And as I sometimes joke, if he has a book and first 5 pages are cut and that's it, I have a hunch he probably didn't read it. But if there are annotations, then that gives me at least a little bit of inductive information about that. So which books did he have? Which books was he reading? You know, he was maintaining this philosophical correspondence. We knew the kinds of things that were going on, but you know, I mean, a bit earlier, I forget who I was talking about. Anyway, just like how much time do you have? You know, if you're like a general and you know, prime minister and whatnot. Yeah, you don't have a lot of time, and you know, even though you may not be distracted by cell phones, you know, still, you know, takes a lot of time to do that. So some of the, I think he gets secondhand. Some of the discussion he has in Holism and Evolution of other philosophers, I think, is a little bit, you know, not very subtle, but still, I think he's trying to do the best he can with what he has. So yes, I think he's trying to overcome that kind of dualism. I think he figures that in a way Hegel didn't really overcome it, and that even someone like James Ward, you know, who he wanted to attend the lectures at Cambridge, that Ward had really overcome that either. So something there. So that's what he thought that he wanted to do. So what I think is interesting from that point of view is that, okay, it's not a dualism. How does this sort of cash out in terms of political life? Well, there's a kind of a unity in political life. But you don't want to have just mechanistic, because that gets rid of freedom. But on the other hand, it just can't be sort of loose individualism. So he's looking for something there. And I was expecting to find certain things, and we talked about already at this conference. But what I did find was it was more critical of personalities than of ethnicities and things like that. So, you know, the business person is wonderful in their job. That's not the ideal of personality. You know, the business leader, the politician, you know, may be good. That's not what personality is. And so I thought, well, there's something interesting. So, you know, he thinks that personality is something that's got that connection of the inner and the outer. It's what's called the spiritual and the external. Yeah, thanks. But that sets up some more context to me on.
To the stretch to say there's a nexus between his holism, his philosophy of holism, and his quest for territory, his expansionism.
Well, and that's I didn't see that in Holism and Evolution. So again, I was sort of looking, I was expecting to find certain kinds of things, knowing a little bit about Smuts going into that. You know, about the state, for example, or about, you know, what is this development really? And are there higher and lower personalities in some sense, you know, that would justify, you know, measures of inequality. And I didn't see it in that way there. And when I looked at the lecture on freedom, again, it's pretty generic. You know, the first 10 pages is spent telling the students how wonderful they are. But then the next 10 pages, you're trying to deal concretely, I guess, with this issue of freedom in a concrete context. But the idea of expansionism and so on, territorial expansionism, you know, which you talked about a bit. And, you know, you even noted this idea of having like Christianity and holism up there. I guess I was expecting that there would be something more implicit in that. And maybe one can tease out more than I have already, but I didn't see that. I didn't see that. So this is why I say at the end of the paper, there's a kind of an idealist, humanist liberalism there that recognizes the value of the community, has an important role. How does that flesh out when it comes to practical politics? And that's where, you know, you can say there's the political philosophy, what's the political praxis? And that's where I think there's still a gap.
There's a few questions going on. Cosmo, and then Soul, and you know, and then
Maybe we can take them collectively.
maybe that's an yeah. Could we take any questions? Would that be all right?
Agree now. Now,
Agree.
well, I can, and then I can do another.
What I'm curious about is what's the sense of an impact tourism has had on this travel in the world? Or not, you know?
Right. Okay, I'll give it 3 questions and answer them.
Was wondering if you could a bit more about creative freedom. I mean, my mind went immediately to Red. I'm reading a bit of Red at the moment, you know, when she talks about mentality and she sees freedom as the people's sort of ability to make new beginnings of themselves, to have that creative space, the spontaneity. And so I wasn't, that's what I hoped for, you know, I wasn't entirely sure this creative freedom is it just you know, is it something about, you know, your, I think, master species being, like something that you can be who you supposed to or want to be, to sort of make new beginnings, or is it something about what it is you actually do? So if it's, I mean, a businessman, let's say a businessman is being organizational is her poetry, right? So what's that normal like judgment of Smuts that this is not part of sort of creative freedom that you value? I'm sure with that. Sorry, I'll
Sorry, it's tea time. So we can ask these questions.
yeah. That was.
There's also tea time, so if you want to ask these questions.
You know, I mean, surely the ideas. Don't worry, I'm waiting. That's right. Maybe just one of the 3rd question, and then I think I can answer this pretty quickly.
I'll have one with you.
Sorry.
I'll my statements are with you.
Okay. Good. Okay. All right.
Yes, right. The impact of holism. So the short answer is I think it had relatively little. I mean, it's true. The book was reviewed, I think partly because of the fame of the author, but you know, the book was reviewed. He sent copies of books out. He did get acknowledgements from some of the people he sent to, philosophers. It was reviewed reasonably widely, but I think for a variety of reasons, this kind of work was just getting out of fashion in philosophy. And there wasn't, I think, the receptivity in the philosophical community about that. You know, people were talking about relativity theory and so on, and there was some, you know, correspondence with Einstein, but you know, this didn't really give it any kind of practice. And so, really, I think that the word holism is the only thing that had the impact over the longer term, historically. So that's, you know, so people talk about holism now, but they're not talking about it in Smuts' sense. They're talking about it in a different sense. But you know, I think it's interesting when you get a figure like this who takes, not only has spent a long period of his life thinking about this, but you know, revises it and goes back to it. So you know, it has something there. And I don't think it's just to be able to say, I'm not just a lawyer, I'm not just a military person, I'm also, you know, a philosopher. I don't think it's that, there's something more to it. So that's what attracts me about it. But the impact, I don't think was very significant. And I was surprised again at how little impact it seems to have had. So about creative freedom, I think part of it is the contrast with what we could call sort of mechanistic views of evolution. So that the idea that somehow you get evolution started and then the machine just runs, that's not it. He says that, and that's not it just because he didn't like it, that's not what he gets reality to be. So it's a kind of anti-deterministic, anti-mechanistic view. And he thinks that there's also more to development than externality, so the inner life. Now, whether a business person is really, you know, has a rich inner life or not, I'm sure there are some. But he's saying that we're looking at someone who not only engages in the world, but also is engaging, I guess, in that kind of self-reflective activity. And he also has in mind the French philosopher Henri Bergson, who's talking about kind of élan vital and, you know, this kind of spirit. So again, it's a kind of anti-deterministic, but not supernaturalistic. And so that's the other thing, right? He's not talking about, you know, God, that kind of thing. Although I understand Smuts was a religious person, well, it's a matter of debate, I suppose. But he says this, we're not talking about God or the personality, which was another thing that I was slightly surprised. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Well, thank you very much. So the next time we see the word holism, you can hang some down. Right.
You get it 15 minutes time. Small nations seem to be incredibly active, and the most recent book that I know, at least, is that huge, thick book with lots and lots of contributions, which covers pretty much all of the Smuts' life and his thoughts and activities. So, Cobus is going to focus now on quality. Continuation of the previous paper of the themes and things, perhaps.
Thanks, Dave. Well, what I'm going to say is a bit different from what Will said, because in my opinion, holism had a bigger impact as quite an extensive impact, but I'll come to this. You'll see, I talk about the intellectual of Smuts. Now, there is quite a lot of disagreement as to whether his contributions in the philosophical and intellectual fields is of such a nature that he can be classified as an intellectual. So what do you want to?
No, I'm just fascinated. You can
By the picture. Whether he can be classified as an intellectual. His contemporaries, especially political opponents, especially in the National Party, refer to him as Slim Yanni. You've heard that term quite a few times already. Now, in the light of the opposing opinions about Smuts' intellectual legacy, what I'm going to try and do here is to answer the question whether I think Smuts can be classified as an intellectual, and on which basis he may deserve this status. Now, we all know that Smuts had a superior intellect, which is confirmed by his achievements as a student. He only started schooling when he was 12 years old. He caught up with his contemporaries. He did very well in his primary and secondary education. Then he went to Stellenbosch at the Victoria College, where he was a top student. He obtained the Epton Scholarship, which then enabled him to enroll at Christ's College to study law. There, he excelled as a brilliant student, and he won the prestigious George Long Prize for his unparalleled academic achievements. You will all have heard that Lord Todd later said that, along with John Milton and Charles Darwin, Smuts was one of the 3 outstanding students in the 500 years history of Christ College. Even the famous Albert Einstein praised him and said he was one of only a few people that he thought understood his theory of relativity. Someone the other day said that letter at Smuts' house has gone missing. I don't know who that was.
That's what I was told yesterday, the book with the Einstein in the missing.
Oh, it's missing. Einstein forecast that Smuts' theory of holism, along with his own theory of relativity, would guide human thinking in the next millennium. Now, we know that Smuts' political and military activities and the rest of his career prevented him from continuing with postgraduate studies. So he never acquired any more degrees, but he remained an eternal student throughout his life, and he was a reader. He read a lot, and he also had constant interaction with other scholars. So he kept abreast of the scientific debates, the scientific advances of his time, and actively participated in the academic discourses of his time. He was also a scientist in his own right. Through his contact with botanists, his field work with professors at Stellenbosch and elsewhere, and his reading, he became a leading expert on grasses, especially African grasses, and enjoyed scientific recognition as a botanist. New types of grass were even named after him. Most well known is, of course, the Smuts grass, a type of grazing grass that was named after him. I think much later the scientific name was changed. So I don't think Smuts is in that name anymore. As a decision maker in the governments of the Transvaal colony and the Union of South Africa, Smuts was also a promoter and a patron of the scientists. Through his efforts, the Transvaal University College, the forerunner of the University of Pretoria, came into being. He was also a member of various South African scientific associations, and he contributed to the scientific literature in speeches, and also he wrote a lot of forewords for scientific publications, and he provided input to promote several academic disciplines at various South African universities. To determine whether Smuts' activities in the scientific sphere made him an intellectual, one, of course, must first look at the term intellectual, the definition of the term intellectual. In my written paper, I trace the origin and the history of the term intellectual. In philosophical and scientific circles, debates continue about the definition of an intellectual and the criteria that someone must meet to qualify as an intellectual. There's a fair amount of consensus about certain characteristics of an intellectual. In addition to intellect, critical thinking, insightful knowledge, and the ability to argue, intellectuals are also supposed to engage in issues of general interest and to make positive contributions in the public sphere. They must possess future-oriented vision, and they must help shape public opinion. They must be critical, must denounce injustice in society, and they must provide practical solutions to societal issues. So, see the picture there, typified intellectuals as the moral conscience of their time. Said said, called upon intellectuals to fearlessly speak the truth to those in power. They must act as the benefactors of humanity and mouthpieces for truth and justice. It is thus clear that the intellectual is more than just a particularly intelligent or well-read person and a thinker. He or she is expected to challenge notions that are taken for granted and to provide the kind of intellectual leadership through which a social change can be achieved. There is, however, much difference of opinion about the characteristics and functions of intellectuals. There are divergent views on how neutral an intellectual should be towards ideologies and whether the intellectual should be inside, outside, or on the fringes of the establishment. There's so much variation in views about the intellectual that it is almost impossible to encompass all these viewpoints in a single definition. Hall believes that the question, what is an intellectual, is meaningless because it cannot be answered. Now, in the light of the elusiveness of the conception of the intellectual, it is hardly possible to lay down a specific set of criteria to test the claim that Smuts was an intellectual. Nevertheless, I'll make an attempt to measure up Smuts's contributions to certain of the identified characteristics of the intellectual in order to try and answer the following two questions. I'm looking at these two questions. Number one, did Smuts make an original contribution to the public discourse of his time? And secondly, was his contribution well noted? And did it make a significant impact on society in its own time and later? The claim that Jan Smuts can be classified as an intellectual revolves mainly around the concept of holism and its impact. Smuts is recognized as the father of holism. He was called that in the Oxford Dictionary because it first appeared in print this term in 1926 in his book, Holism and Evolution. When he was a student at Stellenbosch and Cambridge in the 1890s, his thinking on holism already started taking shape, and over time found expression in a written form in various texts, those that well referred to, like Walt Whitman, A Study in the Evolution of Personality, and An Inquiry into the Whole. However, it was not until the end of his first term as Prime Minister, after his South African party lost the election in 1924, and he became leader of the opposition, that he actually found time to complete his book on holism in his study on the farm at Doornkloof. His biographer, Keith Hancock, reports how Smuts completed the book of 140,000 words in a period of 29 weeks in 1924 to 1925. Now, Smuts was not the first person to talk about the idea of wholes. The roots of holistic thinking actually extend way back into the distant past. Contemporaries of Smuts also thought holistically. The well-read Smuts was up to date with the latest development in the scientific thinking of his time. He read the works of Kant, you've already heard references to that, of Freud and Einstein, and he incorporated the ideas of scholars such as Spinoza, Hegel, Leibniz, and Darwin into his own concept of holism in order to make a synthesis of the existing knowledge of his time. Smuts was developing his holistic thinking in an era when a paradigm shift in scientific thinking from Newton's mechanistic world view to Einstein's theory of relativity took place. and the realization took hold that everything in the universe was more fluid and relative than previously believed. New knowledge about atoms and subatomic particles changed the concept of matter. The new view of the universe as a dynamic whole of parts in which great cosmic processes unfold as incremental, successive, progressive steps in space and time supplemented Smuts' holistic ideas. Now, much has been written about the content of his book, which first appeared in 1926, Holism and Evolution. The core of the matter, Will already explained the basic content of the book, so I won't dwell too much on this. But as I see it, the core of the matter is that Smuts attempted to explain the relationship between matter, life, and spirit. It was his conviction that holism was the coordinating principle and decisive force that unites these three things into a whole. Smuts explained that holism was the creative factor behind the progressive evolution from matter to life to spirit, and ultimately the human personality. He was neither a scientific nor a philosophical system, or his was neither a scientific nor a philosophical system, but in the area between science and philosophy, as Will also pointed out, it reflected Smuts' way of thinking about reality, the basis of his worldview. Initially, holism and evolution was particularly well received. The idea of holism seemed to have captured people's imagination. Smuts' ideas influenced Alfred Adler, Adolf Meyer, and their approach to psychology and psychiatry, and had a long-lasting effect on personality theory in psychology. Scholars such as Arnold Toynbee, the famous English historian, and Friedrich Meyer-Abich, the German jurist and philosopher, publicly recommended Smuts' work. Although the reaction to Smuts' book was predominantly positive in scientific circles, it also provoked criticism in philosophical and theological circles, not circuses. Thank you, According to Hancock, the book was initially received too favorably and later criticized too sharply. Smuts', whatever the case may be, Smuts' reputation was boosted with the publication of the book. In the following years, he received numerous invitations to address scientific societies. The title in Hancock's biography of Smuts of the chapter on his successful lecture tours to Britain and the USA is the title Professor Smuts of Oxford, alluding to his prestige in academic circles at the time. In 1929, he introduced a discussion on the nature of life at the meeting of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in Cape Town. 2 years later, he addressed this organization again about the scientific world picture of today in front of a large audience in London. He was honored to be elected president of the association, which was sort of the peak of his intellectual or his scientific achievement. A few years later, the luxury of devoting time to science came to an end for Smuts when he and Herzog formed the United Party, and he once again occupied a senior position in the cabinet, and his political responsibilities in the rest of his life did not allow him to write his intended sequel to Holism and Evolution. There's always been the question whether Smuts applied holism to politics. I think that's also the question with which you ended, Will. Several researchers, for example, in our book, Dan Crick, indicate how Smuts' holism was more than just a theoretical concept, but had practical impact through his actions as a politician and a statesman in devising political structures such as the Union of South Africa in 1910, the British Commonwealth, the League of Nations, and later also had inputs in the United Nations. But I don't have time to go into that into any more detail. The concept of holism gave rise to a big debate among scientists in the 1920s and the 1930s. As part of the rivalry between the idealist and materialist approaches to science. Scientific idealism starts from the assumption that reality as man knows it is constructed by the human mind and is therefore essentially immaterial. Scientific materialism starts from the assumption that matter is the fundamental constituent of nature and that all things, including things of the mind and consciousness, are the result of material interaction. Idealists assume that living things are essentially different from non-living things and argued that the origin of life must be attributed to a supernatural creation process. In contrast, materialists argued that living organisms are also material objects, cannot claim a special status, and are subject to the same processes that regulate all physical systems. Now, with the publication of Holism and Evolution in 1926, Smuts was immediately in the middle of this dispute between the idealist and materialist approaches in the ecological sciences. His Christian-oriented beliefs contributed to his idealistic outlook and his opposition to the materialistic approach. He followed a teleological approach. There's a diagram that is supposed to explain it. I don't really understand that diagram. Maybe you can make sense of it. I got it from the internet. Anyway, he followed this teleological approach, which prioritized efficiency in creation. He argued that evolution is a process that creates ever more complex wholes, and that nature moves in the direction of continuous improvement. The hierarchy of wholes from lower to higher species represents a series of progressions to greater perfection. Other contemporary scientists shared Smuts' teleological idealist view. The most prominent of them was the famous American ecologist Frederick Clements. He was the pioneer in the study of the succession of vegetation. Clements developed an influential theory of botanical change towards a climax state, which aligned with Smuts' holistic views. You must remember, Smuts' holism is very much based on ecology, because that was where he started with his field work, and even as a boy when he was on the farm and saw was an observer of nature. Clements developed an influential theory of botanical change towards a climax state, so the climax state theory, which aligned with Smuts' holistic views. Smuts also enjoyed support among ecologists and botanists in South Africa, especially John Phillips and John Williams Pearce. Smuts' teleological idealist conception of ecological holism was fiercely opposed by scientists with a materialist point of view. At that meeting in 1929 of the British Association for the Advancement of Science in Cape Town, Smuts' opponent in a debate on the nature of life was Lancelot Hockbeck, a Marxist biologist working at the University of Cape Town, who was dismissive of Smuts' view of holism. Other opponents of Smuts were the British Hyman Levi, who was a mathematician, H.G. Wells, the well-known author, Julian Huxley, biologist, and G.B. zoologist. The most important opponent of the ecological ideas of Smuts was the socialist Arthur Tansley. See his image this side. He was the first president of the British Ecological Society and the creator of the ecosystem concept. He challenged the teleological approach that ecological succession is inherently progressive and that the notion that holism is the cause and effect of everything in nature. He developed his materialist, holistic, also holistic, but not idealistic, holistic, but materialist, holistic ecosystem concept, which interprets ecology from the point of view of dialectical, interdependent, dynamic ecosystems, and which would gain ground in the 1940s and replace Evans's climax theory as the leading paradigm in ecology. The sharpest criticism of Tansley was not so much directed against Smuts' view of nature, but against his racial views. Smuts believed that certain races evolved further than others and attributed the differences between races to natural inequalities. In 1929, he argued in his Oxford lectures that the superior European culture in Africa had come into contact with primitive cultures whose members were lacking the European drive for progress and civilization. Smuts argued that protective segregation was necessary in a country like South Africa to protect the cultures and traditions of Africans from being engulfed by the more developed cultures of the white population and to prevent blood mixing, help maintain racial purity, eliminate racial conflict, and ensure a healthy society. Some of Smuts' critics directly related his racial views to his hierarchical, teleological conception of ecology. They argue that he used holism and the recapitulation theory, sort of an outdated 19th century theory, which underpinned 19th century biological racism as a philosophical scientific justification for a racial hierarchy, segregation, and the exploitation and oppression of Black people in South Africa. By doing so, according to certain critics, he undid the valuable insights that were locked up in the concept of holism. The disagreement about how Smuts' holistic ideas and his racial views can be related to each other continues. Shula Marx in 2001, Peter Anker, 2001, Paul DeBow, 2008, and John Moorfield in 2014 argue that Smuts' holistic ideas were also reflected in his racial conceptions and the political practice of his racial policy, and that his contributions to the formation of the British Commonwealth and the League of Nations were also made in the interest of white supremacy. Noel Garson, 2007, and Willem Gravett, 2017, have come to the defense of Smuts against these critics. The claim that Smuts developed holism as a deliberate scheme for racial oppression, in my view, seems a bit far-fetched because he began to develop his holistic ideas long before he became involved in racial policy as a politician. The debate about the extent to which Smuts can be considered a racist is a separate theme, which is not really relevant for this specific paper. That Smuts' alleged racism renders his concept of holism worthless is obviously a fallacy and fails to discredit holism. Smuts' involvement in the academic debate between idealist and materialist-oriented scientists continued into the early 1930s, but the scientific interlude in Smuts' career ended when his and others were party peers and cabinet member again. The debates about the concept of holism continue to this day, almost a century after the publication of Holism and Evolution and many decades after Smuts' death. After the Smuts-Stanley dispute, holism enjoyed less prominence for some decades, but since the 1980s, holism has come to the fore again and figures at the center of science discourses. Of course, well, you said it's not the same, it's not exactly the same holism as what Smuts had in mind, but the concept of holism still remains important in scientific circles. With the development of computer technology, new fields of scientific inquiry such as systems theory and complexity studies focus on a holistic approach. Scientists from various disciplines realized that it was not possible to understand complex systems reductionistically by simply analyzing their constituent parts in isolation, but that a holistic approach was required. In 1987, J.C. Poynton, a zoologist, wrote that holism was still a respected concept in scientific debates. He stated, quote, Smuts' process-orientated hierarchical view of nature and his non-preformationist unified interpretation of inorganic and organic evolution has provided a rallying point for revolts against reductionism. End of quote. Holism was one of the roots from which systems science grew. Systems scientists argue that nothing in nature can be studied in isolation, but that everything, even human action, is connected to each other as part of a larger system, and that there is a dynamic interaction between whole and parts. In the Holistic Science Journal, the creative relationship between whole and parts, as in Smuts' conception, is considered to be the core of holistic science. Over the past decades, holism has been increasingly involved in academic debates in various fields. This includes natural and applied sciences such as physics, physiology, neurobiology, ecosystem ecology, cybernetics, and medical sciences, but also in humanities such as anthropology and psychology. Some of the famous scientists in different fields who found connection with Smuts' holistic thinking include Paul Davies, physicist, Ilya Prigogine, chemist, Rupert Sheldrake, biologist, Michael Polanyi, physical chemist, and Arthur Zajonc, physicist. I don't know if I pronounce all these names correctly. In the field of the environmental sciences, Smuts' holistic views exerted influence on Arne Naess, the Norwegian founder of deep ecology, Fritjof Capra's concept of the web of life, and James Lovelock's Gaia hypothesis. Besides the influence of holism on scientific theory, it has also found practical application in, amongst other things, holistic medicine, which approaches healing as an integrated process of body, mind, and spirit. Also in business practice and holistic natural resource management. In the wholeness principle, Anna Lemkov in 1990 gave an overview of the deployment of holistic thinking in science, religion, and society. Holism remains a key concept in scientific thought. Daniel Christiaan, a biologist who focuses on whole system design, traced how holistic thinking as a counter to the reductionist, mechanistic, materialist approach gained traction in holistic science and complexity theory. He views holism as an integrative perspective, which accommodates different perspectives in a flexible and inclusive meta worldview, which can be used as an overview tool for intellectual integration and an explanatory principle, and which can contribute to sustainable society. In 2016, just a few years ago, Claudius van Wyk re-evaluated Smuts' contribution in holism and evolution. That was 90 years after its publication. He portrays Smuts as an active participant in the transition to a new scientific paradigm early in the 20th century, who, with his opposition to the mechanistic reductionist model, contributed to a transformed holistic view of science that recognized the complexity of reality. Van Wyk draws parallels between Smuts' book in 1926 and new approaches in physics and philosophical thought. He concludes that Smuts' concept of holism laid the foundation for the emergence of general systems theory, and that it remains a valid epistemological approach as a counter to the materialistic paradigm. Kaufman shows that collected data in the field of chaos theory, a branch of mathematics, confirms that underlying patterns can be identified in the seemingly random nature of complex systems, and that Smuts' intuition guided his thinking about holes in the right direction. In conclusion, I return to the two questions posed here as criteria for Smuts' claim to be classified as an intellectual. The first one, does Smuts make an original contribution to the public discourse of his time? Well, in my mind, there's no doubt that this was the case. Smuts thought deeply about the abstract and philosophical over a long period of time, and holism and evolution was the product of his original thinking. In it, he reveals himself as a seeker of the deeper underlying truth of what is in reality visible on the surface of nature and society. With holism, Smuts succeeded in exposing another dimension of truth. He establishes a framework of thought which admittedly limps from a flawed empirical foundation and fails to bridge the gap between matter and spirit, but nevertheless serves as a stimulating starting point for further thought and investigation to better understand the universe. Then the second question, has Smuts' contribution been thoroughly noted, and did it make a significant impact on society in his own time and later? Because of the international fame that Smuts gained as a politician and a statesman, there was extraordinary public interest in holism and evolution. In scientific circles, his holistic view placed him in the middle of the dispute between the idealist and materialist approaches. The Tansley-Smuts debate at the time when a move towards a new scientific paradigm was taking place, but when a strong empirical basis had not yet been established in the ecological and other sciences, demonstrated that both Smuts and Tansley were seekers towards a new holistic perspective on reality. Foster and Clark, they compared the two, Smuts and Tansley, and they show that the two approaches to holism represented by Smuts and Tansley have moved closer together in the ecological sciences since the 1990s. They believe that they should be used as complementary rather than opposing approaches in an overarching realist constructionist model. Smuts is widely recognized in scientific circles as the pioneer of holistic thinking. In this paper, I've shown that the impact of his holistic thinking was not limited to the 1920s and 1930s, but has been revived since the 1980s as a starting point for the systems science approach. The increasing trend towards holistic thinking in the sciences makes it seem that Einstein's prediction that relativity and holism would be the most important scientific concepts in the new millennium has come true. Both questions, in my opinion, can therefore be answered unequivocally positively. In the light of that, I conclude that Smuts can be considered an intellectual who made a constructive contribution to the public discourses of the 20th and even 21st century. Finally, I just want to quote from the chapter by Delene Haynes, given you know her very well, in our book, in the reappraisal of Smuts. of which I was the editor. She argues that Smuts was ahead of his time in his holistic thinking, and that this is confirmed by the fact that his theories still resonate in different fields of knowledge to this very day. Smuts' formulation of holism remains a valid concept to explain and understand reality. She states, and there's the quote, "One is amazed at the imagination of this extraordinary man who was so far ahead of his time. What was not yet available to him by way of scientific knowledge, he sensed intuitively, and as he delved into his imagination, he used his visionary insight to predict the path of future development. Amazingly, without the help of a laboratory, computer, and co-workers, he had the courage to develop his ideas and put them down in writing so that his theory still takes its place today in the advancement of various schools of thought." Thank you.
Before we go on to questions, Vanessa asked me to remind those who are giving presentations tomorrow to, if they have a PowerPoint, to send them to us so that you can reload them on the computer. Otherwise, it leads to delays, etc. Before we go on to the questions, I'd like to add one name to this list of pros for Smuts. R.G. Collingwood, who was one of the most famous English philosophers in the middle of the 20th century, wrote an article called "The Present Need of a Philosopher." I think it was in 1934, and it was in the journal Philosophy. What was needed was the unification of materialism and idealism as far as he was concerned. He said 3 people are trying to do this at present: A.N. Whitehead, Samuel Alexander, and James Smuts. I think he's a more important figure of those who have that is the point. Right, so we have that question. So,
Well, thank you for furthering this. Nicely counterpointed papers. I have no doubt an intellectual. You almost said he's a public intellectual. I don't think he's a professional philosopher. I don't think he thought of himself as a professional. There are lots of holes in those, and they're picked up very, very quickly and immediately by not just materialists, but anyone from the empiricist tradition. I mean, Christiaan horses, but it's true that these ideas persisted. There's no doubt about that. I think it would help maybe to distinguish between, and not only because of the sense I get in Smuts, because he's been so much of a kind of hidden character that we look overseas for validation all the time. I think we should also make a distinction perhaps to the examples in South Africa who be influenced. And I would include, you mentioned Collingwood, I can mention several, but I think T.K. Hart's article, Holism Education, in that collection of 1937 is really worth reading. But it seems to me real gift, and you also quoted, he had a great sense of great intuition, and that's shown to me of all his articles, most brilliantly in 1925 speech in South African Journal of Science. We picks up, what is going on in paleontology, in the great forgotten scientists of South Africa, the ideas of continental drift, and he synthesizes this in astonishing way. And he goes on to his 1937 address when he's made Chancellor of the University of Cape Town, is worth reading. It's difficult to get hold of. But I think he's a great synthesizer. I think he's a positioner as well. I think it's impenetrable stuff. I mean, William did a brilliant job of trying to make this coherent. But it's a whole I do think that you point out the areas in which it had great practical consequence. There's no doubt it's a very fertile period from around 1917 to 1929. The Commonwealth, the League of Nations, there's no doubt able to knit this all together. And that's a very practical application. But we should also not forget what it did for him. This is a guy who's out of a job for 10 or 15 years, used it extremely productively to turn himself into a seer. And I have a pet theory. I can't prove it, but you know, it's one of a lot of things he couldn't prove either. He's watching Gandhi. He sees what Gandhi does with Satyagraha. And I think he thinks, I can turn myself into a seer, into a philosopher. And when he gets his, when Cambridge University makes him chancellor in 1948, they say, you are the philosopher king, the dikaios, you know, so there is quite a, it's not exactly instrumental, but he has a very clear sense of what he can do as a public intellectual, of how he can accent himself from the small details of public life in South Africa, present himself as a seer. And my argument about his relationship to race is not so much holism. I don't think holism is a racist track at all. I think it's about what it doesn't say. It's the ability to cast this idea of human evolution into deep time with a sense of Darwinian progression that can also allow for retrogression. This is, I think, it's a very capacious idea which you can fit in Henri Broyles, rock art, stone art, the Bushmen as dodos, his grasses. I mean, it's a philosophy it enables in very fundamental ways. And I think personally, what it also allows us to do is to bridge his origins as a 19th century young boy in the Western Cape who was groomed, thought he was going to end up in the Dutch Church and didn't want to do that, and then encounters this enormously exciting world of materialism and evolution and whatever, and this obsession with personology, which I really don't understand, but which is really about him. He is the person, and he's not an egoist in the sense that he goes and tells everybody, you must read my book. He's quite modest about it, but he does become, with all those visitors, and you look at the visitor book at Durnford, he becomes a seer, he becomes a philosopher, he becomes a thinker, and this is an enormously powerful and in a powerful position, and he's unparalleled in South Africa. The only potential competitor is Ubuntu, and that one seems to have run its course. So I think he is a public intellectual, but I think we should read his work with a lot of skepticism as well.
Yeah, so the big thing is not the way in which he explained his holism in the book itself, but the fact that it initiated so many other studies or other people to think in terms of this concept of holism. I guess some of those persons that I mentioned from recently, from some of those scientists, it's even possible that they never even read Holism and Evolution, because it's not an easy read. It's you can't always follow very exactly where Smuts is aiming at. But that said, philosophy to me is always like that. So yeah, thanks, Saul. Good comment.
Saul mentioned you only have to read the guest book. The guest book has gone missing.
So many things have gone missing. But it's the collection, the A1 collection in the National Archives, the printed inventories have also gone missing.
But at least it's been recognized.
Right, so Will.
No, thanks very much for your presentation, and I will say at the start, this is also in part in answer to your question about his impact. Yes, he certainly did have an impact at the time in psychology in the 30s especially, and there was more of an impact in ecology. That's right. So I was thinking more in terms of philosophy, or theology, which you acknowledged, in fact, it didn't really have that impact. I mean, it's true, Collingwood said this, what came of that, not too much. But the interesting thing with the Philosopher King, so the title of Hernley's review of holism and evolution in 1926 is The Philosopher King, right? And it's published in an American magazine, in which he says, well, there could be some originality in this. So this is Hernley, right? And Hernley had just written a book called Matter, Life, and Spirit. So, interestingly enough, on this just before. But I mention this because I think maybe there is something in the air. So this would be my claim. There's a lot of people talking about these things. That Hernley's point was that this is not startlingly original in the sense that the idea that there are holes and they work together and it's evolutionary. That's not really original. David had mentioned, I think, at the coffee break, David Ritchie in 1902, I think, wrote a book, or it was published, Darwin and Hegel, which he's talking about again. So there's a lot of discussion about this going on. And so again, not to say that this is not a tour de force, to write this in other text under unusual conditions. But how original was it? I guess is my question in part, because I do see resonances with other things that were going on. Have the alternatives been recast appropriately? And I'll accept your account of mechanistic materialism, because I think that's probably true. But I think the account of idealism is not right. The idealists did not think that everything was ultimately immaterial. I mean, not the idealists of that time. They knew there was a material world. They thought you couldn't say much about it or whatever. And again, there's a lot of that. So
Smuts in a sense, he was interested in this guy who seems to transcend the material in a sense, in Gandhi. And I'm afraid I don't have use, pretend that you use Smuts as a motion. I mean, I'm putting it back on the table. I'm putting it back. Plus, no, I'm probably 1926 months more on in the sense is a response to the native bits. Which, I mean, if you read it, it was very well. I mean, it is impressive. But Smuts is not saying anything. It is not taking a position. I mean, now when you say Smuts upon data, immediately in what was meeting 26 months. It's quite impressive. But he doesn't denounce the errors of peace.
I've got to take one other thing away. It's so that my time to publish like some things. The Gandhi thing is really interesting. I mean, it's Hancock gets to it first, and he gets, and I think we should hear about Hancock. So, but he writes this Radha Krishnan, the great Indian president of philosophy, gets Smuts in 1937 to write an appreciation of Gandhi. And Smuts said, yes, he's a busy man. And this clear sense that there's a rivalry between them, which is not just about the Transvaal and Indian rights. There's a mutual appreciation. They both are philosophers, and it's an epic kind of interaction which they kind of hold. Gandhi makes sandals for Smuts when he's in prison, and Smuts continues to wear those sandals. And at least he says he does. So there's something going on there. I can't believe that Smuts does not look at Gandhi, think, hey, I can do something different, but also become one of the. I mean, South Africa was the first country that decolonized. I'm sorry, going on. But was there not something in the back of his mind that's thinking?
If you don't respect it to them, maybe even liked each other, but Smuts, of course, didn't like the implications of Gandhi's ideas for own racial policies. Yes?
If I may conclude, I'm not comfortable with this sort of linking of simply likenesses to a name, because I can think of an awful lot. For example, Kuhn's paradigms, which migrated into every district. And it's a very imprecise concept. You could say it was a bit like very Smuts Hollism, because Margaret Masterman, Neville Masterman's sister, Sniffy Masterman's daughter, identified 26 different senses in structure of scientific evolution. I also knew the person who coined the term networking, John Barnes, in the 50s in Cambridge. He didn't recognize any use of it. It was being generally talked about by everyone in business, theory, etc. So I think concepts can be attractive because you are able to manipulate them to what you feel is a nice, a feel-good factor, I guess. And I think holism, in all of the different ways, I mean, you hear it on the archers. So, I mean, it's just a nice term. It's a term which very few people could disagree with in using it. It's like when you say, I want to put the world right. No one is going to disagree with that.
In the applause rules.
Yes, Cranston called them hooray to.
But one of the connections with Gandhi might be Cambridge, because that's where Gandhi went to do his law later. So in a way, there's a kind of, and again, there's something about that. And James Ward, so Radhakrishnan picks up James Ward. So rather questions a bit later, but again, there's a kind of, you know. These are ideas that are out there, and so in a way. Maybe your enemies are people who you share a lot with. In cases like that, the people you just, I mean.
But
Also,
also,
he's an evolution, you know, he goes on against James Ward, but James Ward is sending him, you know, information, offers to send information, you know, and philosophical movements and. You know, so again, it's like a funny kind of relation. I don't know, I can't even see her, but you know, just the idea that there are these connections built out of more personal. Biographical.
yeah, but intellectually, if you think of Japanese philosophy, for example, and Indian, there's an emphasis on the spiritual. So,
And the ascetic, they're both
yes.
conscious, performative ascetics.
Yeah.
If that's the way you pronounce them.
So I think possibly he's more attractive to the spiritual element, which draws him nearer to Gandhi. That's just a thought, but certainly Japanese philosophers, when they came to westernize, were very much drawn to the British idealists because they saw it more like their own philosophy, this emphasis upon spirit. Right, so we'll have to call it a day there. We're eating in the place where we had our lunch, and it's a nice menu on offer there. But I want to reiterate again, please send your presentations to Vanessa so that they can be uploaded for tomorrow.
Yes, is the Wi-Fi? I want to see it.
Thank you very much.
Bring a copy. Still,